262 Magical Moonlight. Would you mind telling me why you're here? Aiden headed for the kitchen and a cold beer. You two stop it? He raised his voice slightly at the animals that were now growling obscenities at each other. Killer and Ty looked at Aiden for a second and then continued. Apparently the dog thought you were doing harm to Liam. Something about the sounds he was making while you were breeding him. Francis snickered. Which one would be the mother? Fuck you. Aiden glared again. It seemed to be all he ever said to Liam's cousin. Well, not Aiden, he'd freak if he had to lose his boyish figure. Liam snickered. Why are you here? There have been some rumblings in the council. No one was aware your partner was not only talented, but had latent power. And they were also unaware of his considerable allies. Though they are unable to name even one of them. Whoever aided Aiden in turning back the spell on Brad Chambers, is keeping well hidden. The council doesn't like having things hidden from them. I wanted to warn you both. You had to pick now to do it? Aiden huffed. Better now than when you two get into trouble next. Francis snickered and Aiden could see Liam in the snicker, which softened his view of the other man. Fine, you warned us, now leave. Liam needs his rest. Aiden's arm was around Liam's shoulders, in a proprietary way. You didn't seem to think so 15 minutes ago. Francis returned. Seeing the look on Aiden's Bryant 263 face, Francis decided that retreating was the better part of valor and popped back to Toronto. Quick, I think I need to breed. Liam laughed and ran for the bedroom. He was still not as strong as he'd like to be, but he was young and it wouldn't be long to get back to being better than he'd been before. Chapter 23. I'm not going. Liam lay on the sofa, his mother stood over him glaring down at her stubborn son. Of course you're going. It's his first birthday. You have to be there for him as well as his father. You are, in effect, his Waji godfather. It is up to you to see that his age progression is suitably honored for what he's accomplished in the previous year. It is also up to me to make sure he lives for another age celebration. Liam closed his eyes. The past few months had taken a toll on him. The Chambers clan never seemed to give up in their quest to take down anyone Liam loved. I'm not so sure my being there for his birthday celebration is going to help accomplish that. Liam, this is not negotiable. You will be at Shay's birthday. Morgan Taylor knelt down beside her son. She was no sooner down when Killer bounded over from his observation post on the steps up to the bedroom. He had grown taller than most. 266 Magical Moonlight. Dogs. His long legs seemed almost foreign to his body and Liam was sure he had an extra joint in them. He was a gentle giant though and was under the impression he was the size of Ty. So he constantly did his best to sit on anyone who paused long enough. Killer, go sit down. Morgan said with a smile. She waved her hand to magic him tenderly back to his perch. Killer thought of this as a game he could play with Liam's mother, so he rarely stayed long wherever she put him. You know Liam, Aiden should take that dog to obedience school. You tell him, he won't listen to me. Liam rolled over on his stomach. Don't you have something to do? I mean, better than hanging around the loft bugging me. The buzzer sounded and Liam groaned. I bet that's Dakota to take over nagging. You can leave now. Liam, that's no way to talk to your mother. She walked over to the intercom to see who wanted in. Hello. Hi, can Liam come out and play? Dakota answered, way too bubbly for Liam's taste. Come on in, Dakota. Morgan laughed. Would you like a cup of tea or something, Liam? She asked, heading for the kitchen. Mom, what is with this penchant for hanging out here? Liam sat up exasperated. I mean I don't see you for weeks and then all of a sudden, I can't move without tripping over you. Bryant 267. Morgan laughed. I like to see you, Liam, You are never available. Aiden suggested that I beard you in your den, so to speak. Aiden, you asked Aiden. Liam's mouth hung open. Of course I did. He is your partner after all. She put the kettle on to boil. The man in question walked through the door that he'd had built on the far side of the loft, Ty perched on his shoulder as usual. It was barely noticeable and led not only up to the roof, but to a private and rather hidden office area. Hey Morgan. He kissed her cheek. Is the brat giving you any trouble? No, of course not, Aiden. She smiled up at him, not surprised when he headed for the loft door to pull it open to a surprised Dakota who'd been about to knock. Dakota, what a surprise. Aiden smirked. I see Morgan has called in reinforcements. Aiden and Morgan had been working on Liam to attend the birthday party for the last couple of days. For what? Dakota asked, looking at Liam and then back at Aiden and Morgan. Liam, you said we were going shopping. You aren't even ready. That was yesterday, Dakota. When you blew me off for some guy, I figured you didn't want to go. Get over yourself. She snorted. You know I had to do that project with Sean. You could have helped. I have my own projects. Liam did bounce over and give his friend a quick hug, before turning and 268 magical moonlight. Giving Aiden one of his famous smiles. Okay, I'll go to Shay's birthday party. Just like that. Aiden turned to Morgan, who shrugged. Cool, we're going to a birthday party. Dakota clapped her hands. When? This afternoon. It's for Shay, he's 1 today. Oh my god, I can't believe he's 1 year old already. Dakota beamed. Did you finish that? She didn't get any further before Liam had claimed her lips with his to silence her. Are you out of your mind? She asked, wiping her mouth with the back of her hand. Aiden snickered and Morgan shook her head. He's young and impetuous. Aiden offered. He's crazy. Dakota, her original thought forgotten. You know, Aiden, it's kind of weird how you let that cat sit on your shoulder all the time. I agree. Aiden said with a shrug. But have you ever tried to teach a cat to not do something? It's damn impossible. Ty decided from the start that this is where he should sit when I'm home. It was cute when he was younger and smaller, but I swear now he weighs 20 pounds. I'm going to be permanently lopsided. Why doesn't he sit on Liam? She asked, scratching the cat under his chin. Because he's my cat. Aiden smiled as if his words explained everything. So Dakota, do you want to come to Shay's party with us? Sure, but let me go and find him a present first. Bryant 269. He's 1, he won't care if you don't bring him anything. Aiden said. But I'll care. Dakota looked over at Morgan. What do you think he should have at his age? She asked. Well, that depends, I suppose, on the child. Morgan looked thoughtful. I bought him a game to develop his motor skills. Liam and I have something for him that he'll grow up with. Aiden smirked. But you'll both have to wait until it's time for presents to see it. You guys are no fun. Dakota pretended to pout. I'm going to get him a book. Kids like books. You'd better find a book with an interesting story. I think he's gone through all his real baby kind of books. Liam laughed. He's like ready for war and peace. Slight exaggeration there, sunshine. Aiden ruffled Liam's hair. 3 hours later everyone trooped into the backyard of Shay's home. The party was in full swing. Evan, dressed in his best idea of garden party finery, was fluttering around making sure everyone had drinks or food. It's about time you got here. Rosalie started. Liam gave her a quick hug. Sorry we're late, Rosalie, but we really couldn't help it. Duh, Shay shouted from his place on the grass where he'd been playing with bits of paper and ribbons. He stood up on uncertain legs and began to toddle toward his 2 favorite men. 270 Magical Moonlight. Hey there sonny boy. Aiden smiled as he watched his son make his way to him. He squatted down, but made the boy walk all the way on his own. Shay needed the practice. Shay finally made it and threw himself into his father's arms. Aiden lifted him up and swung him around. 1-year-old Seamus my boya. Imagine that. He kissed him on the forehead, making the child giggle. Liam leaned over and kissed his young friend. Happy birthday Shay. He touched the heart-shaped mark he'd placed a year ago, reinforcing the protection power for another year. You will be safe and you will be loved. He murmured. His ward laughed with the warmth that flowed through his body at Liam's touch. Aiden flushed with pleasure knowing Liam felt about Shay the same way he did. Nanny. Shay said, wiggling in Aiden's grasp. Hello Master Shay. Margaret Macru-Adri said, walking up to Aiden and Liam. She kissed her grandson and issued his birthday blessing, her words fast and sure in the ancient language of the Waji. Seamus was twice blessed on this special day. Aiden relaxed for a moment knowing his son was sure to be safe for another year. Mom, you were able to get away. Aiden said. Nice to see you Mrs. Macru-Adri. Liam kissed her cheek. Aiden, despite the past year and his knowledge now of his childhood and the part his mother played in it, still had some issues not resolved. Liam. She smiled. I wouldn't have missed this birthday blessing for anything. I understand you and Bryant 271. Aiden have gifted Shay with his own wakat. When is the gifting ceremony? She looked around. The yard was filled with humans. No gifting ceremony would take place this afternoon. Good question. Aiden glanced over where Vanessa and Rosalie were arguing about something. What's their problem? I'm not sure. Margaret glanced their way. They've been rather testy with each other all afternoon. It didn't help that the two of you were late. Blame our lateness on the drama princess here. Aiden hip-checked Liam who laughed. Go defuse the moms, why don't you Liam my boy? I captain. He saluted before heading in the direction of the food table and Rosalie and Vanessa. Hey guys. He said. Nice party. He reached for a plate and began to put some of the food on it. Liam, thank you for the painting. Vanessa gushed. It's brilliant. Not bad Liam. Rosalie admitted. Though I'm not so sure about the cat in it. We don't have one. Liam suppressed a groan. He should have known the new Wa-kitten would assert his presence as soon as he'd been chosen. Cats have no idea of discretion. I'm glad you both like it. The painting had been a family portrait done from a series of photos. It was of Rosalie and Vanessa with Shay and apparently, the damn Wa-kitten. I really can't stand cats. Rosalie shuddered. They're so sneaky. 272 Magical Moonlight. Shay loves Ty. Liam tried. The two of them play all the time. They even seem to talk to one another. It figures Aiden would have a sudden urge to fill his loft with animals. Rosalie glared. He probably knew Seamus would want to have his own menagerie eventually. Liam sighed, this afternoon's gifting of the Wakat was going to take some doing. And then there was going to be the little problem of Rosalie. A child should have something to care for and love. He began. Don't give me that shit. Rosalie snorted. Aiden Macru-Adri just wants to make my life miserable. She turned and walked away. That was pleasant. Liam smiled, helping himself to a sandwich. Yum, egg salad he bit into it. Don't mind Rosalie, she never had pets when she was growing up. Vanessa began. Well neither did I. I'm not so sure having a pet would be a good thing for Shay. We aren't around to look after it much. Cats don't need a lot of looking after. Liam defended. I mean, look at Aiden. He's like the poster boy for being a workaholic, but he has killer and Ty. Vanessa giggled. I still can't believe you got him a poodle. Killer may be a poodle, but he's a big one. Liam grinned up at her. And he's good for Aiden. He gives him something to think about besides himself. E.R. Bryant 273. And forces him to take a bit of leisure time that doesn't involve heavy drinking at the Odyssey. Liam, Vanessa. They looked over at Morgan, who had joined them. "Hey Mom," Liam said. "Morgan." Vanessa smiled. "I'm so glad you could come. It's important that Shay has all of his family around. He looks like he could use a nap," Morgan observed. Shay had his head on Aiden's shoulder, his thumb in his mouth. "It's been a busy day," Vanessa admitted. "I should maybe put him down for an hour or so." "Let me. I don't get to see him that often," Morgan offered. "You stay out with your guests." Vanessa was content to allow Morgan to put Shay down for his afternoon nap. With one thing and another, she didn't notice that Aiden and Liam, as well as Margaret McRuadgery, all disappeared into the house with her son. In Shay's room, once he was changed and made ready for sleep, the Wacat gifting ceremony began. Part of that ceremony would be the naming of the kitten. But that could only be done by Shay. The birthday boy sat in his crib, interested in the proceedings. One by one everyone came up to him and blessed his birthday with their wishes for him. Then they formed a circle with Shay and his crib as part of that circle. The room darkened, and then in the center of the circle, 7 Wakittens appeared with their mother. 274 Magical Moonlight. The joining of Wacat and Waji is a special rite of passage. It can only happen once in one's lifetime and must be equally the choice of kitten and child. Rare exceptions have been made, but in this case the power of Wa has come to request a gifting to this child of the McRuadgery clan. The words were whispered through the room, though not by anyone who stood there. Aiden glanced at the mother cat, wondering if, strangely enough, it was the cat that uttered the words. "Seamus, will you choose your life companion?" The words resonate through them all. "Wa, step forward." The kittens all stood up and began to walk to small boy, who watched them with big round eyes. "Dog," Shay said and waved his hand. One of the kittens immediately appeared in his crib. "Dog." He hugged the kitten to him. He had named his kitten Doug, but to those watching, it sounded like dog. "Dog," he called him Dog. Aiden looked at Liam, who shrugged. They looked down, but all the Wakats and kittens were gone. "Seamus, you made a wonderful choice," Morgan said. "But to call him Dog. Girl kitty." Shay grinned. "Dog." He lay down and closed his eyes, one arm around an orange kitten that looked satisfied with her new person. The kitten watched them for a moment before closing her eyes. Though from the tilt of her small head, it was apparent she was in guard cat mode. Chapter 24. Vans, where's your better half? Aiden asked. He was sitting on the bleachers that had been put up for the annual Pride Parade. Vancouver's parade was usually more than 3 hours long. Aiden knew to stake out his claim on relatively comfortable seating early. Liam had disappeared in an attempt to get them a cold bottle of water, and he was waiting somewhat impatiently. He smiled at Shay, who was sitting in his stroller. He had a stuffed version of Dog in his hand. "She's in the parade." Vanessa tried to sound upbeat. "On that damn motorcycle of hers." "AHH, yes, the famous dykes on bikes." Aiden grinned. "Rosie going topless?" "I don't know. Why aren't you with her? I mean, isn't your place to be with your hubby?" Vanessa thought for a moment. "Yes, it is." She picked Shay up out of his stroller and handed him to Aiden. "Here you go, Daddy." She picked up the 276 Magical Moonlight stuffed kitten. "And here's Dog too," she snickered. "I still can't believe we have a kitten at the house." "Have fun." Aiden waved. "Wave at mommy, boya. She's going to show her tits to the world. It's an annual ritual that all lesbians do." Vanessa rolled her eyes heavenward, but said nothing as she went to find Rosalie. Shay, how cool. Liam had found his way back to Aiden. Shay held out his stuffed version of his cat. Doug. And instantly the stuffed cat was a real one, purring loudly. Shit. Aiden mumbled, trying to shield his son from prying eyes. Do something, boya. Shay, that was really cool. But parades aren't a great place for cats. Dog should stay at home, just like Ty does. Two pairs of innocent-looking eyes looked back at Liam. One pair green with gold flecks much like his father's, and one pair gold with green flecks. K. Shay said. He put his nose on Dog's and whispered something to the cat. The cat appeared to answer him back, and then a small pink tongue appeared to lick the end of his boy's nose. A small pop was heard, and Shay was once again holding the stuffed version. Aiden looked at the stuffed cat with suspicion. Liam, did he just talk to Dog, and did the damn cat answer back? Looked that way. Liam said, also eyeing the stuffed version with suspicion. Aiden, how come? Bryant 277. This toy has the exact same eyes as Dog. Where did you find it? I didn't get it for him. I thought you got it for him. Aiden was poking the stuffed cat with his finger. Duh, no poking. Shay pulled his toy away. Doug hates poking. He bent down and kissed where Aiden had poked. All better. Please tell me it's a toy. Aiden asked no one in particular. Liam giggled and patted Aiden on the arm. Hey, good one, Shay, can I see Dog? No. The boy cuddled his toy. Shay loves you. He batted his eyelashes, making Liam giggle. A roar of motorcycle motors moved into their hearing, and soon all three, or is that four of them, were enthralled with the intricate movements of the dykes on bikes as they roared up and down, around in circles, and generally performed for the audience. Mama, tits. Shay yelled out, waving Dog. Liam glared at Aiden, who snickered. But he said nothing as they watched the parade. Shay stood on his father's knees, content that his father would hold him steady and safe. No one moved in front of them, thanks to a bit of Waji influence, so their view was unobstructed of the parade and its participants. When the flag contingent rounded the corner, Liam kissed Aiden and ran out to join his mother. Duh, Uncle Danny. Shay pointed to the well-disguised Daniel dressed in full drag. Looks funny. 278 Magical Moonlight. He said as he waved his hand, and Daniel, still in drag, looked decidedly like himself. There was no chance he wouldn't be recognized by any and all who saw him. To make things worse, the unsuspecting Daniel ran up to one of the parade watchers and kissed him thoroughly, before laughing and running back. Shit, Danny is going to be pissed. Aiden mumbled, though he couldn't help but grin. His son was definitely interesting to be around. Lisa laughed and continued to parade with her son. She hadn't noticed any difference, because she had always seen him as he really was. Liam had noticed immediately what had happened. He continued to grin and snicker for the rest of the parade. It was a great day. Later, when the parade was over, Liam joined Aiden and his son in the park. Shay was content to sit in his stroller holding tight to his toy while watching all the action. The giant-sized Inuksuke that faced English Bay fascinated him. There would be stories told later about how the Inuksuke seemed to form a face that smiled with benevolence at the happy crowd of parade watchers. Shay was content once the spirit of the living rock had smiled at him. Liam pushed the stroller and Aiden walked beside him. They stopped and chatted with friends, and Aiden bought Liam a hot dog. Shay didn't want one, for which Aiden was grateful. Vanessa would have killed him. Bryant 279. They found Daniel sitting at a picnic table surrounded by his mother and other flag ladies. He looked miserable. What's up, Danny? Aiden asked. Hey, Aiden. Daniel looked at Liam and Shay, but didn't acknowledge them. I want to go home and change, but I can't get away from them. He nodded at the women who were all talking at once. You look kind of cute. Liam said. Stick around dressed like that. There's going to be a dance later. Fuck off. Daniel growled. Watch your language, Danny, Shay is here. Aiden drawled. Pretty brave of you coming out like you did. What are you talking about? Daniel asked, looking from Aiden to Liam. I'm not out at work. You are now. I mean, kissing your boss kind of did it for you. Liam snickered. Talk about cool. He won't know who kissed him. Daniel sneered. Liam pissed him off. Hey, the kid is sleeping on that toy. He reached forward to take the toy cat away from Shay. Holy shit, the thing bit me. He shook his hand, staring at his finger. Good one, Danny. Liam laughed. A biting toy cat. He reached down and tucked the kitten in closer to Shay and folded a light blanket around them. Every kid should have one. I'm telling you, it bit me. Daniel looked at his finger, but Aiden had removed the small spot of blood. I know it did. 280 Magical Moonlight. Daniel, Daniel. He turned to see who was calling him. It was Susan from work. Fuck. He whispered, looking around to see if there was any way he could hide. Hi Daniel. You look pretty good dressed like that. She gushed. Boy, was the boss surprised when you kissed him. She giggled. I hope he liked it. Daniel buried his head in his hands. But then looked up surprised when Susan grabbed one of his hands and pulled him to his feet. Come on Danny, let's get something to eat. I should be so lucky to look as good as you do in a dress. She looked around, spotting Lisa with the camera. Is that your mom? You look like her, can she take our picture? Before Daniel could say anything, he found himself posing with Susan, Liam, and Aiden, his mother beaming like she'd won the lottery. Later that night, Aiden and Liam walked down a crowded Davie Street. The street has been closed off earlier to traffic and was filled with vendors under white tents happy to sell everything from food to plastic rainbow-hued beads. Music filled the air and people were dancing in the street in front of celebrities. I don't think I want to stay much longer. Liam began. But you stay and have a good time. Too much excitement for you, magic boy. Aiden twirled Liam around to the sound of the music. You dance funny. Liam laughed. Perhaps. Aiden hunched down to kiss the man he knew he loved, not that he'd admit it. But right now I want to dance funny with you. Bryant 281. Me? Liam asked, but he could see the truth in Aiden's eyes and his heart filled with joy. The night was filled with the magic and excitement of gay men and women heady with the day. He let himself be swept up in Aiden's arms as they swayed and moved to the music. Liam threw up a handful of his sparkling electric puffs to crown the both of them, for they were truly kings tonight. It was one of those special nights when dark shadows could be forgotten, when red-eyed strangers glaring from deep recesses of mist-filled alleys could be ignored and dismissed as tricks of the mind. Liam and Aiden both knew that they were living a dream that could be turned into a nightmare at a moment's notice. But with Davie Street surrounded by music and filled with goodwill and love, it was easy to forget for a moment or two. Unaware that they were covered in a web of protectiveness, the two men danced as if it were only the two of them alone on the noisy street. Perched on a ledge that was sheltered by three well-placed and rather ornate black cast iron flower pots filled with red geraniums, it was Davie Street after all, sat Ty, ends tucked in, ears alert and listening, eyes round, missing nothing. A beautiful picture if someone should glance up. But what was unusual, was sitting tall and regal, most definitely a tad royally, was a larger-than-life turquoise and white cat, his eyes golden with violet sparks, his lips curved in a definite smile while he directed the protection spell he held in place around two dancing men. There. 282 Magical Moonlight. Was a certain satisfaction in the smile, for the two men had been bound together from the time of their births, though others had done their damnedest to keep them apart. The master and his prince dance well together. Tai ventured, not sure of his place when Regis, the High King of all Wakats, showed himself in person, rather than the toy version who watched over his red-haired charge. As twin flames should. Regis acknowledged, his head nodding in satisfaction. His tail flicked and another hidden in black shadow vanished. The dark forces are out in strength tonight. He sighed. I suppose it was inevitable, happiness causes them pain. And the child? Tai asked, not sure if he should remind the High King of Aiden's kit. The child is well guarded tonight, as he is for all nights. My daughter sees to that. A brief glare from gold and violet eyes told Tai he'd overstepped his bounds. Your Highness. Tai bowed his head in apology. He looked up, not surprised that the High King had vanished. He was being tested. It was up to him to guard the two lost in each other as they danced. Chapter 25. Hey. Aiden said 1,000 different things in that one small word when he looked at Liam. He slipped into the booth where his lover was sitting. It was Liam's favorite, the one at the front of Hamburger Mary's where the windows could be rolled back in nice weather exposing the diner to the street. I didn't expect you here today. Liam said, leaning into Aiden's shoulder. Yeah, well I had a free lunch hour and figured you'd be here. Did you know that Rosalie proposed to Vanessa? Proposed, like in asking for her hand in marriage? Bob asked. No one had noticed him come in. He didn't ask, just sat on the bench seat opposite Aiden and Liam. Or hurt what? Aiden drawled. Nice, a wedding. I wonder if they'll let even do the catering. Bob was always trying to promote his friend. 284 Magical Moonlight. Aiden looked around. I don't suppose we can get some service here? I need coffee and some food would be nice too. You can share mine. Liam offered. I want to live without clogged arteries. Aiden drawled, but turned and kissed Liam. Good coffee needs more sugar. Liam had just taken a sip of his coffee. Get your own coffee, don't you dare put more sugar in mine. Liam put his hand over the top of his coffee mug. Hey guys. Daniel and Evan had walked in. Daniel grunted something and Evan smiled, blowing a kiss in Liam's direction as they sat down. So Robert, why so gloomy? Aiden asked, ignoring Liam. Nothing. He looked at Liam, not wanting him to say anything. I think Bob needs a change of pace. He needs to move forward with his life. I mean just because he isn't working, doesn't mean life should stop. What do you guys think he likes to do best to relax? Whack off. Evan, Daniel, and Aiden said together. Whack off to porn. Evan looked at Liam. Bobby has the biggest porn collection ever. He even has some 8mm stuff, not to mention Betamax. You know, ones where the guys wear black socks and masks. Black socks and masks. Liam looked at Aiden. You guys are kidding, right? Bryant 285. We kid you not. Evan grinned. Oh Bobby, you have to invite Liam over for some old porn viewings. No gay boy's life should be without. I didn't know there was really old gay porn. Depends on what you mean by really old. Aiden said. Gay boys had movie cameras just like the straight boys. Makes sense that they'd make porn. I never thought about it. Liam admitted. Can I come over and see some of the old stuff? Maybe I'll learn something. Sure, you can come and watch. Bob shrugged. But you already have an old boyfriend, I'm sure he's taught you everything you need to know. Aiden contemplated zapping Bob with some kind of spell that would make his dick shrink, but before he could do anything Liam elbowed him in the side. Play nice, Aiden. He whispered. The food that had been ordered was delivered just then. Aiden managed to order a salad and while he waited for it to arrive, he began to eat Liam's fries. Daniel watched in astonishment. Aiden, You're eating French fries. He finally managed to say. No shit. Aiden snickered. But you don't eat fries. I don't. Aiden looked at the fry in his hand and then popped it into his mouth. Oh. Liam, one hand under the table, sent a fast itching spell toward Daniel's crotch while looking innocent. He let his fingers stroke Aiden's cock. I think I like Armani. He said to Aiden. The material is so thin, it's like you're wearing nothing much at all. He. 286 Magical Moonlight. Looked over at Daniel, who was squirming uncomfortably. What's up, Daniel? He asked. Nothing. Daniel said, wiggling around. If you have to pee, Daniel, just go. Liam shook his head. You shouldn't put so much pressure on your bladder. You'll regret it someday. I don't fucking have to pee. Daniel spat. Then sit still. Aiden answered. You're jiggling the table. Daniel dear, if you've got crabs or jock itch, I have just the thing. My great aunt Millie used to say that the down under critters just couldn't handle a mixture of white vinegar and baking soda. You make up a paste and spread it around. I bet I can get Tanya to make some up for you right now. Shut the fuck up. Daniel screamed, silencing the entire diner. He was wiggling even more. One hand was obviously scratching furiously below the table. Aiden looked at Liam and shook his head. Liam flushed red and withdrew the spell. You were saying something. About playing nice. Liam asked innocently. You just wait until I get you home, young man. Aiden grinned and shook his finger at the redhead. Aw, do I have to wait? Liam whined in a perfect imitation of a certain someone who was now slumped in his seat, relief on his face, one hand in his pants. He did not see his mother descending like the Gorgon from hell on her hapless son. Bryant 287. It was 2 weeks later when Aiden asked. Where are you going? Liam was heading out the door. I told you before. I'm going over to Bob's to watch porn. He held up his messenger bag. I'm bringing the popcorn. He looked at Aiden. You know what's kind of weird though, Bob hasn't stopped watching, well except for very brief bathroom breaks, for almost 14 days. I mean, how many blowjobs can you watch? Apparently a lot of them. Aiden was sitting at the table using his laptop. Ty was perched on his shoulder and Killer was stretched out on the floor, so large and flat he looked like he'd been run over. He turned around. I don't think it's good to encourage him. I'm not. I was sick of the stuff after the first hour. Do you have any idea how many trolls make porn? Liam shuddered. Trust me, a lot more trolls than hot guys. I've seen so many weird looking dicks I could write a fucking book. And don't get me started on assholes. Aiden snickered. So what, pray tell, are you doing going over there and bringing popcorn? I'm trying to get him to focus on something else. I mean, if he has to eat popcorn, maybe he'll stop pumping his dick. The place reeks and he never has the drapes open. Buttered popcorn? Aiden asked, getting up to wrap his arms around Liam. 288 Magical Moonlight. Gross, don't even think it. Liam laughed. Seriously, Bob has a problem. Maybe we all should go over and have an intervention. Aiden suggested. I don't know. Liam doubted having Aiden and the gang over would do much for Bob other than piss him off. Give me today to see if I can convince him to stop watching porn. Maybe you should take Ty with you. Aiden's hand went to his shoulder and he stroked the cat. Why? Liam asked. He had never had his own cat. He'd never needed one, his powers were strong enough, or at least that's what he'd figured. No one had explained why he didn't get one. It was a question he was going to have to ask his mother eventually. Ty suggested it. Aiden shrugged. He's a cat, how do I know why? Liam snickered and looked at Ty. Why do you want to come with me? I mean, it's not like I can just walk down the street with you perched on my shoulder like some damn budgie. I'll come with you, Ty can sit on my shoulder. Aiden made a move. No, that's okay, I'll take him. Liam opened his messenger bag for the cat to jump in. Don't put any cat hairs on my mints. Don't put loose mints in your bag. Aiden laughed. Watch him, Ty. Can I drive your car? Liam asked. There's more cat room than mine. Bryant 289. No. Aiden huffed, kissed him on the nose and moved back to the table. Don't be late, we're going to the girls for dinner. Yum, dinner after dealing with the jack-off king. Liam snorted. I have learned some cool techniques though. Somehow the thought of Robert's jack-off techniques doesn't really intrigue me. Aiden laughed. Go young man, go and complete your mission. Ha, funny, ha. Liam laughed and left the loft. He pounded down the stairs, landing with a thump at the bottom. Oops, sorry about that, Ty. He said to the disgruntled cat. Watch it, kid. The cat muttered to himself. He didn't notice that Liam snickered. One of Liam's inherited abilities allowed him to understand animals. He tried to block it out most of the time. Animals tended to depress him, they didn't have the greatest of lives. But he'd always listen to Ty and Killer. Not that he'd ever let them know it. Perhaps that was why the Wacats had refused to allow him to have one of them. Okay, I hope you don't mind cars. I don't want to take the bus or walk. Bob's place isn't far, so it won't be a long ride. Liam unlocked his car and placed the messenger bag on the passenger seat. Make yourself comfortable. Liam ran around to the driver's side. By the time he was belted in and ready to go, Ty was sitting in the rear window, watching the world. Damn, I wish I got 290 magical moonlight. Out more. The cat muttered to himself. This is better than watching that stupid dog day in and day out. The redhead snickered as he started the car. Hey Ty, want a quick tour of English Bay before we head over to Bob's? Ty, being a cat, refused to answer directly. But he did jump into the front seat to stand up with his front paws on the dash, watching as Liam drove the 4 blocks to a riverside park. Parking under a low-hanging willow tree, Liam smiled at the cat's excitement. Cool tree, eh Ty? Liam commented. The cat jumped onto the passenger seat and put one paw on the window release button. In seconds the window rolled down and Ty jumped up into the tree. Ty, you dumb cat, we don't have time for this shit. Liam hollered, getting out of his car. Fuck off. Ty hollered back in cat. He'd been watching trees on movies and television for months. This was his first real tree. His little foray to Davy Street had been work, this was for fun. How could he resist? Ty scampered higher and higher. The air was filled with scents he'd never processed before. There was a heady river smell of rotting vegetation lightly scented with fish, both dead and alive. It was intoxicating. He ran to the top of the tree and back down again over and over until he was dizzy and panting and grinning ear to ear. On his last trip down he jumped into the window of Liam's car. You are one really, really weird cat. Liam grumbled as he got back into the car. Cats can't just. Bryant 291. Run up and down trees in the park. Something could get them. Ty glared at Liam and put one leg up over his ear and began to wash the base of his tail. The cat answered to someone who pissed them off. Now that you've got that out of your system, we're going to Bob's. He actually could use some kind of distraction. Maybe if you have a session of the cat crazies at his place he'll stop pulling his dick. It might fall off. Liam snickered. Now that would get his attention. The car started its journey again. Ty, satisfied with his adventure, preened on the front seat. Anything else that happened today would be gravy as far as he was concerned. He'd climbed a tree, reached for the sky over and over. Life was good for this wakat. Hey Bob. Liam said when he walked into his friend's place. The apartment was dark as usual, lit only by the glow from the television set. Hey. Bob answered, barely looking over at Liam. The kid had been there on and off for a few days, maybe a week, he wasn't sure, but he was used to having him around. Liam picked up some of the garbage on the island countertop before putting his messenger bag down. Ty poked his head out and looked around. His whiskers twitched at the funky smell. This human is a pig. He marrowed. 292 Magical Moonlight. Liam smothered a snicker. Bob, you have to stop watching the porn. It isn't good for you. Besides, I think it's time you found yourself a project. I can't stop watching. It's fascinating, almost magical. Bob leaned forward. It's kind of like potato chips, you can't eat just one. I don't know whether you've noticed or not, but your dick is kind of looking not so good. I mean you have damn near rubbed it raw. Liam shuddered. How are you going to explain that to your doctor? I'll be okay, it's nothing a hot bath won't cure. Bob turned up the sound and the room was filled with simulated sex sounds. Speaking of basic hygiene. You could maybe use a boost in that department. Liam looked down at Bob. I'll run you a bath. Bob waved him away. Liam shook his head and headed toward the bathroom. If he couldn't get Bob back to relative normalcy, he was going to have to resort to magic. Ty strolled over to where the smelly human sat. He jumped up on the arm of the chair, shaking one foot when he stepped in something unpleasant. Watching Bob for a moment, the man's hand always moving. You are one sick human. Ty said clearly, enunciating in case Bob didn't understand him. I mean that in a very definite way. You are supposed to be intelligent and yet you sit in the dark and watch humans breeding over and over, while they make sounds that are not real. It makes no sense. A cat, if unable to do something the cat desires, finds another. E.R. Bryant 293. Way to find completion even if it is supervising the learning of a stupid overly large dog. Partway through Ty's scolding, Bob had stopped moving. He continued to stare at the television, but he saw nothing as his eyes glazed over with something close to fear. Slowly Bob's head turned to the arm of his chair to stare directly into the round eyes of an orange tabby cat. He didn't have a cat. He didn't have a talking cat. He hated cats, in fact he couldn't stand them, they were sneaky and sly. A cat, there's a cat. His voice was squeaky and filled with fear as he tried to make himself smaller. Ty stood up and bushed himself out in full bristle, his tail like a bottle brush. He grinned at Bob, showing all of his teeth. Get your act together, you stupid human. I have better things to do than get my fur dusty and sticky in this cave you live in. Bob screamed as he leapt up and ran over the top of his chair to the bathroom. What the fuck is wrong? Liam asked, looking around, not sure what to expect. Bob ran around to hide behind Liam. There's a cat in my apartment. He talked to me. Right? Liam said while he was thinking he might strangle Ty. Cats do that a lot, talk I mean. Hey, your bath is ready. Yeah, I need a bath. Could you call my cleaning service? The place is a mess. He started to strip off his robe, all the while looking left and right for the talking cat. Maybe he'd been hallucinating. 294 Magical Moonlight. Maybe he was sicker than he'd thought. I've been thinking, maybe I could start up my own porn site. I mean, I sure know enough about what would sell. It can't be that hard to learn how to build a website. Good idea, Bob. I'll make that call. Let me know what happens. Liam was backing out of the bathroom, not wanting to see any more of Bob's naked body than he had to. I'm heading home. Should I feed your cat? I don't have a fucking cat. Bob looked around, there had been a tinge of hysteria in his voice. Make sure the door is closed tight. Maybe it got in somehow through a window or a door or something. You never know. Liam shrugged. See you later, Bob. He wiggled his fingers as he left the bathroom. A quick phone call to the cleaning crew and then he scooped up Ty and headed to the car. I'll take you to another cool place as a reward for getting Bob off his ass, Liam said. But you have to promise to behave and not act like an idiot, cat. You mean not act like a dog? Ty snickered in cat. Liam ignored him as he drove outside the city. He figured Ty might like the chance to hunt field mice and the day was a great one to sit out in the sun and sketch. Aiden wouldn't miss him because he'd figure he was still with Bob. So he wouldn't have to worry about his usual Irish watchdog. He laughed to himself. Hey, I'll get us some takeout at Mickey D's, you'll love their fillet of fish, or would you prefer chicken? Bryant 295. An hour later, Liam and Ty lay on a blanket in the sun. They'd established themselves in the middle of a field filled with tall sweet-smelling grasses, daisies, and some yellow flower that made Liam and Ty sneeze. There was a tree beside their blanket that spread a canopy of green over them, shading them from the sun. Ty and Liam's bellies were too full, but it was a nice too full. They'd eaten more than they should of: chicken and burgers, fries, and apple pie, each one having a milkshake to top it off. Life was good. Ty could hear the rustle of field mice not too far away. He rolled over on his belly, eyes like slits while he contemplated hunting, but his full tummy and the warm sunlight lulled him to sleep. Liam too rolled onto his stomach, his sketchbook in front of him as he sketched the long length of lazy cat, asleep with buzz of bees and other insects serenading them both. His eyes began to drift shut, his hand relaxed and the pencil rolled along the sketchbook. Soon the sound of the cat and Liam, both snoring lightly, could be heard above the grasses. As they slept, curious inhabitants of the field moved closer and closer to look at the interlopers. Only to be surprised when with a pop, another human and a great huge, black fuzzy dog appeared. Aiden had been waiting for Liam to return from Bob's, and when he didn't return with Ty, he began to worry. Only after an hour or so of worry, did he realize that all he needed to do was to concentrate and he'd be wherever Liam was. He hoped it was 296 magical moonlight. Somewhere that no one would notice his appearance. Just as he popped to Liam's location, Killer leaned into him, his head on Aiden's knee. So they both ended up sitting in the grass and staring at Liam and Ty sleeping on a blanket, debris from McDonald's tidily placed in a large bag at one end. Aiden watched for a moment. Liam and the cat were unbelievably relaxed, too relaxed actually. They should have noticed him arriving. Killer whined, knowing something wasn't right. Ty would normally have been berating him for making a noise or breathing or something. The cat was a thorn in his paw as far as Killer was concerned. He inched forward until his nose was almost touching the cat's nose. Still there was no sign that the cat was anything other than sleeping, but it was a sound sleep, far too sound for a cat. Liam. Aiden put his hand on the redhead's shoulder, shaking him slightly. But there was no sign that he was heard. Not even a flicker of an eyelash. Liam. He said louder, shaking him harder. The pencil he'd been using rolled off the sketchbook and onto the blanket, then into the grass. Liam was deeply asleep. He dreamed he and Ty were walking side by side down a winding cobblestone road. The landscape was almost surrealistic, looking slightly not quite normal. Perhaps it was the purple sky, or the deep orange-yellow of the sun, or maybe it was the fact that a small oddly dressed man accompanied them on either side. Bryant 297. He registered the fact that Ty was walking on his hind legs and was wearing a vest of some kind. "Why are you dressed?" Liam asked the cat. "Why are you dressed?" The cat answered back with a sneer. "Hurry up, we're going to be late." "Late for what?" Liam looked around. There didn't seem to be any end to the road they were on, though the number of small people had increased. "This is kind of Alice in Wonderland like." Did we eat something or smoke something we shouldn't have? Cats don't smoke. Cats also don't walk on their hind legs, wear vests, or talk. You seem to be doing all three, so why not smoke? Liam snickered. I think we should find Aiden. We're going to Aiden now. Ty looked at Liam with curiosity. I thought you knew that. He's the high kind of the fairies. Liam snorted at the title. Sounds like Aiden all right. He snickered. He looked around. Everyone is going to see him. Yes, he is their Royal Highness. Right. Liam shook his head. I wonder if he has a crown and if he'll let me wear it when we fuck. You always did before, why wouldn't you now? Ty humphed. You aren't very respectful of the High King, but then you never were. I've never been here before. Liam looked at Ty sideways. I think I'd remember if I had. 298 Magical Moonlight. You did have Brad Chambers in your head. He does have tendency to block out reality. The cat was reasonable in his answer. This is hardly reality. Liam snorted. There's got to be a few hundred of these little guys, they don't even come up to my ankle. Leprechauns, you know they're leprechauns and there are 693. There used to be 700, but 7 died during the war with the Chambers. He shook his head. It was a very sad day indeed, but the king had to do what he had to do to bring you back to the living. The cat pretended to wipe a tear from his eye, but it was apparent he really didn't care. How much further do we walk? Liam asked. I'm getting tired. Oh, we're here, Aiden's here, and wouldn't you know it, he brought that great hulk of a dog. 6 dozen leprechauns could live in his fur and he'd never know it. You should consider giving him a haircut. The cat shook his head. Cats know better than to grow their fur to such ridiculous lengths. And did you know he doesn't do any more grooming than the occasional lick at his front feet, that is when his nose isn't buried in his crotch. Disgusting dogs. Hey, you do that all the time. Liam snickered. You can't talk about ball licking. At least I don't suck on the ends of pillows and shoot my seed all over. Ew, tell me he doesn't do that. Liam's nose turned up. Bryant 299. Of course he does, I'm always having to magic it away. Why, King Aiden would be horrified if he knew. The cat shook his head. Aiden leaned over and put his lips on Liam's in a kiss that was meant to bring him back to life. Liam blinked and rolled onto his back. Like any fairy tale, the prince wakes the princess with his kiss. Aiden laughed, happy to see Liam awake. He'd been desperately worried for a few minutes. The turquoise cat perched in the highest branches of the tree, nodded, satisfied his suggestion had worked, before disappearing. The kiss of one's soulmate to ward off evil spells was a tried and true fix. I was having the weirdest dream. Liam smiled up at Aiden. But I'm glad I'm awake now. How come you're here? I could ask you the same thing. Aiden stretched his long legs out so he was lying beside Liam. Liam answered. He reached over and pulled Aiden's face close to his. Take your clothes off. Aiden rolled his eyes, but instantly was hard. The wind was soft and warm and they were hidden from the road by the grasses. He looked around and a slightly disgruntled Ty was glaring at Killer who had just licked him in the face, dog slime stuck to one ear. I can do that. Aiden laughed, burying his nose in Liam's neck, inhaling the scent of musky warm red head. His clothing disappeared and so did Liam's, to be folded neatly on a corner of the blanket. Summer wind swept over them, rippling the fine hairs on their 300 magical moonlight skin, making them both shiver though they weren't cold. Aiden. Liam whispered, his head still full of the dream he'd had, or was it a dream, it had been so real. Aiden. The name sent an emotional rush of heat through Aiden's body, his cock hardening, his nipples erect. Aiden. Liam gasped, unable to form a coherent thought when Aiden's lips began to trace their way down the side of his face, over his jaw to the sensitive spot just under his chin. Killer watched with interest, not sure if he should join in the game. Ty put one paw on Killer's long floppy ear to tell him to stay quiet. Aiden's lips moved lower, he wanted to taste all of sun-kissed Liam, so sweet and salty at the same time. Liam's hands wandered over Aiden's back and down lower to cup his hard buttocks, the muscle firm from exercise, and strangely beautiful to Liam's artistic eye. He looked up, his eyes captured by the look of loving vulnerability in the eyes that looked back at him. This wasn't just a quick fuck, or a casual romp, but something more. Something neither man wanted to really admit out loud. So instead they let themselves speak without words. To feel their emotions through heated skin and sensitive fingertips as slowly and tenderly they made love under the watchful eyes of a cat and a dog, not to mention 693 widely grinning leprechauns hidden behind tall grasses and sweet-smelling flowers. Chapter 26. DIs passed uneventfully for most of the people in Vancouver. Oh, there was always some kind of drama happening on Davie and Denman streets, but that in itself was uneventful. Liam had immersed himself in his studies at UBC, or that's the impression he gave. He still found time to drop in and visit Shay daily, if only for a minute or two. Because of Shay's penchant for breaking through all the various and sundry binding spells Liam, Aiden, and his grandmothers continued to come up with. Liam found a few minutes of grounding the boy was essential for his peace of mind and Shay's safety. It was the time of year when sunshine and great weather had the real estate market in a tizzy, so Aiden was also kept busy maintaining his status as top mortgage broker in the city. Which meant working long hours every day of the week. It left Liam time to interact with Aiden's friends that seemed like most humans, gay or straight, to have interesting day-to-day lives. Interesting that is to a Waji. 302 Magical Moonlight. Even had begun a relationship with an older man, one who was rumored to be wealthy. Bob was busy with his new business venture, and Daniel, well, Daniel continued to work for London Drugs, his status elevated among the women now that it was known he was gay. The men on the other hand stayed well away from him. In an attempt to complete a school project, Liam was trying to reason with Ty and Killer. Aiden was at work and Liam needed 2 more things for his class. He was attempting to do a portrait of the animals but they were not cooperating. Ty, I'm telling you for the last time, sit still. You tell Killer that if he doesn't behave I'm freezing him solid and I can do it. He's embarrassed. Ty grumbled. You shaved his fur off and made him look stupid. Ty had given up the pretense that Liam didn't know what he was saying. I wanted him to look like a classic standard poodle. Liam had to admit the dog did look rather ridiculous, but the painting was a take-off on one done that he'd seen years ago in a museum. Killer, you look okay, see here's a picture of another poodle. See he's got the same haircut. Liam tried to show Killer a picture in a book about dogs. But Killer refused to look. He was humiliated and he just knew that his human was going to laugh at him. He wasn't going to go outside ever again. Or at least until his fur grew back. Ty had assured him his fur would grow, but he didn't know that for sure. Bryant 303. It'll grow back, Killer. Liam cajoled. I really need you to sit up properly. An audible pop and Francis was in the studio with Liam and the animals. Shit, Liam, you humiliated him. He's never going to live this down. What are all his doggy friends going to say? Francis snickered. Who invited you? Liam asked. He looked at the dog. Killer doesn't have any doggy friends. He lives in an apartment for fuck's sake, where's he going to meet someone? Maybe that's the problem. You need to introduce him to a nice girl doggy. Francis looked around. How did you get Aiden to let you build a studio in his precious apartment? I didn't, this is a compacting spell enlarged. When Aiden comes home it goes in my messenger bag. Just a basic spell, nothing fancy. He shrugged. Aiden doesn't know. Yeah, Right, he doesn't know. Francis couldn't find anywhere to sit, so he sat on the floor. Killer immediately came up to him and buried his head in the crook of Francis' arm. He's hiding. Francis laughed. Dogs are stupid. If they can't see, they think they can't be seen. Ty stretched and jumped up onto a nearby bookcase. The magic of the studio meant nothing to him. But even I, as a wakat, have to admit he looks uglier than usual. I'm not interested in your comments. Liam was at the end of his rope. I can't believe what a drama. 304 Magical Moonlight. Dog he is. And Ty isn't helping matters any. He keeps telling Killer how bad he looks. I think you should just put his fur back. Francis offered. Paint the picture in your own style, furry poodle, and everything. He looked at Killer's tail, complete with pom-pom end that flicked once and then tucked itself under the trembling dog's belly. I can't put his fur back. I didn't magic it off. I actually took him to a dog groomer. Liam ducked his head to avoid Francis' look of incredulity. Does Aiden know about this? Francis asked. My man knows nothing. Ty snickered. He rolled on his back and stretched the length of top shelf, knocking something off and onto the floor that bounced and rolled, coming to a stop by Liam's foot. Liam bent down and picked it up. What is this? He asked. It is the amulet of Wa. Ty said, jumping down. It's been lost for centuries. Apparently it wasn't lost, just misplaced, and I doubt very much Aiden has lived here for centuries. Liam turned the black jade amulet over in his hands. The carving was amazing. He couldn't imagine how the artist had managed to carve a single piece of jade into something that was as filled with mystery as what he held in his hand. It was a perfect sphere, and inside that sphere was another and another and another. From what Liam could tell, each one had the same engraving on it. He needed a magnifying glass, but the last tiny sphere looked to have a tiny piece of something that pulsed with light. E.R. Bryant 305. Can I see it? Francis asked. Liam thought for a moment. It had obviously been hidden, and hidden for a reason. He had no idea why, but he did know that he couldn't let it touch anyone other than himself, Aiden or Shay. Why he knew this he wasn't sure. I don't think so, Francis. It's kind of personal. His voice was a whisper. If you are my watcher, you'd know this. Francis was still. Killer backed up until he was a foot away from the man. Ty jumped down and stood beside the dog. Their eyes never left the man sitting on the floor. A rumbled growl began deep in the back of Killer's throat, belaying the foofy nature of his haircut. Ty stood on the end of his toes, his back arched, his fur fully extended on all parts of his body. Francis looked at the two animals and then at Liam. I've been looking for the amulet for a long time, Liam. Give it to me. His voice held a challenge in it, bravado that he didn't feel under the circumstances. Why, Francis, I thought you were my friend, my cousin, my watcher. Liam shook his head. I've allowed you access to this loft. Francis tried to move, but Killer's sudden urge to smile with all his teeth showing, combined with his growl, kept the man still. He might have had a stupid haircut, but he was still a formidable-sized dog and he wasn't happy. Nothing personal, Liam, but that amulet has a lot of power attached to it. The one who holds it can rule the world if they want to. My friends figured it would show up sooner or later, what with the stories that have been told about you. 306 Magical Moonlight. It's just an amulet. A nice carving of black jade. But Liam knew his words were empty. He could feel the power pulsing through his body from the carved black sphere. What friends, what stories? He asked more as a distraction than to know the answer. If that's all it is, you can give it to me. Francis held out his hand only to have Ty rake his claws over the palm. Francis looked at the streaks of blood. Fucking wakat. He mumbled. He reached out again, only this time with the mumbling of a spell on his breath, but before he could complete the sound, Killer launched himself at Francis, the man's throat in his mouth, cutting off any words. His growls could turn anyone's blood to ice. The dog weighed almost 70 pounds. He wasn't a dog to fool around with. Hey, the dog is fast. Ty looked at his large friend with admiration. Now rip out the prey's throat, he commanded. I don't think so, Liam said quickly, glaring at the cat. No throat ripping in the loft. Take him up to the roof and then rip out his throat. We can drag him by his throat. Ty grinned with glee at the thought. Let him run for a few feet and then jump on him. No playing with the bad guy either, Liam said. He folded up his studio and tucked it into his bag, leaving them all in the center of the loft. Aiden was due home at any moment. He also put a sealing spell on Francis' mouth. He didn't need any surprises. Bryant 307. Taking out his cell phone, Liam dialed. Hey Mom, what's new? He asked when his mother answered the phone. Liam, I was thinking about you. Morgan smiled as she talked. I was wondering when you and Aiden could come to dinner. Yeah, well, I'm kind of busy right now. He looked at the amulet in his hand. What do you know about a black jade amulet? Amulet? Morgan said, her voice suddenly shaking. Yeah. Liam sighed. And no lies, I can tell you know something. Just that it's been lost for centuries, or kept well hidden. She sighed. It belonged to the first king of Waji, that's when we had kings. You know royalty has been gone from Waji society for a long time. The amulet was handed down, father to son, but there were rumors that the black forces of evil had seeped into the royal family. Because the amulet contained considerable power, it was stolen by someone close to the family, perhaps even a family member, who had a pure soul and couldn't bear to have the heirloom descend into darkness. She paused. Why do you ask? No reason, the subject just came up. Liam didn't like to lie to his mother, but something told him to say nothing about the thing in his hand. Mom, about Francis. Are you sure he's my cousin? Of course I'm sure. He's my sister Leanne's son. 308 Magical Moonlight. Well, I think he went kind of strange. He's here right now, but he's kind of psycho. I'm going to have to do something drastic. Liam, you know that the High Council won't allow you to do anything to him. He's family after all, and he has been assigned as your watcher from the beginning. It's against Waji code to harm one's watcher. Apparently it's okay for the watcher to try and fry my ass though. Liam's voice was bitter. Sorry Mom, but I have enough to worry about with the Chambers group without worrying about my damn family. Francis' ass is grass as far as I'm concerned. Liam, don't you dare do anything that will put you in front of the High Council. You know Cecil is just waiting for a chance to take you down. Yeah, well Cecil can bite me. Liam glared at Francis, who was trying to wiggle out from under Killer. Killer hadn't bitten down on the throat he had in his jaw, but he didn't release it either, saliva dripped to the floor. Ty kept hitting Francis with his paw, one lethal-looking claw extended. He liked the way the man jumped. He said his goodbyes to his mother and closed the phone. I can't have you cluttering up the place. Killer would like to actually kill you. Ty is all for it, and frankly, I'm leaning that way myself. But I suspect I'd lose my white light status if I did. Paced up and down a few times listening to both Killer and Francis whine. Okay, I've made my decision. Francis, I need to place you where I can keep an eye on you. But I'm not. Bryant 309. Allowed to remove you from this realm. So, I've decided that I need a cousin in a cage. He conjured up an elaborate-looking Victorian birdcage. It's not too comfy, but the other alternative is that box over there, and I might forget to feed you if I put you in there. This way I can make sure you're up high enough that Killer can't get you, but accessible enough for Ty to keep you under control. He zapped Francis into the cage. Oh, and don't bother trying anything. The cage has a force field around it. No magic can come out, but trust me, I can put lots in. Killer looked around for the prey that had been in his mouth. He whined and began to look everywhere, under the sofa, the table, and chairs. Stupid dog. Ty grumbled. He reached into the cage to bat Francis, but the man ran to the other side. Ty ran around and reached in again. Hey, this is going to be fun. Sorry cat, Liam laughed. Though I should let you play with him for a few minutes. Liam stood on one of the kitchen stools and hung the cage from an overhead beam. He'd no sooner finished than Aiden walked into the loft. Honey, I'm home, he said, tossing his briefcase onto the sofa. I can see that, Liam said, kissing Aiden thoroughly. What's wrong with the dog? His fur fell out. Aiden looked carefully at Killer. For fuck's sake, Liam, isn't it bad enough he's a poodle? I mean, we could pretend he was something else, a mutt or something. 310 magical Moonlight. But not when his hair is cut like some freak clown dog. It'll grow back. Liam began. What's he doing? Aiden asked. He's looking for something, maybe he's looking for the asshole who shaved his fur off. Ty had jumped onto Aiden's shoulder, leaning into his master, rubbing his chin on Aiden's neck. Marrow, he said, and then snickered. Did the cat snicker? Aiden pulled him off his shoulder. Am I in some kind of bizarro world? Maybe I should go out and come back in. It was then the birdcage caught his eyes. Fuck no, Liam, I don't want another pet. And I detest caged birds. He walked over to the cage. Oh, it's Francis. Francis. About that. Liam said. Let's fuck. Usually Aiden could be distracted. That would be a no. Aiden looked from the caged Francis to Liam and back again. I went to work and actually had a decent day. I come home and what do I find? There's an explanation. Liam began, running his hand over Aiden's chest. He'd unbuttoned his shirt. I'm sure there is. Aiden drawled as he removed Liam's hand. You can start with Minnie, Francis. And make that damn dog stop snooping around, he's driving me crazy. He's kind of looking for Francis. He had been planning on doing him some damage. Bryant 311. No, Ty, don't. Liam hollered. Ty had jumped from the kitchen island to the cage and was now clinging to the wildly swinging cage. Francis was screaming for help and hanging on to the opposite side. Aiden lifted the cat off the cage. Ty, don't play with the bird. He turned to Liam. You're right, we need to fuck first and talk later. Because if we talk first, I might want to put you in with Francis. This way I get to have some pleasure out of the evening. He grabbed Liam and threw him over his shoulder, planning to carry him to the bedroom. Ty watched from his perch back on the kitchen counter. He had all night, he'd just watch his prey for a while. Killer continued to look for his prey, finally going to the roof. Maybe the prey had slipped out the dog door. Aiden threw Liam on the bed. Liam grinned, he had time enough to think of something good. Aiden was in for the ride of his life. Young one, do not interfere with Prince Liam. Ty jumped, his fur instantly bottle brushed. Liam's turquoise toy had once again become the high king of the Wildcats. Sir, I wasn't expecting you. Ty bowed. He was beginning to lose his fear of the High King. I am here when the prince is here. The regal cat stood up and stretched, his arched back almost reaching the ceiling from his perch on the rafters. He walked over to the hanging birdcage and looked. 312 magical Moonlight. Down. Francis is a disgrace to his family. The words were muttered and sounded more like a series of chirps. Liam and my master are in the small room breeding. They do that a lot. Ty shrugged as well as a cat could. I think it's kind of strange, but whenever my master is upset with Liam, they breed. Are you cats talking? Francis asked as he looked from the orange tabby to the strange turquoise and white stuffed cat. He couldn't puzzle out why Macru Adri would keep a toy on the rafters. The Regis reached down and flicked the chain holding the birdcage, sending it rocking. That will keep him busy. He snickered as he and Tai watched the tiny man figure roll from side to side. Tai grinned in appreciation. The tiny Waji wanted Liam's amulet. He was too stupid to see that the amulet belonged to the prince. His head cocked. But I thought it was in the Macru Adri clan, this black toy. And is not the prince part of King Macru Adri in every way? Tai figured the question was rhetorical and didn't answer. Chapter 27. For the third night in a row, Liam found himself walking with Tai along that endless road under violet skies. Each night Tai wore a different vest, they were all rather elegant and this one was no different, fashioned as it was out of gold and silver fabric with ribbons of purple and pink. It complemented his fur color and brought out the shine of his eyes. We've been walking forever and I still don't know where you're taking me. Liam began as he had for the last 3 nights. He looked down and saw he was wearing not much of anything, his feet were clad in silver sandals though. He rather liked the way they glittered despite the dusty road. I'm pretty sure Aiden isn't going to be at the end of this road. He knew those particular words would elicit a response from the Wakat. The king is, of course, at the end of the road. But he's surrounded by, well, challenges for lack of a better word. It's going to take a Waji of 314 magical moonlight. Considerable strength and talent to actually get to him and capture what is rightfully yours. No shit. Liam continued to walk while he thought about what the cat said. Why do you always get good stuff to wear and I never get anything but shoes? This is the land of Wa, of course I'd have a choice of clothing. Tai waved his hand at the 693 leprechauns who surrounded them on either side of the road. A black cloud rose on the horizon and all eyes turned to see it. Don't worry, it happens all the time. If it isn't one thing it's another. Everyone wants a part of King Aiden, but they don't see the real king, only the king they want to see and when they do, well it hurts him deep inside. The cloud is just a part of it. It seeps inside of his heart. That's the first thing you've said that makes kind of sense. Liam sighed. I fucking hate how everyone has the wrong idea about Aiden. Liam, wake up. Aiden nudged him and then kissed his lips. Hey sleeping beauty. It was almost sunrise, they had at least an hour before they had to start their day, but Liam's mumbling in his sleep had woke him up. Aiden. Liam smiled and rolled into the warmth of his partner. What's up? You were talking in your sleep. Aiden pulled him closer and kissed the top of his head. He smiled when Liam nuzzled into his neck with small kisses. Bryant 315. I was dreaming. Liam wiggled until he could throw one leg over Aiden, cock to cock. The warmth of their bodies almost steamy in the coolness of the morning dawn. Killer groaned. He was sleeping at the end of the large bed. Your dog takes up a lot of room. He doesn't seem to understand that his bed is on the floor. Aiden smiled. He didn't really mind Killer wanting to be close. Though he preferred him to stay out of the bedroom when they had sex. The dog watched with such interest, Aiden was sure he was taking notes. Aiden, I was wondering something. Liam began. It's too early for one of your philosophical conversations. Aiden almost groaned and wished he'd moved out of the bed sooner. It isn't anything like that. Liam had his bedmate pinned. He knew the man hated talking about anything too serious. Have you ever seen this? He reached under his pillow and pulled out the black jade amulet. No, what is it? Aiden asked squinting, because Liam was holding it too closely. He captured the redhead's hand to hold it still. To Aiden, what he saw was only an intricately carved sphere. He didn't see the many spheres inside. He didn't see the small speck of golden power. Weird, you found a black pendant. He shrugged and dismissed the thing in Liam's hand. 316 Magical Moonlight. It's an amulet. Liam replied, confused at Aiden's answer. Can't you see the beauty and power of it? It's a fancy pendant, rather feminine if you ask me. Though I suppose with the right chain, maybe a black satin cord or something heavy and platinum, it could work. Doesn't it mean something to you? I mean, don't you feel something when you look at it? Liam moved so he was staring into Aiden's eyes. There wouldn't be chance of the man hiding anything from prying blue eyes. Does annoyed count? I mean, it's too early for these kind of talks. All I want to do is piss and then fuck you, or fuck you and then piss. Ever the romantic. Liam sighed. Ty knocked this down from the bookcase by your desk. So it's a cat toy. Aiden pulled Liam on top of him. Throw it to the cat. No. Liam said, putting the amulet back under the pillow before allowing himself to drown in Aiden's morning lovemaking. The touch of Aiden's lips didn't take away from the heat of the amulet that he could still feel on the palm of his hand. Or from the pulse of the inner golden spark of force that matched the beating of his lover's heart. Killer stood up and shook his head, making his ears flap. It was a morning ritual. He watched for a moment the antics of the two men in the bed. Another morning sleep ruined by his master's incessant breeding habits. Sighing heavily, he jumped onto the Bryant 317 floor. Maybe Ty would play with him, or perhaps even let him sleep close. Since the red-haired one had made his fur funny, he was cold. Ty was on the rafter directly over the birdcage that held Francis. He laid full length, one paw hanging over the side, idly hitting the chain, making the cage swing gently. Inside, Francis groaned as he lay on the floor of the cage, wrapped as best he could in a thick red face cloth Aiden had put inside for a blanket. "What cha doin'?" Killer asked, his front paws on the kitchen island, hoping for a better look. "Nothing." Ty answered with a yawn. "Just relaxing." "It looks like you're playing with the prey," Killer observed. Aiden said, "No playing with the prey." "Ah, but I don't think of it as playing. I'm guarding the prey, it could escape." "Okay," Killer said, jumping down. "I'm going outside, do you want to come?" "Maybe." Ty laughed as he jumped from the rafter to the cage, to the countertop, and then to the floor. This left the cage swinging wildly and Francis screaming. "It's boring up there." The dog door slapped shut. Aiden was finally able to get out from under Liam. Sex always put the redhead to sleep. Actually, almost anything put the redhead to sleep. He reached under Liam's pillow and pulled out the black sphere, studying it closely. It did look familiar, but he wasn't sure why or how. 318 Magical Moonlight. Rolled it over and over in his hand, but nothing came into his mind, though it was damn cold. Shrugging, he placed it back where he'd found it. Maybe he could look it up on the net or something. The carvings looked like some kind of language. There was no sign of either Ty or Killer for a change. No doubt they had both headed for the roof. Aiden padded into the bathroom and relieved his bladder, thankful that for once he didn't have a doggy audience. His next stop was the kitchen and the coffee maker. He stopped short for a moment when he saw the birdcage. "Shit," he muttered and continued on to the kitchen. "Aiden, you have to be reasonable. You can't keep me in here," Francis shouted as he leaned through the bars. "Actually, I'm not keeping you there. You did it to yourself. You know as well as I know that you would never have been in the cage if your magic hadn't been able to turn back on you. Liam is good, but he has no desire to turn to the dark side. He merely turned what you did to yourself back on you." Aiden finally managed to get the coffee maker to work. "I'd make you a coffee, but I don't have a thimble. You can't keep me here. I'll starve to death or that damn cat will eat me. You've no idea what he's been doing to me all night." "Okay, maybe I'll find something for you to drink some coffee out of. You look a bit stressed." Aiden rummaged in the refrigerator for something to eat. He'd forgotten to pick up the bagels Liam had. Bryant 319. Requested the day before. It was ridiculous, the kid expected him, Aiden Makruadri, to actually go to a grocery store and shop. What was wrong with takeout? It had served him well for years. Hey. Liam stumbled out into the kitchen. I'm starving. He opened the refrigerator, stared inside and closed it again. Aiden, you have to pick up groceries. I emailed you the list 3 times. I don't eat them, why should I pick them up? He asked, trying to be reasonable. Because you're the daddy. Liam smirked. It's the daddy's job. Aiden rolled his eyes. Then as the daddy, get rid of the damn bird. He stinks and it's hard to feed him. Not to mention, I'm not changing his fucking litter. Birds don't have litter. Liam snickered. He stood on a kitchen stool to look in on Francis. Hey Francis, sorry about this, but until I figure out what to do with you, I kind of have to keep you around. Liam, I'm sorry. I didn't mean things to go as far as they did. I had no idea the Chambers were going to be so vicious. The thing is, Francis, when you threatened me it was one thing. But I've been checking with some friends. You and the Chambers clan had Aiden and Shay targeted. You crossed a line and can't go back. I will not allow either of them harmed either mentally or physically. If Ty has a bit of fun with you, I'm not going to lose any sleep over it. Not now, not ever. I'll talk to my mother and to Aiden's mother, we'll come up with something to better your lot in life. 320 Magical Moonlight. My wife. Francis began. Yes, that's a problem. Liam sighed. I'll talk to Mom and let you know. What are you saying to him? Aiden asked. He'd been checking on the animals on the roof. Just commiserating with his problem. Liam jumped down off the stool and into Aiden's arms. Yum, you smell like a fresh morning sunrise with coffee breath. I understand it's an aphrodisiac. Aiden replied, sweeping Liam up in his arms. Let's check it out. Aiden, I'm hungry. Liam whined, but he wiggled in anticipation in Aiden's arms. We'll go shopping together. Aiden sighed. I can't believe I've offered to do that, but for you I will. You mean for you? I notice you eat everything I make. Liam laughed. I want to go to Hamburger Mary's. I want some waffles. What are we going to do about the bird? We can't leave him to starve. I'm sure someone must be worried about him. You mean beside you? Liam stared up at the cage. I'm going to talk to my mother about it and maybe your mom. They'll have some ideas, they always do. Getting to the diner took longer than Liam had anticipated. A wet and naked Aiden, fresh from the shower, demanded that they change that status. And sweaty Aiden was always fun. Bryant 321. Why did the one with fire hair give the tiny man a piece of my food? Killer asked. He hated it when Liam and Aiden left him alone in the apartment with Ty. But today at least they had the caged man to add interest. I don't know. Ty lay on his back in a patch of sunlight. He could keep warm and watch the cage at the same time. Come over here, I want to sit on you. Okay, but don't suck on my ear fur. It makes it stick and the fire hair one hurts me when he brushes it. I don't suck on your ear fur. Ty tried not to look guilty. He loved the long soft black curls on the dog's ears. Sometimes he pulled an ear over him like a blanket. It was a guilty pleasure. Aiden and Liam were pleased to find the diner almost deserted. Aiden slouched into the corner of the rear booth, one leg on the bench seat. Liam laughed and sat opposite him, but not before nudging Aiden's foot back to the floor. It's peaceful in here. Liam sighed. Give it time, it's early. Aiden snapped his fingers to get the attention of the waitress, Tanya. Coffee sooner rather than later. He called. Liam flushed. Don't pay any attention to His Majesty. He thinks he's a king. Oh, don't worry, dear, I've learned a long time ago that Mr. Makruadri is all bark and no bite. Tanya placed coffee mugs on the table and then filled them. The breakfast special is nice this morning. 2 eggs, bacon, sausage, 2 pancakes and toast. 322 magical moonlight. Geez, heart attack on a plate. I'll have it, but I want an order of blueberry waffles too. Aiden likes his toast unbuttered, and we'll have an extra plate for when he takes part of my breakfast. Oh, and 2 glasses of orange juice, the fresh squeezed stuff, not the frozen stuff. Is that everything, dear? Aiden asked in a falsetto voice. For now. Liam smirked as he brought his foot up and put it in Aiden's lap. Good morning. Evan bounced into the diner, followed by an older gentleman. Aiden, Liam, I'd like you both to meet my very good friend Jimmy. He took the other man's arm and snuggled close. Liam and Aiden both recognized James as Waji, though neither one could remember seeing him around. James. Aiden said with a nod of his head. Hey James. Liam smiled. Are you two here for breakfast? Why don't you join us? I'll move over and sit with Aiden. Liam immediately changed places, freeing up the seat. Evan slid in followed by James. James too recognized Aiden and Liam as Waji. The two of them were almost legends in Waji circles. The daring move Liam had made to lose his virginity to Aiden, when he knew full well he was to remain virgin. It had been unheard of to defy the Grand Wizard, and to do it so blatantly and with the son of Jack Makruadri. James still chuckled about it. When he'd last seen Liam Taylor, he'd been barely 2 weeks old. His curiosity regarding the boy, Bryant 323, whose fate he'd bound with that of Aiden Makruadri in the weeks before Aiden had been born, had taken him to the park where Morgan Taylor walked her son. You kind of look familiar, Liam said. I don't know why. I'm pretty sure I've never seen you before. Perhaps when you were a child? James smiled. I have met your parents on a number of occasions. He didn't say at Waji functions, but Liam knew what he meant. I suppose. He leaned against Aiden. How did you and Evan meet? He asked, surprised when James flushed. Oh, Jimmy was one of my best ever fans. Evan wiggled. He finally got up the nerve to get in touch with me. And what can I say, it was love at first sight. He kissed James' cheek. Isn't he the best guy ever? Aiden groaned and Liam elbowed him in the side. Sure, evangelist. Liam laughed. Of course I have the best guy ever, but I suppose it's a matter of semantics. He giggled when Aiden beamed his approval. You're such a compliment, ho, he said as he kissed under Aiden's chin. So James, what have you been up to all these years? I thought I knew all of the A-gays. Aiden asked. He leaned forward to hear James' story. I'm afraid when I was younger, I allowed a manipulating woman discover something about me that she held over my head. I ended up marrying her too. 324 magical moonlight. Keep her quiet. I know now I should have gone to someone. His look at Aiden told him more than he was saying. It was obvious to the other man that the woman was human and had somehow discovered he was Waji. James looked lovingly at Evan. When I saw this beautiful young man, I knew that at this time of my life, it was time to start living it. What do you mean? Liam asked. I mean, if she knew about you, how could you? He looked at Evan. I guess, a little bird made it possible. James grinned. He put his arm around Evan and gave him a squeeze. Hey, do you still have that bird? Liam asked. 'Cause we have one too that's kind of cluttering up the place. Maybe we can make a deal, share custody, or something. There were no flies on Liam. He knew immediately what James had meant. Aiden snorted. James looked startled. I still have the bird. His words were cautious. Occasionally it's necessary to have the thing at company functions, dinners at the mayor's, etc. And you can control this bird? Aiden asked. Because we can't do that with ours, he must be a different breed. I can control my bird, or it's back in the cage with her. What in the world are you boys talking about? Evan looked confused. Jimmy, I don't remember you having a bird. Bryant 325. It's ugly, I don't keep it out much. James patted Evan's hand. And Aiden, you have a dog and a cat and now a bird. I never thought I'd live to see this day. Evan fanned himself. My, that perfect apartment with all those pets. The bird is temporary. Aiden glared. And Killer and Ty know better than to make a mess. Well, perhaps the dog does. I mean, no dog intentionally makes a mess. Once they learn what's expected of them, that is. But a cat on the other hand answers to no man. Cats do as they please. James smiled. Or at least that's what I've found over the years. I can appreciate how you wish the bird to be temporary. Believe me, if I knew of any way to make mine temporary, I certainly would. Breakfast, boys, we need sustenance. Liam waved Tanya over. Food, Tanya, please. It's all under control. Don't worry, your food will be up in a second or two. Tanya bent close. Word of warning, Lisa is on her way in. Thanks. Aiden smiled. But we're used to her. Not since her precious baby threw over his dear boyfriend. Tanya snickered. You'd swear to God the world had ended. Danny and EJ3 were never really meant to be. Aiden answered. She'll figure it out eventually. Until then, your ass is grass. Tanya laughed, heading to the kitchen. How can Lisa blame you? Liam asked. 326 Magical Moonlight. Honey, no one knows how Lisa's mind works. Evan patted Liam's hand. Oh my goodness, what a delightful breakfast. Tanya served Liam, Evan, and James the same food Liam had ordered. Aiden received a refill of coffee and a plate of dry whole wheat toast. I thought you looked hungry, Evangelist. Tanya simpered. Evan was one of her favorite friends. You thought right. A boy needs to keep his strength up. Aiden rolled his eyes as he stole a piece of bacon off of Liam's plate. Did you hear, Rosalie and Vanessa are getting married? I know, it's kind of exciting. Evan wiggled. I wonder where they're having the ceremony. Who knows, we're not privy to the arrangements. Aiden shrugged. Liam fed him a piece of blueberry waffle, kissing the extra whipped cream off of Aiden's lips. Lisa waltzed through the door. She was about to open her mouth to say something when Liam mumbled a few words before popping a bite of his breakfast into his mouth. Nothing came out of Lisa's mouth but a squeak that appeared to say, I've lost my fucking voice. What's that, Lisa? Aiden asked, biting his tongue while pinching Liam's thigh. My voice, I've lost my voice. She managed to croak out, though they could barely hear the words. Shit, Lisa, you should go home and rest. It's probably overwork. Liam stood up and led her to the Bryant 327 counter and stool. Tanya, get Lisa a cup of coffee, she's a bit under the weather. Han, I'm sorry, but I can't handle Sunday morning alone. Will you be able to work even for a little bit? Tanya asked. I can work, I just can't talk. She managed to croak. There were 1,000 things she wanted to say to Aiden, who was sitting there with a smirk on his face, but every time she tried to talk her voice was progressively less. She just didn't dare use it for anything except the very important things. Reaming Aiden out right now wasn't one of them. Good one, witch boy. Aiden whispered. He caught James' eye, who winked at him. Evan and Liam were busy eating. I wonder if it will be a white wedding. Evan sighed. I love white weddings. Doesn't that mean she should be a virgin? Aiden asked. Because I don't think either of them qualify. These days weddings can have any color scheme. James offered. My own daughter had a black and white wedding. You have a daughter, how cool. Liam said. Aiden has a son. Well, my daughter isn't my biological daughter. James began. Mixed births are frowned on in my family. And my wife, well, she just wasn't one of us. Apparently though, the pool boy at the time was more to her liking. I knew I was gay from an early age. 328 Magical Moonlight. Might have been blackmailed to marry the bitch, but damned if I was going to actually fuck her. Now Jimmy, that just sounds too bitter. You need to get that kind of negativity out of your life. Evan kissed the older man's cheek. Now eat your breakfast, I'm not the only one who needs keep up his strength. Honey, this breakfast is everything I'm not supposed to eat? James laughed. As good as it looks, I'm going to have to pass. Though perhaps I'll nibble on the egg white. What's wrong, James? Liam asked. Not much, Liam, just old age creeping up on me. James sighed. I'm afraid I indulged too often when I was younger. Now I realize that wasn't the best plan. Especially now that I've discovered my love. He took Evan's hand in his and squeezed it. Aiden, you have to help me. Everyone turned to look at a distraught Vanessa followed by her fiancée Rosalie, who held Shay in her arms. Shay leaned forward, making Rosalie release him into Liam's arms. Shay. Liam kissed him on the nose. "Do fix mama and mommy," Shay said, leaning across and kissing Aiden's cheek in a sloppy kiss. "Do fix everything." "Yeah, da." Liam giggled. "Since you've interrupted our breakfast, feel free to sit down." Aiden nodded. "Grab a couple of chairs and bring them over." Bryant 329. Aiden, the hall where we were having our wedding cancelled on us. They were double booked and they said we were second. Vanessa wiped a stray tear. "Why don't the two of you have the wedding at my place?" James offered. "I'm sure between Evan and I, we could manage a wedding." "Oh, that would be so exciting." Evan grinned. He took James' still full plate and passed it over the back of the booth to put on an empty table. "Now girls, tell us everything." He leaned forward. "Tell you what, you ladies can plan the wedding of the century, and Liam, Shay, and I will finish our breakfast at the apartment." Aiden pushed on Liam with his hip. "Oh, yeah, we need to get home anyway. Is it okay if we take Shay with us?" Liam asked. Aiden had a car seat installed in the Lexus. He did. Rosalie looked at Vanessa. "I suppose it's okay. But don't feed him any junk. He's used to a balanced diet." "Shay hungry," Shay declared, reaching out and taking a piece of Liam's waffle and popping it into his mouth. Liam laughed and kissed the whipped cream away. "Hey, you're a lot like your daddy." He grinned as he stood up with the baby in his arms. "Let's go find Killer and Ty. We can maybe take Killer for a walk in the park. He's big enough to put a saddle on him for the kid." Aiden joked. 330 Magical Moonlight. Shay ride Killer. The boy clapped his hands and jumped up and down in Liam's arms. "Gee, Killer is going to be so happy with that suggestion." Liam shook his head at Aiden. Liam headed out the diner's door, Shay waving by over his shoulder and Aiden following with a grin. "We should actually feed the kid before we head to the loft," Aiden said as he strapped Shay into his seat. "You mean before we pick up groceries?" Liam laughed. How cool, the two daddies and the kid going grocery shopping. "Ever wondered what the world would look like as a frog?" Aiden asked, getting into the Lexus. "Very funny." Oops. The Lexus was filled with hopping frogs. Both men glared at Shay. "Seamus." Liam shook his head no. Shay likes frogs." The grinning baby made them all disappear except one. Another glare and that one disappeared as well. Instead he waved his plush cat Doug. Doug likes frogs. Dog probably eats the damn things. Aiden mumbled. We can go to the farmer's market. There'll be good things for Shay to eat and we can pick up groceries. Liam had caught a glimpse of the sign advertising the market. I'm not lugging him around the market. Aiden began. Bryant 331. Use some of that pent-up YG ingenuity and zap up a stroller. Liam suggested. It's not like you'll actually need it again. It would be a one-time thing. Or, I could pull into the store and actually buy a fucking stroller. Aiden parked the Lexus. Do you boys want to come with me, or do you want to wait in the car? Shay go with DA. Shay popped himself and dug into Aiden's arms. Liam, I thought you put some kind of binding spell on this kid. Aiden struggled out of the Lexus, his arms full. I did, can you just imagine what he'd do if I hadn't? Aiden and Liam walked into the store. Trust you to find a designer baby store. Liam muttered. And on the spur of the moment. It's a talent. Aiden smirked. He plunked Shay down in one of the strollers on display. We'll take this one. We haven't even looked at any. Maybe there's something nicer. This one costs $700. I doubt there'll be one nicer. Aiden wheeled Shay to the counter and took out his platinum card. Don't bother to wrap it, we're taking it as it is. But sir, that's the floor model, we don't sell the floor models. The startled store owner began. Of course you do. Aiden shrugged. It's all money. Write up the sale, we have a hungry kid to feed. 332 magical Moonlight. But sir. She began. On cue, Shay began to cry, while looking hungry. He wailed loudly but not before winking at Liam, who snickered. Yes sir. The woman began to write up the sale before the other patrons of her store left, not being able to concentrate over the noisy kid. Shay stopped crying as soon as the cash register opened. He stuffed Doug's ear in his mouth and chewed on it to smother a grin. Shay hungry, he declared. Banana. We can do bananas. Aiden agreed. He nudged Liam. You can push the kid. I figured. Liam snickered. Are we going to walk to the market? It's only a couple of blocks. I bought this thing because of the carrier baskets hanging all over it. You can buy all the veggies you want. Aiden all but strutted. He was proud of his purchase and truthfully, owning the stroller didn't make him less than a man. It made him more of a father. Killer. Shay said, and Aiden found himself holding the end of a rainbow-hued leash attached to a matching collar around Killer's neck. The dog looked startled for a moment and then, in the way of dogs, accepted that this was normal, since his pack leader was with him. Shay, you can't keep doing shit like this. Aiden hissed as he looked around to see if anyone noticed that he suddenly had a dog on a leash. A damn ugly. Bryant 333. Dog with its cartoon haircut, as Killer pranced along at his side, his mouth in a wide self-satisfied grin. Liam bit his lip. He didn't want to point out that Ty and Dog were now sitting in the rather oversized stroller beside Shay. And they weren't plush versions of Wildcats, but the actual real-life, orange-furred, purring things. One had a slightly wet chewed-on ear. The market was proving to be interesting for both men. Neither one paid any attention to the fact that their little family group was noticed wherever they went. That is until... Aiden, I wasn't expecting to run into you here. Michael Franz stopped in front of his top employee. Michael. Aiden nodded. Aren't you going to introduce me? He asked, looking at Liam. I wasn't aware you had children. My personal life is just that, personal. Aiden started. Hi, I'm Liam Taylor. Liam said, holding his hand out to Michael Franz. You must be Aiden's boss. He speaks of you often. Nothing bad, I hope. Michael said, shaking Liam's hand. And who is this little guy? Shay. the baby replied. He made a motion to do something, but Ty leaned over and smacked him on the hand with a marrow. That cat hit him, Michael said, stepping back. Why in hell do you have cats in with a child? Everyone knows that cats are dirty animals. He no sooner said the words, than his nose began to run copiously, dripping mucus down the front of him. 334 Magical Moonlight. Ty's eyes were slits. Shay laughed out loud. Doug kept looking from Ty to the dripping man. Apparently cats aren't the only thing dirty. Aiden drawled. I'd find a tissue or something if I was you, Michael. He smirked to himself as Liam pushed the stroller deeper into the outdoor market. Killer growled low in his throat as they moved past Michael Franz, who was doing his best to cover his dripping nose, without much success. Later, Liam lay with his head on Aiden's lap. Shay slept surrounded by the two Wildcats, who like guardians, flanked him on either side, alert, their legs tucked under, tails wrapped tight. Killer lay on the floor in front of Shay's bed on his back, stretched full length, so long his feet reached past the ends of the bed. Today was a good day. Liam sighed. I loved the market. That's the first time I've ever been to an outdoor market. I don't know how I missed it. It was a first for me. Aiden stroked Liam's hair off the redhead's forehead. Shay had fun, though why he has to drag the damn cats with him I don't know. I think it's cute. Liam sighed. If I'd had one when I was a kid, I would have taken him everywhere. I used to pretend I had a Wildcat. I called her Betty. You've seen her, she's turquoise and white. Aiden snorted. Now why doesn't that surprise me? He checked the time. Where in hell are the moms? He wondered why Liam didn't have a real Wildcat. It wasn't like he had bad parents, and he certainly loved the furry things. E.R. Bryant 335. They're probably caught up in wedding plans. Did you notice the day they want to get married is the day you were planning on going to the Palm Springs? I did notice. Aiden leaned down and kissed Liam's nose. I thought you and I were going together. We've never been anywhere like that before, I mean together. I know you thought we'd go together, but there are other things more important than a weekend of sex. Liam sighed. Though I'm not sure what. He looked up at Aiden. Just joking, Aiden. I know you were joking. Aiden smiled. Liam wasn't like him, he had compassion and feelings for others. Aiden had the same default, for he often thought of it as a default, but he was able to control it better. It wasn't in the cards for him to let anyone other than Liam and perhaps Shay know that he had a heart. You know, we could go to the wedding and then fly to Palm Springs. So what if we miss a bit of the orgy? It's not like we're missing anything we can't have at another time. We could do that. Aiden agreed. You'd do that for me? Liam sat up, quickly straddling Aiden's hips so they were face to face. Only if you've figured out what to do with the fucking bird. I don't need to come back to a dead bird, and it's not like we can get Danny to feed him. I'm going to talk to Mom about him tomorrow. He's more her relative than mine. Liam leaned into 336 Magical Moonlight. Kiss Aiden. The cats and Killer are busy, so we can fuck without anyone watching. Throw a towel over the birdcage and I'm yours. Aiden laughed. He let one finger trace the edge of Liam's face. You're mine and I'm yours, remember that, Mr. Macruadri. Liam melted into Aiden's embrace, all thoughts of blocking the view from the hanging birdcage gone from both of their minds. Francis groaned and rolled himself in the face cloth while trying to stuff his fingers in his ears. He suspected he was in hell and now he knew it. Chapter 28. So birthday boy, what do you want to do tonight? Aiden asked as he traced circles on Liam's bare skin. Had it really been more than a year since their first night together? Recover from my birthday morning. Liam laughed. He loved it when Aiden touched him. No, I was thinking of something else. He looked over Liam's shoulder. Ty, Why don't you go find Killer and stare at him for a change instead of the bird? You can watch him grow. He's not going to grow anymore. Promise? Aiden asked with a laugh. Because he can reach things off of the counters in the kitchen without even straining. I kind of like how he rests his head on the table when he's sitting on the floor. Liam giggled. I don't. Aiden glared. Now back to tonight. Vanessa and Rosalie have some kind of idea that they want to take you to a concert being held at UBC. I was 338 Magical Moonlight. Thinking that maybe you and I could go with the girls. You mean like on a date? Liam's eyes were wide. A double date. I'm not into classifying things by stereotypical words. Aiden looked away, much like Killer did when he didn't want to admit he was wrong. So we're just going to be going to a concert, something you aren't remotely interested in, nor am I, with Rosalie and Vanessa. And coincidentally, it's my birthday. That's right, and maybe, because it's late, we'll all have dinner at a restaurant a tad classier than Hamburger Mary's. Aiden huffed. I mean, I should feed all of you since we'll be out late. Of course, I'd expect to be fed. Liam bit the inside of his lip to keep from laughing. I thought maybe Mom could watch Shay, that way we don't have to worry about him. Aiden looked up at the ceiling. A concert really isn't a good place for a child. Liam agreed. Especially a child who tends to pop things in and out of the air just for fun. So you'll go with me? Aiden asked. How could I resist? Liam giggled. We could go shopping this afternoon and find something hot to wear tonight. Whose birthday is this? Liam laughed. Yours or mine? 'Cause shopping is kind of your thing. But I'd be shopping for you. Aiden laughed. And since it's your birthday, you can't refuse. Bryant 339. I was hoping for a rent boy with a bow around his dick. Liam joked. I considered that, but thought I'd save that for an alternate universe. Aiden and Liam. Good plan, big boy. Liam nuzzled Aiden's chin before he began to work his way lower down the older man's body. Later that day. How did we end up with Shay again? Aiden asked as Liam pushed the heavy stroller into the men's store. Not that I'm complaining. He peered under the stroller's hood to reassure Shay with his smile that he didn't mind having him. The girls wanted some quiet time, and since we're all going out tonight, they didn't want Shay to be left with a sitter, even your mom, most of the day. Shay sat in his plush designer stroller, Doug tucked safely at his side. He chatted and giggled with his feline companion, explaining the amazing things they were seeing. Oh, I like that. Blue cashmere, the color of Liam's eyes when passion overtook him, was displayed on a mannequin. We'll take it. Aiden signaled to the hovering sales clerk. And one just like it in black. He looks hot in black. Too. Liam's left eyebrow raised. It's your birthday. Aiden justified as he held up a pair of fine woolen trousers, a perfect complement to either sweater. Silk boxers under these and you're all set. 340 Magical Moonlight. You mean you're all set? Liam laughed. Wool makes me itch if it's next to my skin. Aiden sighed with drama. I'm not buying polyester. We have something very similar in a wonderful linen. The sales clerk volunteered. And there are some rather nice fine cottons. It took them almost an hour before Aiden was satisfied with Liam's birthday clothing. Liam vetoed almost everything he was shown, and only the stubborn set of Aiden's jaw and the flash of anger in his eyes made the redhead agree on a few of the man's choices. Shay and Doug watched the proceedings with interest, only commenting to each other in a rather secretive way that made Liam slightly suspicious, though he said nothing. Aiden paid for their purchases, ignoring his son and Doug. He'd been listening to the two of them, though he hadn't wanted to alarm Liam. Apparently they were planning on visiting Ty and Killer at the loft and were plotting how to get them all there. It didn't sound good. Shay was barely a year old and his judgment wasn't the best, working as he did more on impulse and less on good sense. That's it for shopping. Aiden began, immediately sorry he'd spoken, as they were all popped back to the sidewalk in front of the apartment. He hoped the sales clerk hadn't noticed their disappearance. Shay. Aiden began from his position directly in front of the stroller. If you want to go to the loft, you are Bryant 341. Only have to ask. I've explained that we can't use our powers just for any old thing. They are too important to waste on unnecessary things. There might come a day when you'll need all the strength and force you've ever possessed. You don't want to find yourself running on empty. Doug, and I want to go to the apartment. Shay grinned up at him. His cat had a similar grin on its furry face. Did you hear what I said? Aiden tried to make his voice gruff, not to mention ignore the fact that his son spoke without his usual baby lisp. Yes, Doug, and me heard you. Shay smiled, indulging his father. We love you, grouchy duh. No more popping. He made his eyes go sad, but the twinkle in the corners gave him away. Liam snickered, leaned over and kissed the top of Aiden's head. I'll go back and pick up the Lexus. He offered. You two can have a daddy-son bonding moment. Bye Liam. Shay waved. Bring ice cream. No, don't bring ice cream. Aiden said. He looked at his son. No popping ice cream into the apartment. Liam waved as he jogged down the block. The Lexus wasn't that far away. He'd stop and get some frozen yogurt. It wasn't defying Aiden, it wasn't ice cream. Upstairs in Aiden's apartment, he settled, cats, dog and child at the kitchen table. Shay had his own specially designed chair that was a combination high 342 magical Moonlight chair and dining room chair made to match the rest of the adult-sized chairs. Doug took up the chair next to Shay and Ty preferred to settle on a bar stool, it made the birdcage easier to see inside of. Killer was content to lie on the floor under the table, his head next to Shay's chair. Aiden sat down opposite his son. Seamus, I want to have a serious talk with you. He began. Duh. Shay said and stuck his hand in his mouth. Don't give me any of that baby crap, I know you understand more than you want me to know. You can't keep using your powers indiscriminately. Popping the cats and Killer here and there whenever you want them is not allowed. But Lee needs help. Bad things in the air, black things, teeth things. Dog and Ty can see them, even Killer can see them. I know they're there, but I can't see them. Nothing comes close when Dog and Ty and Killer are with us. He sighed. Regis has to watch Lee now cause he's all by himself. Who in hell is Regis? Aiden asked. This was a new one as far as he was concerned. Regis isn't real, he's a figment of myth and magic. He's supposed to be the High King of all Wakats and immortal. He only appears every 7 centuries and then only to guard a Waji meant for greater things. Francis was leaning out of the birdcage fascinated by the fact that Shay at little more than 1 year had such a vocabulary. Something wasn't right with this kid. Bryant 343. Shut up bird. Aiden barely glanced up. Is what he says true, Shay? Kind of. Shay admitted. But not the part where he isn't real. Ask Ty, he knows he's real. Ty wasn't about to admit to anything with the small man within hearing distance. He leapt up on the cage, setting it swinging wildly, throwing Francis out so that the man was holding on for dear life to one of the struts. Aiden stood up, grabbed the screaming Francis and shoved him unceremoniously back into the cage. He reached for Ty, but his cat for once refused to perch on his shoulder, preferring to continue his climb to the sit on the rafter over the cage, one arm dangling as a threat of things to come. Aiden was about to say something when Liam bounced in through the door, a brown bag in his hand. Hey guys, the weirdest thing just happened. Liam placed the bag on the counter. One of those big old maple trees by the Sylvia Hotel decided to fall right where I was standing, except just as it was falling some asshole bumped into me and knocked me backwards into the hotel doorway. I could have sworn it was Betty, but she's in the same place she was when we left. Not to mention that this thing was damn big. Two things: why were you walking by the Sylvia Hotel, and who the fuck is Betty? I like the frozen yogurt they make in their restaurant and Betty is right there. Liam pointed to the rafters where his stuffed turquoise cat sat. 344 Magical Moonlight. Though I'm not sure why she's there, but she's been there for days. Chapter 29. H's birthday day was turning out perfect. Liam's breath quickened when he walked down the steps from the bedroom. He'd never seen quite the openness of Aiden's soul in the man's face before. To make him smile, Liam turned around, modeling his outfit. "Do you approve?" he asked with a smile. "You'll do." Aiden shrugged as he struggled to keep from ripping the clothes off the young man who stood a foot in front of him. "That's it?" Liam laughed. He leaned up and kissed Aiden quickly before moving to the birdcage. "Hey Francis, any ideas yet about what we should do with you?" Francis was lying on a makeshift bed fashioned from a pile of tissue. He was eating pieces of apple and watching a movie on Liam's iPod. "Keep the fucking cat away from me," he said with a glare. "I let you visit with your wife. She's pissed with me. She had no idea what I was doing, so don't bother bringing her here again." 346 Magical Moonlight. Francis refused to turn from the movie to talk to Liam. "Okay, fine with me. It was a pain in the ass anyway." Liam turned. "We're going out." "I'm sorry, but Ty will be guarding you. That fucking cat is psychotic. It spends hours staring up at the cage from the counter or down at the cage when it's in the rafters. It's just weird. It's a cat thing. He knows he's not supposed to eat you. So get over it and think of this stay as a short, but not too comfy, vacation from real life." Liam linked his arm through Aiden's. "This date thing is kind of cool. Have you decided where we're going for dinner?" "Of course I've decided. I made the reservations myself." Aiden couldn't resist and swept Liam into his arms for a mind-melting kiss that left them both breathless. "Maybe we should stay home," he whispered, his voice husky, but he knew he wouldn't. This night was all about Liam. "Come on, witch boy, your night awaits." He pulled open the door to the apartment to let them both out. Closing and locking the door, Aiden made sure to put a spell to keep out any intruders. Magic was occasionally justified. When the two couples arrived at the concert, you could almost smell the excitement in the air. Neither Aiden nor Liam were particularly interested in a stringed instruments concert. But the whole idea of a night out, as a date with Vanessa and Rosalie, was what kept the excitement up. Bryant 347. "The guy with the flamenco guitar thinks he's pretty damn special." Aiden snorted behind his hand to Liam, who shushed him with a look. They sat in one of the better seats in the small concert room at UBC. It enabled them to have a clear view of the stage, though Aiden envied the ones who had managed to get seats behind the support pillars. At least they could sleep. The concert was longer than the boys wanted. Liam amused himself sketching the guitarist on the edge of his program. At least he looked interested, which was more than Aiden did. The man didn't even pretend he was listening to the concert. Instead, with closed eyes, he quietly snoozed the evening away. When the concert was over, Liam said, "How did you do that?" "Do what?" Aiden asked, puzzled. "Sleep without sleeping and wake up the moment everything is over." Years of practice when I was forced to attend my mother's version of worship of her imaginary friends at the local church." Aiden laughed. "I could catch up on my sleep and yet play the role of the dutiful son. You were a brat, it's a wonder she still puts up with you." Vanessa laughed, overhearing Aiden and Liam. "I'll have to ask her what you were like as a small boy. No doubt Shay is like his daddy. But he's tempered with you." Rosalie smiled and kissed Vanessa's cheek. "So he won't be all that bad." Gag me with a spoon. Aiden muttered. We have dinner reservations. 348 Magical Moonlight. We can't leave now, we need to talk to the guitarist, Ashley. Vanessa said. Who in hell is Ashley? Aiden asked. Ashley Hicks, the guitarist. Liam giggled, sending shivers down Aiden's spine. Remember, we were at his concert. Oh, him. He's hinky. Aiden dismissed the artist. Hinky. Rosalie snorted. Meaning he isn't interested in you. No, meaning there's something about him that gives me an uneasy feeling. Aiden glared. I don't like him. You don't even know him. Rosalie began. They didn't notice that Liam was talking to the artist in question. I saw you watching me. Ashley began. I was drawing you. Liam showed him his program. Hey, you're good. Ashley beamed. Everything was unfolding the way Brad Chambers had predicted. The redhead was under the spell of his guitar music. Ashley smiled, his smile filled with evil, but an evil that Liam couldn't perceive. Zane Chambers was a powerful Waji, and while he'd been banned from using his powers on humans or Waji, he hadn't been banned from using it on things such as guitars. Can I see that? Ashley asked, reaching for the program. Chris had told him it was necessary to get a piece of Liam's art, preferably something he'd done while under the guitar's spell. Liam put his heart and Bryant 349. Soul into any artistic endeavor. Zane's spell would be more powerful if he had a piece of the redhead. It's just a few doodles. Liam said as he handed the program to the musician. I can do better. I like it. Can I keep it? It's the first time anyone has cared enough to put my face on paper. Ashley was already tucking the program into his guitar case, not waiting for an answer. Sure. Liam shrugged. I've come to claim my boyfriend. Aiden said, his voice smug as he put his arm around Liam's shoulder. His eyes found Ashley's and he almost said something when he looked into the blankness that was the musician's soul. Aiden. Liam beamed, his smile lighting up the room. Aiden had called him his boyfriend. He'd never done anything like that before. The black magic that had been woven with Ashley's guitar music retreated under the onslaught of Liam's joy. Ashley, this is Aiden. He introduced. Lee, your music was rather interesting. Aiden said between gritted teeth. Ashley Hicks. The musician glared. Whatever. Aiden steered Liam around away from Ashley. Time for dinner, birthday boy. He kissed Liam thoroughly, feeling the glare of hatred on his back from the slimy banjo player. Liam could never resist Aiden's mouth, all thoughts of guitar music left him as he melted into the older man's mouth. 350 Magical Moonlight. There you two are. Vanessa said. Rosalie and I were looking for you. Aiden, didn't you say something about reservations? Aiden looked up from Liam's lips, his trademark smirk in place. I'm ready. Me too. Liam said, but it was apparent that what the two of them were ready for wasn't dinner. You two can do that anytime. I want to eat. And Liam, it may be your birthday, but you should expand your horizons to more than Aiden's cock. Rosalie's acid words didn't bother Liam, he was used to her. I would like to finish this date. He said looking up at Aiden. I'm not sure when I'll get another one. The four left the concert room. Rosalie, Vanessa, and Liam, unaware of the glare of hatred from the guitar player. Aiden on the other hand, was all too aware. He was going to have to keep an eye on his witch boy, because for some reason, Liam had no clue how dangerous Ashley Hicks was. But in time he would find out. 2 days later, Liam took a shortcut through the music building on his way to the main office of UBC. He hadn't been planning on seeking out Ashley Hicks, but as soon as he crossed the threshold, the haunting strains of guitar music caught his attention, pulling him up to the second floor to stand in the music room door and watch the young musician play. "Hey," Ashley said with a sly smile when he caught sight of Liam. "I wasn't expecting to see you today." Bryant 351. "I wasn't expecting to be here." Liam grinned. "I liked whatever it was you were playing. I was thinking of you. You inspire me." Ashley let his hand linger on Liam's arm. Liam shivered and moved away. There was something strange about the man. Ashley couldn't help but be pleased that his guitar had once again worked its magic on the beautiful redhead. He hadn't believed Brad Chambers about this magic stuff, but now he did, or at least now he somewhat believed. Magic was a thing of fairy tales and bedtime stories, not real life. Real life consisted of pain and anger and drunken abusive parents who did their best to sap the very life out of him. He'd hungered for serenity when he was a child, only discovering as he approached his teens that he could become lost in the mysterious music a guitar was capable of. Taking music as an elective in his 9th grade had introduced him to the power that could be woven with the right talent and touch. On his way to the music scholarship that had led him to UBC, Ashley Hicks had lost all ability to love, to be kind, to even care about anyone other than himself. If getting ahead and becoming rich and famous meant stomping on Liam Taylor and destroying him, then so be it. That's what would happen. The Chambers family had guaranteed that Ashley would have the richness and recognition he so desperately craved. "We could go for coffee," Ashley began, his voice suggesting much more than the black liquid. 352 Magical Moonlight. "Know of a good place that's quiet, we could talk and get to know each other." "Yeah, right." Liam looked at him curiously. "You did notice my rather handsome boyfriend the other night, didn't you?" he asked. "I'm not so sure Aiden would be all that thrilled with our getting to know one another." "Oh, he controls you, does he?" "I mean, in this day and age, most young men, as talented and good-looking as you are, would certainly be able to speak for themselves." He shrugged and turned away. "To each his own," he muttered. "Aiden doesn't tell me what to do." Liam glared at the guitarist's back. "I'm my own man." He thought, "Well, sort of, I just don't like to piss Aiden off much." "Then we can go for coffee." Ashley beamed, though the smile never reached his eyes. Liam, who noticed everything about everyone, it was the artist in him, wondered how someone could walk and talk and breathe and have eyes as dead as two pieces of coal. And yet there was something that made him want to stay. He knew that Ashley wasn't Waji, so it couldn't be magic. "Oh look, I have to go." Liam began to back out of the room. "Maybe we'll have coffee another day. If your daddy lets you." Ashley mocked. Liam only shrugged, turned, and walked out the door. He wanted to run fast, just to get away from the man in the music room. But he refused to show he was unnerved. Bryant 353. Aiden knew something was wrong as soon as Liam walked through the door. He didn't say anything. Liam was unable to keep secrets for long. He knew it was only a matter of time. "Hey," Aiden said from the treadmill where he was just cooling down. "You have a parcel?" "I do." Liam headed for the counter where a brown paper-wrapped box sat. "What is it?" "Much as I'd like to have X-ray vision, I don't." Aiden huffed. "Asshole." Liam muttered absently as he studied the package. "Open it," Aiden commanded. "I'm going to." "What if it's a bomb?" "Considering it's from the hotel we stayed at when we were at the white party in Palm Springs, I highly doubt it. They'd never get return guests." Liam glared at him as he carefully removed the tape that closed the ends of the parcel. "Oh cool, it's the bouquet I caught. You told me it was lost." "Well, it was lost, but sadly it's been found." Aiden turned away from the redhead to hide his smile. "You have a fucking wedding bouquet." Francis snorted. Ty was lying on top of the cage, perfectly relaxed, an arm dangling inside only inches from Francis. Since Aiden had ordered the cat to not injure their captive, Francis knew he was safe. A cat never disobeyed its owner. What a waste of flowers, two men don't get married. 354 Magical Moonlight. Well, we could, it's legal in Canada, we could have a marriage ceremony like Rosie and Vans. Liam volunteered, dreamy-eyed as he stared off into space. Don't hold your breath, cousin. Aiden Macruadri is not the marrying kind, no matter what the High Council might demand of him. Francis stood up to pace the length of his cage, but a cat claw tapped him on the head, making him sit down again. No one tells me what to do. Aiden glared, taking the bouquet from Liam's hand. Who the fuck do you think asked the hotel to find this and send it to Liam? I knew it was important to him. It represents an ideal that he and yes, me, that we need to have to live in this crazy world. I don't know if we'll ever be married, but I do know this, we'll always be together. We don't need rings or public vows of devotion to love one another. You love me? Liam asked in awe. Just what the fuck is love, Liam? Aiden asked as he turned the bouquet over and over in his hands. Can it be found in a bouquet of flowers, or 2 bands of platinum? He shook his head. Love is so deep inside you, it's part of your genetic makeup. You either have it or you don't. It's like hearing or seeing. Only it's small, so small it can't be seen, and it needs to grow into something. It needs nourishment while you grow into a man. It takes years of soft touches, kind words, and all-around peace to grow from that tiny spark. Some of us aren't so lucky. We don't have that in our lives, and the spark of love almost dies out. In some cases it does, and once it's gone, it can't ever. Bryant 355. Be lit up again. My spark was dying when I met you, Liam, though you tell me I'm wrong. All I know is that since you came into my life, I find I am capable of love. It might not be a raging flame yet, but it's a hell of a lot bigger than an almost extinguished spark. Liam stood stunned, and then he ran and threw himself into Aiden's arms. I am so happy I think I might explode. He whispered into Aiden's neck. Don't explode, it would be messy. Aiden teased, but his arms went around the boy and he held him tight, as if afraid he would disappear. Give me a fucking break here. Francis yelled from the cage. I want to go home. I don't need to watch this endless soap opera that's your life. Ty yelled. And get this fucking cat off the cage. He knows he's not supposed to be this close to me. Right, I forgot about you. Mom said she'd keep you for a while. After all, you're more her relative than mine. Liam snuggled closer to Aiden, if it was possible to be closer. She'll come and get you later. I think she's taking you back to your wife. After all, the two of you did exchange vows, you know, for better or worse, tiny dick or big one. He snickered. Don't worry, Mom's working on a spell that will keep you quiet and out of my hair. And then she's going to go to the council about the Watcher system. You do know they aren't supposed to kill the Waji that they're watching, don't you? Because apparently you managed to get the rules wrong. Aiden snapped his fingers and turned on some music. He dimmed the lights in the loft as he began to 356 Magical Moonlight. Dance Liam around. Catching on to what Aiden was doing, Liam let his small spark lights loose like he had on the last night of the white party, when together, they'd caught the bouquet. Remember that night? Aiden asked, his lips close to Liam's ear as they danced to the beat of familiar music. You were radiant all in white. Who knew silk gauze fabric could be such a turn-on? He licked Liam's ear before kissing it, followed by a nibble. I thought you were an angel. Liam grinned. I'll never forget how you looked in those white linen trousers. Your cock was outlined perfectly. All the guys there wanted to taste it like it was some kind of lollipop. He snickered, remembering. And you said that it was my lollipop for that weekend, no one else's. Which, when you think about it, was kind of a romantic thing to say, considering. Or I wasn't thinking right because of the booze. You weren't drunk, Aiden. You never get drunk, you can't get drunk. You pretend you do, but you really don't. 'Cause if you did, you'd be like your father and you refuse to be like him. I do know your secret identity. Aiden continued to dance with his red-haired boy. What Liam said was true, but Liam was the first and only person to actually discover his act. What did that say about the family and friends who had been around him since he was a teen? You know what, which boy? Aiden purred into Liam's ear. If anyone is. Bryant 357. Going to know my secret identity, you are the one I'd want it to be. Chapter 30. Hello Francis dear. Morgan had let herself into the loft. Killer, you are such a good boy. She let the exuberant dog wag his tail in greeting until she was sure it would fall off as she scratched behind his ears. Such a good boy you are, guarding the loft from all the bad guys. The mutt sleeps most of the day. Francis said. If anyone guards anything, it's that stupid cat. Ty, who had been sleeping on a crossbeam in the ceiling, stood up and stretched. First his front legs, followed by a back stretch and arch finalizing in rear legs and tail. It was a ritual he loved. His days of guarding Francis were over and he was glad. The man never shut up. He was constantly trying out spells in an attempt to get out of the cage. At first it was amusing, but after a while it was like the buzzing of bees, annoying to the 10th power. He jumped onto the cage, setting it rocking wildly before daintily landing on the kitchen counter. Marrow, he said and butted his head against Morgan's hand. 360 magical moonlight. You are such a bad boy. Morgan laughed. I'm taking your prey with me, my furry little friend. She unhooked the birdcage from the ceiling. I'm taking you to Victoria. I'd let you out, Francis, but after what you were up to, I really can't take the chance. Morgan, you can let me out of here and make me large again. You know my powers have been reduced if not taken away. I'm your relative for crap's sake. Yes, you are dear, and you were going to attempt to destroy my son. So I'm not really inclined to give in to your pleas. In fact, if I was given the choice, you'd be setting up camp in one of the out villages on one of the planets in the next universe. She chuckled. Unfortunately, my sister objected. You're a very hard woman. I can't believe you told my mother about this. Francis said. Liam, well, I wouldn't have killed him. We'll never know how far you'd have gone, now will we? Morgan said, pulling a cover over the birdcage. If I were you, I'd keep quiet until we reach your home. If I hear one word from you, I'll truly make you into a bird, perhaps one of those nasty little green ones. She glanced around to make sure everything was in place. Killer looked somehow guilty sitting where he was in the bedroom doorway. Killer, what are you up to? Morgan asked. You look guilty about something. She walked across the hardwood toward the dog that lay down with his front paws over his eyes. Don't hide from me, Killer, I know you're up to something. Bryant 361. Morgan had to step over the dog in order to get into the bedroom. She stood still looking around, nothing seemed out of order. Killer crawled along the floor until his nose rested on her foot. What is it? She asked the dog. And then she saw it. The telltale glow in a dark recess near the head of the bed. Oh my God. She picked up the amulet. Liam, when did the amulet find you? She asked out loud. The black jade was warm in her hand, she could feel the pulse of the heart of thing and she knew it would be matched to her son. Yet the amulet was supposed to belong to Aiden. Everyone knew that. Killer, I wish you could talk. I'd sure like to know when this happened. Morgan placed the amulet under the pillow she knew was Liam's. This is an interesting development. She leaned down and patted the dog. Thank you for letting me know. I'm sure it was hard for you to do this to Liam. She patted his head again and Killer whined softly. But you have to understand. Liam didn't find the amulet. The amulet found Liam. She'd known immediately that Liam was linked with the amulet. It had his aura all over it. We need to let the amulet do its work in bringing Liam and Aiden together. I'm sure that's what's happening. Though Morgan wasn't sure. The amulet had never been out of the Makruadri clan's line, yet here it was apparently linked closely to Liam. She picked up the cage and making sure the animals were inside the loft, Morgan left. She was still working out what she was going to do about Francis. 362 Magical Moonlight. And the first thing was to get the little rotter out of the loft. Not too far away, Aiden read a report he'd received from the legal department at his firm. He'd asked them to have one of their investigators look up Ashley Hicks. He hadn't trusted him from the moment he'd first met him. And he especially didn't like the way Liam seemed pulled in each time he heard the banjo player's music. Considering he wasn't Waji, Aiden ruled out magic. According to the investigator's preliminary check, Ashley Hicks was a student on a full music scholarship. His parents had both died in a fire a month before he'd graduated from high school. The fire investigation had shown arson, and while the house was insured, as were the lives of the parents, the insurance companies were still looking into it. So if all goes well, little Ashley Hicks will be rather wealthy. Aiden pondered the idea. Maybe he should look into the fire and also find out some information on Hicks' parents. He'd ask legal to check into their background as well. He was startled when Daniel walked into his office. "Hey Aiden." He threw himself into a chair. The door was closed. When a door is closed, it means you either knock, or you stay the fuck out of the room. Aiden glared, closing the file folder in front of him and carefully placing it in his bottom drawer. "Aiden, I think that as your friend, your best friend since high school," Daniel began, ignoring Bryant 363. Aiden's previous words. "That you need to stop doing what you're doing and get your life back. It isn't right, what's happening?" "Danny, I don't have any fucking idea what you're talking about." Aiden stood up. "I have a meeting in 5 minutes. I'll talk to you later." "But that's just it, you won't talk to me. You say you will, but you won't. You need to get a life, Danny. I know you and the boyfriend aren't a couple anymore, but you need to find yourself someone. That's just it, Aiden. It's always been you and me against the world. Since Liam came along, you've forgotten your family, your friends. You've forgotten what we mean to each other." "I remember everything, Danny. I know vividly what you and the family think about me and what I want and need. And I know what Liam knows about me. See, there's a difference. He knows me, Danny, knows me, and he has since the first night we were together." "Fuck Aiden, what does he know? He's just a damn twink who doesn't know enough to go home. He's using you. He should have damn well died. At least you'd have gotten over it." Daniel's last words faded and he found himself face down on the floor of something that was rocking wildly. He thought it was an earthquake and looked for Aiden, only to find himself in a strangely round tent that reminded him of a birdcage, staring into a face that looked a lot like an older Liam. 364 Magical Moonlight. "Welcome to my world," Francis said with a giggle. "Where am I?" Daniel stammered, holding onto a support wire in his rounded prison. "Beats me." Francis grinned. He wasn't going to make things easy for the human. He was Waji after all. The stink of fear permeated the birdcage. "What were you doing last?" I was talking to my friend, Aiden, in his office." "Am I dead? Was there an earthquake?" Daniel looked around. "This place, it smells like my mom's old canary cage." "Interesting that you'd know what a canary cage smells like." Francis snorted, "And to think that until now, I managed to go without that knowledge." Morgan felt the added weight and smelled the slight smell of ozone when Daniel had appeared. She knew that it wasn't going to be something good. Cautiously she peeked under the cage cover. It was Aiden's friend that had been slung into the cage. She pulled her car over and jumped out. She didn't need to be overheard when she called the handsome boyfriend of her son. Aiden, it's Morgan Taylor. Morgan began. You didn't happen to have zapped your friend in with Francis, did you? She tried to smile, but it wasn't showing in her voice. Shit, I'm sorry Morgan, he just pissed me off and I reacted. I know better. He paused. How did you find out? Bryant 365. I'm taking Francis to Victoria, I thought you knew. Shit, he repeated. I'll zap him out of there. Sorry. I suggest you do so quickly. He is chatting with Francis. I'll do it. And Morgan, thanks for the warning. I don't suppose you can keep this quiet, can you? Liam will never let me forget. These words made Morgan smile. Aiden did care about what Liam thought. I always found, dear, that keeping secrets never works out. I'd suggest you tell him when you get a chance. Point taken. Thanks. Aiden hung up, sighed and leaned back in his chair before concentrating and zapping Daniel back to where he'd been sitting. Daniel, I don't want to hear you say shit like that again. Liam is important to me, and if you want to stay my friend, you'll remember that fact. Aiden carried on as if nothing had happened. Daniel, sprawled on the chair he'd been sitting on, looked around Aiden's office, terrified. He jumped up and turned around, his voice squealing deep inside of him like some kind of wild tea kettle boiling on the stovetop. What the fuck is wrong with you? Aiden asked, doing his best to look concerned. Are you having some kind of seizure? I was in a birdcage. Daniel began. With that cousin of Liam's. 366 Magical Moonlight. Daniel, when was this? Last night? This morning? Aiden's voice was soothing. No, now, I was in a birdcage and it was moving and Liam's cousin was there and it smelled like Mom's old canary cage. Jesus, when you flip out, you don't fool around. Aiden got up and went to his friend. Maybe you've been staying up too late getting the comic book store off the ground. Do you want me to call Rick or someone to come and get you? Daniel shut his eyes and allowed himself to be steered back to the chair he'd been in. He sat down gingerly, his ass still ached where he'd landed on the floor of the birdcage. I was there, Aiden, it really happened. Daniel, you've been in my office for the last 15 minutes ranting about my boyfriend. The word boyfriend was enough to distract Daniel. You don't do boyfriends. He began. Actually, I apparently do. Aiden was satisfied he'd changed the subject. Liam is my boyfriend, though I do think that since I'm long out of high school, another descriptive word could be found. Though I'm not sure I like partner, it sounds rather business-like, and what I have with Liam is much more fun than business. He grinned at his friend. But he's so much younger than you are. Daniel began again, all thoughts of bird cages faded from his mind. He's a kid, for God's sake. Bryant 367. He's mine. Aiden's words were final. He walked around his desk and sat back down. I'd suggest you remember that, Danny. The warning again was made very clear. When Daniel finally left, Aiden sat back in his chair and closed his eyes. He never used magic for just the reason that had happened. He'd learned at a very early age that he was more powerful than most Waji and the forces he could summon to do his bidding were potent. Daniel headed to the diner when he left Aiden's office. He was still shaken from his démarré, as he was beginning to call what had happened to him. Bulge loomed ahead, so he stopped in to see Evan. His friend was always cheerful and full of life. Hey Daniel. Evan cooed as he gave him a brief kiss before hanging up something bright and purple with red streaks. My, don't you look afraid. Sit down and take a load off, Evan is here and willing to listen. I just saw Aiden. Daniel began. He says Liam is his boyfriend. Interesting, but old news. Evan picked up another shirt to hang, This one see-through and bright orange. He doesn't do boyfriends. Daniel grumbled. That's because he never found anyone interesting enough to be his boyfriend. Evan grinned. Though there were plenty in the wings waiting, Moy included. He pointed to himself. Ah well, a gay boy can but dream. 368 Magical Moonlight. I was in a birdcage. Daniel blurted out. With Liam's cousin. Oh, really? Evan looked at Daniel and shook his head. Dear, you shouldn't do drugs from someone you don't know. You just don't know what's in that shit. I didn't. Daniel looked gloomy. I was in Aiden's office and we were talking, and the next thing I know I'm lying on the floor of a stinking birdcage, and then I'm back in the office. Sounds like some bad acid to me. Evan shook his head. I heard there was some going around, but I didn't think you actually took acid. Who knew you were so daring? He smiled and patted Daniel's shoulder. It fucking happened. Daniel's voice had taken on an air of desperation. Of course it did. Evan gave his friend a hug and rolled his eyes. Now why don't you go to the diner and get yourself a nice cup of tea? I'll stop in on my break and we'll talk. Okay. Daniel stood up and headed out the door. It did happen. He mumbled to himself. By the time Evan was able to break away from Bulge, Daniel was in full voice at the diner. He walked into here. And I was in this giant birdcage with Liam's cousin. He was all covered in feathers. I could feel the cage swinging, it was almost like being on a ride at the carnival. And then the next thing I know I'm back in Aiden's office on the chair. He paused for breath. Bryant 369. Hi Bobby, I see Daniel is telling you about his little adventure. Evan pushed into the booth beside his friend. Lisa. He smiled up at the waitress who was looking at her son with concern. Daniel honey, maybe you should take some time off. She began. You've been working too hard. She felt his forehead. Boys. Aiden said as he strolled through the door. Lisa. He kissed her cheek. Move Danny, I want to sit on the inside. Why do you always have to sit there? Daniel whined like he always did. Because I've been sitting there for 16 years, why change a good thing? Aiden drawled, settling himself. The usual Lisa. He ordered. Aiden, did you notice anything unusual when Daniel was in your office? She asked. Other than he had a spaz attack, no. Aiden leaned forward. And you have to admit guys, that isn't unusual. He chuckled. This isn't funny Aiden. It really happened. Daniel looked on the verge of tears. Of course it did Danny. Aiden patted his hand. Now can we get some lunch here? I don't have all day. He was sure Liam would never let him live this day down and wondered just how long the news of Danny's visit with Francis would take to reach his lover's ears. Chapter 31. So Jimmy, what do you think? Evan asked his older boyfriend and love of his life, as they lay entwined on James' large bed. It was his favorite time of the day, when they would take turns telling each other about their daily exploits. James was glad Evan couldn't see his face, he'd known immediately what had happened. Everyone was talking about Francis in the birdcage and no one quite knew what to do about it. Liam hadn't broken any Waji laws, but Francis had. There was the possibility of a tribunal to settle the whole thing. I'm sure your friend thinks he was in a birdcage baby, but really, it isn't all that likely. I know, but to have a nervous breakdown, well to think he was in a birdcage, Evan didn't know what to say. Strange things happen to the mind when one is under stress. James patted Evan's shoulder. He thought of his own wife and smiled to himself. Some women learn their lessons and some don't. 372 Magical Moonlight. Jimmy, you're so good for me. Evan sighed. I can well and truly say, that the time I spend with you is the best ever. I wish it would never end. James' voice was sad. I'm not getting any younger, I'm afraid I won't have much time with you. Don't talk like that. Evan shivered. My old auntie always said to never look a gift horse in the mouth. And I for one don't plan on it. You are mine for as long as we have together. I expect it will be a lot longer than you think. Baby, you are such a romantic young thing. James smiled as he pulled Evan closer. I wish we'd had years and years together. I've been waiting my whole life for someone like you. I'm glad you waited. Evan smiled. We make a lovely couple, don't you think? Yes, we do. James couldn't help but think how much he'd missed with the boy in his arms. I'll look after you even after I'm gone, baby, don't you worry about anything. Jimmy, you know I'm not with you because of your money, don't you? Evan sat up slightly to look at his lover directly. I could never do something like that. I know, baby, and that's what makes you special. You're the one person in my life who loves me for me. He reached out and cupped Evan's chin. That's why I want to make sure you're looked after. I have so much money, there's going to be one hell of a fight after I'm gone. I've transferred a few things into your Bryant 373 name now, just to be on the safe side, and I want to give you this. He took a chain from around his neck that held a key. The key to your heart. Evan joked. The key to the real me. James said. I want you to have the house and its contents. This key is to the front door. The address is inscribed on the key. I've made all the arrangements for the place to be in your name. When I'm gone, I want this place to be the refuge for you as it was for me. No one other than you knows about this, well, my lawyer, but he's been a friend since childhood. If there are any problems, you be sure to contact him. Jimmy, I don't like you talking this way. Evan's eyes were filled with tears as he fingered the key. Just take it. The place meant everything to me, and so do you. I want you to have it. If you're not comfortable going there now, wait until I'm gone. And then when you want to feel me, you'll be able to do so at our special place. James smiled a lopsided smile and kissed Evan's tears away before placing the chain around the younger man's neck. Let's dance, Jimmy, I want to dance and forget all of this talk about leaving. I'll never leave you ever. Evan jumped off the bed and headed for the entertainment center. I'll always be with you too, baby, even if it's from another plane. James wrapped his arms around Evan as they swayed to the music. 374 Magical Moonlight. In Aiden's apartment, the conversation wasn't going the way he wanted it to. Aiden, why did you put Daniel in with Francis? Liam asked. Mom about had a cow. He pissed me off. It seemed like a good idea at the time. Aiden leaned forward, he was shaving and hated being distracted by a certain naked redhead. Well, he's freaking all over about it. Liam continued to dry off, making sure he was extra slow, knowing Aiden was watching him through the mirror. Would you stop that? Aiden asked after an especially suggestive wiggle that resulted in a razor nick. He turned and glared at Liam, who went to him and hugged him tightly, his tongue licking the spot of blood. Don't do that, it could be dangerous. You're negative. Liam purred. I saw your last test results and you've only been doing me ever since. I'm negative because I've only ever done you. That's not true. Aiden began. Which part, me or you? Liam asked, his hand now cupping Aiden's balls, tugging on them gently. Both. Aiden gasped. I don't fuck around, Aiden. Liam's tongue circled Aiden's nipple, nipping at it, causing him to shiver. I don't want to, so I don't. Besides, why have someone less than the best when I can have the best? I do have the best. You're very sure of yourself. Aiden moaned, his head back, his cock rock hard and thrusting forward, eager to be surrounded by Liam's hot mouth, or even better, his ass. Bryant 375. I know you. Liam said as he sunk to his knees, taking Aiden's cock into his mouth at the same time. And he did know his lover, more than the green-eyed Waji could ever imagine. He knew that from the moment they came together, it would only be them from that moment on. He knew that Aiden was slowly coming to realize this and was frightened. He knew it put both of them in danger more so than he was willing to tell his lover, who king of the Makru Adri clan or not, really was naive about a lot of things. Chapter 32. Ashley stood on the corner across from Hamburger Mary's diner and played his guitar. He didn't need to be a busker, but it was a great way to let his musical instrument find Liam. If the redhead was anywhere in the vicinity, the music would find him. The atmosphere was especially good for sound to travel, and it did with the help of the magical spell the Chambers family had placed. Music drifted up and around, overcoming traffic and other city noises. It traveled a block, even two, until it was able to work its way into the open window of the top apartment in the Bradley building. Eventually finding Liam's ears as he knelt on the floor, Aiden's cock in his mouth. Aiden knew immediately that something was wrong. He didn't hear guitar music. But rather, he felt an evil miasma fill the room. Liam stopped what he was doing and stood up, his eyes glassy. He could hear the siren call of the guitar. "I've got to go." He 378 magical moonlight. Mumbled, turning away from Aiden. I need to go to the diner." "Liam, stop." Aiden put his hand on the redhead's shoulder. He knew Liam was under a spell, though he couldn't figure out how in hell anything had reached him, now and in the penthouse apartment. And then he noticed the open window and Ty and Killer, both staring at it and growling deep in their throats. Leaving Liam, he ran over and slammed it shut. "Liam." His voice soft, but strong. "Aiden." Liam said, looking confused, as he stood in the bedroom, naked, the taste of Aiden's cock in his mouth. "Why are you over there? We need to talk," Aiden said. He looked over at Killer, who was pacing back and forth in front of the window, unsure of how to guard his owner against the evil he could smell and taste. Ty glared from his perch on the window ledge, on guard as always, but unable to act against an invisible foe. Ashley growled a primeval sound when he felt the string of persuasion snap and his music reeled back toward him. He stopped playing in a cacophony of wild sound, earning him glares from nearby walkers. Not daring to linger, in case he'd been discovered seeking Liam out, Ashley quickly gathered his things and prepared to leave. "Oh Ashley, did we miss you playing?" It was Vanessa and Rosalie, pushing Shay in a stroller. Shay glared up at the guitarist. "Bad man, hurt my Liam," he said clearly, though as usual, everyone ignored him except his wakat. Doug bristled. Bryant 379. Prepared to defend his young charge against this evil human. No one noticed that the stuffed toy Shay had been carrying was now alive and on guard. "I like to practice with an audience," Ashley said. "This works for me. I can practice and earn a couple of dollars at the same time. I never did thank you, Vanessa, for coming to my recital the other day. We were going to come anyway, but it was Liam's birthday, the redhead we were with, do you remember him?" "Of course. Liam attends UBC with me." "Well, not really with me, since I'm a music scholar and he's an artist." "You're both artists in your own way." Vanessa smiled. "What a cute kid," Ashley said, leaning forward to touch Shay. Doug reached out, slashing the man's hand with all of his strength, claws extended. What happened next was almost too fast for anyone who was observing. Ashley reached out to grab Doug, his hand dripping blood, his voice filled with venom. He accidentally knocked Shay to one side, while Daniel, who'd come out of the diner, began to talk to Vanessa and Rosalie, distracting them from the melee. There was an audible pop and all was silent. Doug stuck her pink tongue out and licked Shay's finger, shaking her head no. Ashley and his guitar were gone. Doug went back to being a toy and Shay began to cry. He'd been bad and he knew it. His daddy was going to be angry. 380 Magical Moonlight. Oh baby, what's wrong? Rosalie asked, picking her son up to comfort him. She looked around. Ashley must have had to leave. She said, though Vanessa wasn't really listening, she was too busy checking Shay over. He's very fast, I didn't see him go. Vanessa looked at Daniel. Daniel, did you see Ashley leave? I think Shay sent him away. Daniel looked at the child. I bet he's in some birdcage. It's been happening a lot lately. Very funny, Daniel. Rosalie glared. We don't need your sarcasm. She looked at Vanessa. I told you he wouldn't work. Wouldn't work for what? Daniel asked, looking from one to the other. Hey, what's wrong with the kid? Why's he screaming like that? He's crying, not screaming. He's upset about something. Ma would give him a smack. Daniel said. She always did for me. Daniel, if you're going to cry you might as well have something to cry about. He laughed. Reason number 2 why it won't happen. Rosalie said. Don't you have to be somewhere, Daniel, hassling Aiden, or something? Putting a now hiccuping Shay back in the stroller with his stuffed cat, the two women headed for the diner, leaving Daniel standing on the sidewalk beside a rather shabby-looking empty guitar case. Ashley slammed onto his back, doing his best to protect the guitar he held now in both hands. 4A. E.R. Bryant 381. Moment he was dazed, then he looked around. Where am I? He asked. For fuck's sake, this is getting old. Francis muttered. Is this the only thing you guys know how to do? He screamed in the direction of the ceiling of the cage. Where am I? Ashley repeated. Wherever it was strange. He could hear a car motor and the room felt like it was moving. It was round and there looked to be bars closely spaced around the circumference. Where do you think? Francis giggled, slightly hysterical. You're in a fucking birdcage where all the boys who piss off Makru Adri and his gang go. What the fuck are you talking about? Ashley stood up, though the floor he was on was tilted slightly. Who are you? How did I get here? I have some pretty powerful friends. You better not be fucking with me. When my friends, the Chambers, find out I've been kidnapped, you all are going to be sorry. Oh, you know Brad Chambers and his father Zane. Francis almost laughed. It fucking figures. Francis dear, if you're trying to talk to me, I really can't hear you over the motor. You'll have to wait until I stop the car. The words were loud in the small cage. Who is that? Ashley whispered, looking around. That would be Liam's mother. Francis snickered. My Auntie Morgan. She's taking me back to Victoria. Hey, can you play that thing? He pointed. 382 Magical Moonlight. To the guitar. Play me a tune. It's fucking boring in this cage. I'm not some freak who plays on demand for just anyone. Ashley glared, his bravado in full force. I don't believe you that we're in a birdcage. For one thing, I'm 5'10", I wouldn't fit. 5'10", in your dreams, banjo boy. 5'7" maybe, in heels. Francis snorted. So ever seen Victoria? Of course I have. But have you ever seen Victoria from a birdcage? He snickered. The facilities are meager, I have to admit. And other than swinging on that swing up there isn't much to do unless you can talk someone into loading movies into the iPod. I've seen the one in there at least a dozen times. I don't recommend it. There's no bathroom. Ashley looked around. There has to be a bathroom, every apartment has one. What part of birdcage didn't you understand? I refuse to fall in with your delusions. Ashley turned up his nose and stood, looking away from his fellow captive. Morgan, suspecting something, pulled over at the next rest stop. She was almost afraid to look. This undertaking wasn't supposed to be fun. But she shouldn't have to be faced with humans being popped in and out of the damn birdcage. When she got back, Liam and Aiden were going to feel the wrath of her tongue. She didn't want to look under the cover, so Bryant 383. Instead she listened. Sure enough, there was definitely someone in there with Francis. Her lips set firmly closed in displeasure. She once again got out of the car and called Aiden. Aiden Makruadri, why is there someone else in the damn birdcage with Francis? This is not funny. Morgan, I have no idea what you're talking about. Aiden still had his hands full with a confused Liam. He'd been trying to explain to the redhead that someone was still out to get him. Then I need to find Liam. Obviously he wasn't satisfied with just making his cousin's life miserable. Morgan, he's right here with me. Neither one of us has gone anywhere. Even Ty and Killer are here watching us as usual. I don't understand, Aiden. There truly is another person in with Francis. I don't know what to do. I think he's human too. I get no feeling of Waji from him. What does he look like? Aiden asked, his curiosity aroused. He hoped Daniel hadn't somehow managed to get popped back with some kind of weird human ricochet effect he didn't know about. I'm afraid to look. Morgan admitted. This is becoming too much for me. Perhaps I should just bring them back and let the two of you deal with whatever or whoever is under the cage cover. Morgan, please look, but be careful. It could be a trap that Francis has somehow set. Morgan sighed heavily to show her displeasure. Aiden grinned to himself. No doubt Liam had 384 magical Moonlight. Received his drama queen tendencies from his mother. Hold on, I'll look. It wasn't going to be easy, so Morgan thought to herself, fuck it, and ripped off the cover, to find herself looking down at a screaming hysterical young man with a guitar, lying on his back, and an amused nephew. Good one, Auntie. Francis giggled. Now I'm stuck with an even more annoying asshole than before. You might want to mention to Liam that he's going to get into trouble if he keeps doing this. Bite me, Francis, she said, covering up the cage again. Aiden, there's a scruffy-looking young man inside with some kind of fuzz on his chin. He's holding a guitar and he's not taking it well that he's in the birdcage. I did mention he was human, didn't I? Fuck, that's Ashley Gold, he goes to UBC with Liam. Aiden looked down at Liam, who was wrapped around him listening to the phone conversation. Did you put him in the cage? When would I have done that, and better yet, why would I? Liam was confused. Morgan, we'll have to get back to you on this. I hope your nephew's wife doesn't mind two birds. At least this one can make some kind of music. He snickered. If you don't mind cat squalls. After he hung up, Aiden said to Liam. As much as I'd like to fuck you, I think we'd better go find out why the fiddler is in with Francis. It doesn't make any sense at all. Bryant 385. I know it doesn't, but let's face it, Aiden. If we spend half an hour fucking, what difference will it make to Ashley, and we'll both be in a better frame of mind to be detectives? Liam looked at him and batted his eyelashes while wiggling suggestively against Aiden's towel-wrapped body. Good point, witch boy. Aiden swept him up in his arms to Liam's delight and carried him to the bed, where he dropped him. Hey, you could break me dropping me like that. Liam protested. I never break my toys. Aiden's grin was mischievous. He pounced on Liam like he was Ty. They're doing it again. Killer said to Ty, looking up for the cat that seemed to haunt the rafters. Hey, where are you? Right here. Ty jumped down from the back of the sofa. For a dog, you aren't very observant. He looked toward the bedroom that was filled with deep moans and heavy breathing. Want to have some fun? He asked Killer. Okay. Killer was always ready for something to break the boredom of living in the loft. Shay is coming to visit. Oh, I like Shay, we play horsey. Killer's ears perked up and he ran to the loft door and back again. Calm down, you stupid dog. He's not here yet. Doug says he was the one who put the bad guy in with Francis. 386 Magical Moonlight. You talked to Doug, where is he? Killer began to search, nose to the ground. Ty rolled his eyes before finding a patch of sunlight to lie down in. Killer, finally convinced there wasn't another cat in the loft, lay down beside the now stretched out cat. If you're done making an idiot of yourself, I'll continue what I was saying. Ty said with a sigh, his eyes closed. He loved the warmth the sun brought in. Shay and his mothers are on their way. They'll be here any minute. I thought we should unlock the door and let them watch those two. He moved his head toward the bedroom. It should be fun. I can't unlock the door. Killer said, his black fur absorbed the heat quickly. He spread himself as long as he could on his belly, rear feet behind him, front ones extended. In his favorite frog pose. I don't know how. He sighed. I don't think it's fun watching them breed. They do it all wrong most of the time and the little one never gets to be the top dog. Ty climbed on top of the now hot dog fur and stretched full length on him. He was useful as a heat source and Ty rather enjoyed it when Killer cooperated as a mattress. I can unlock the door. Shut up and watch and listen. And don't move. It's only Shay and his mommies coming through the door. Top dog, he muttered under his breath. Dumb dog is more like it. Why aren't they answering? Rosalie asked. I can hear them in there. Bryant 387. Maybe they're busy. Vanessa leaned over and tried the door. Oh, the door's unlocked, we might as well go in. Shay put his hands over his eyes. Didn't they know his daddy was having private time with his Liam? He was wheeled over the threshold and he looked up for the familiar birdcage to see if both his little men would be there, fingers spread but still over his eyes, but the cage was gone. Eyes wide, he knew he was in big trouble, worse than before. Vanessa, being especially dense about the noises coming from the bedroom, walked up the stairs. Oh my God, she squealed, running back down, but when she did, she turned toward the window, stepped on Killer's tail and fell against the large cat-covered dog. Rosalie stood there stunned as she watched Aiden and Liam, both naked, sweaty and panting, run down to see why Killer was kiyuking, Vanessa was screaming, and Shay was bawling. Aiden removed all of Ty's claws from Vanessa, patted Killer on the head, patted Vanessa on the shoulder and walked back to the bedroom to find some pants. Liam picked up Shay, realized he was naked, thrust the baby at Rosalie and bolted for the bedroom to find pants. Both Aiden and Liam stared at one another as Aiden fumbled to remove a filled condom from his now half-mast cock. They stared back at Shay, who was crying loudly and pointing to the empty 388 Magical Moonlight hook that had held the birdcage and Francis. He used to like to play with his little man toy. Shay. They shouted as the realization hit that it was Shay who had somehow managed to put Ashley in with Francis. Dressed, they strolled down to the still crying baby and slightly hysterical Vanessa, Ty, and Killer, who stood glaring at each other. Rosalie had an open beer in her hand, already half gone. Aiden picked up his walk hat. Liam picked up Shay. So ladies, what's new? Aiden drawled as he placed Ty up on top of the bookcase. Shay leaned into Liam's neck. Bad man hurt my Liam, me put him in bad man cage. He whispered. Me sorry. That's okay little guy. Liam smiled, pleased with the strength of force his protege had and his instinctive good. Rather than make Ashley a grease spot on the pavement, his little Waji had chosen to do something less harmful. Liam kissed baby's forehead. Liam and Daddy will fix things. We want Liam's sperm. Rosalie managed to say between swallows. Oh. Aiden looked at Liam, who looked back at Aiden. Oh. Both were speechless. Chapter 33. Aiden, I love Shay to death, but I'm not ready to be the father of anything. You did notice I don't have a wakat, you do. Did you ever think that maybe it's because I'd make a lousy caregiver? Liam looked up at Ty, who had moved to his favorite spot on the rafters overhead. He almost wished he could be up there with him. The girls had left an hour before, leaving Shay with his father. Liam knew it was to make him want to have a child of his own. They said nothing more after explaining just why they had picked Liam to father a child with Rosalie, feeling that Liam needed a few days to think about their proposition. Liam, sit down. Shay said. Make Shay wiggly. He patted the sofa where he had been sitting, watching Liam's dramatics. Make Aiden wiggly too. Aiden grinned. And not in a good way. Shut up. Liam said and then sighed. He'd used every argument he could think of, but all he got from 390 magical moonlight. Aiden and Shay were identical foolish grins. Okay, I'll do it, but you and I both know that Mom will shit bricks when she finds out. Waji are not supposed to mix with humans. Look what can happen. He pointed at Shay, who was now playing with his wakat Doug. I admit my superior genetics helped make a great kid that you no doubt won't be able to match. Aiden leaned over to kiss his son, only getting a mouthful of cat ear instead, making Liam giggle. He went to push Doug to the floor but stopped when the cat growled and put her ears back to let Aiden know what she thought of that idea. Hey sonny boy, control your cat. He looked up at Ty. Ty, I thought you were supposed to watch over me. You were going to let this little girl cat scratch me up. Duh, no touch Doug. Shay laughed as he pulled the cat's ears, making her purr. He pushed Doug to the floor himself and stood up on the sofa so his eyes were level with Liam's. Lee, make baby for Shay. Doug says make baby for Shay. Dog says that, does she? Liam laughed. I'm your own personal baby maker kind of guy, so you can have someone to play with. He rolled his eyes and laughed again. Maybe you should practice baby making later on me. Aiden whispered and wiggled his eyebrows. Liam at first looked startled and then beamed Aiden a smile that was blinding. I'll see what I can do, he said solemnly. Bryant 391. In Victoria, Morgan finally found a parking space. The commotion inside the birdcage had settled down. The 2 hours spent on the ferry to Vancouver Island hadn't been pleasant for any of them. She had to give Francis some credit for helping. Perhaps she could make his life a little more pleasant. Maybe a larger birdcage or perhaps a dollhouse of some kind with working facilities. Morgan was sure she'd seen something like that somewhere. She'd talked to Francis' wife about it. Not sure if she should approach the woman with the birdcage in hand, Morgan headed up to the house, leaving it in the car. Aunt Morgan. Marcy opened the door. Where is Francis? I been worried sick. Liam called and said he was hung up and couldn't come home for a while. And then he told me some rather bizarre story. I'm sorry, I need to talk to you about that. Morgan stepped inside the tidy house. I'm afraid that Francis was rather naughty and let his love of money supersede his love of family. It took Morgan nearly an hour to make Marcy understand what had happened and why Francis was now being held in the birdcage. I know Francis will appreciate you watching over him. Aunt Morgan, I still don't understand why my husband would do something like this. He knows the consequences of going to the dark side. It doesn't make any sense. 392 Magical Moonlight. Well dear, you'll have a lot of time to ask him. And Marcy dear, please don't reverse the spell Liam has placed on him. It wouldn't bode well for either of you. The position of Watcher is one that has been established and revered. Francis did forsake his vows. Liam is the next in line for Grand Wizard no matter what. Cecil was merely acting in his place until he came of age. Grand Wizard is a heredity position. Cecil has overstepped too many times. I've long suspected he was siding with Zane Chambers. Marcy was unnerved by what Morgan had said. Married to a Watcher of someone as high up as Liam Taylor, she was well aware that what a member of that family said and what actually was meant were often two very different things. They were all masters of the understatement. She feared for her foolish husband's life. Liam would never go to the dark side and take Francis' life, but he'd make him miserable enough using white light and magic. It was all in the interpretation. Aunt Morgan, I'm not sure what you expect of me. I apologize for my husband's actions. I want you to know I had no idea whatsoever what he was doing. I like Liam and I like Aiden. I think they make a great couple no matter what the High Council says. Marcy, I wouldn't bring Francis back to you if I thought otherwise. She sighed. So often messes are left to the women to clear up. It's like that with Waji and I suspect it's like that with humans. She paused. And there will be another small complication. Apparently one or the other of my boys. E.R. Bryant 393. Has managed to give Francis a companion in his captivity. A human companion who doesn't understand the complexities of Waji punishment. I haven't heard the whole story behind this small complication, but I'm afraid you will have two birds to contend with. Will you be able to handle it? A human, Aunt Morgan. Isn't that forbidden? She looked over her shoulder expecting to see a member of the High Council listening. Yes, of course it's forbidden, but I can't picture either of the boys doing this unless there was a good reason. It's going to be up to you and perhaps Francis to discover that reason. You might talk to your husband, it would be a way of redeeming himself if this human has been up to no good with Liam in mind. I like that. Marcy beamed. Perhaps she could spring her husband from his caged hell, with his help. Now about the two in the cage, do you want me to arrange for something larger, less austere than what they have? Morgan was all business. Oh, I can do that. It'll be like when I was a little girl playing dolls. Keep in mind, Marcy dear, these dolls can bite. Morgan laughed. Come on out to the car and get them. I need to return to Vancouver and have a talk with my son. Chapter 34. Liam preferred to ignore the talk around him as Rosalie and Vanessa hashed out the ins and outs of his sperm donation with Aiden. Instead he and Shay sat in the kitchen while Liam drew his latest Fury storyboards. He was using Daniel's story about the birdcage in this issue. He'd even assigned Daniel the position of superhero sidekick, Zand was the name he came up with. Maybe when Daniel realized he was a sidekick, he wouldn't mind the birdcage story? Unca Danny. Shay grinned and pointed to the page Liam was drawing. Unca Danny in cage like bad man. Bad man hurt my Liam. Shay fix. Yeah, about that Shay. Don't put any more guys in with Francis. The cage wasn't meant to hold a bunch of guys. K. Shay smiled. Me play with them. No, Grandma Morgan took them to Victoria. You can play with Ty and Killer though. And my friend Dakota is coming over this weekend. You can play with her too. 396 Magical Moonlight. K. Shay was satisfied for a moment. Liam make baby with mama now. Oui, that would be a no. Liam shuddered. But I suppose I will one of these days. I heard that. Vanessa laughed. Seamus baby, it's a bit much for you to understand. You'll know more when you're older. I doubt he'll want details. Aiden drawled. That is unless he takes after Liam, and in that case, he'd be nosy as hell. Or she. Rosalie laughed. The baby could be a she. The baby is still a figment of your imagination. Liam began. Don't count your chickens or your babies before they're conceived. Liam was beginning to feel like he was only there because of his sperm. You never did explain why Aiden's little swimmers wouldn't work. I know it sounds strange, but I had a dream about the children. They grow up together, very close, so close they remain together as adults. I'm not sure if this dream means anything, but my grandmother always said, better safe than sorry. I'd rather that the children be raised as siblings, but not genetically actually be siblings. Rosalie flushed and looked embarrassed about what she'd said. I'd always heard that those of the Jewish faith were a tad superstitious. Aiden said. But then so are the Irish. So I can't argue with you on that one. He stood up. Come on witch boy, time for bed. You. Bryant 397. Need to save your strength for the big jerk-off session. Aiden, don't be disgusting. Vanessa said with a shake of her head. Well, I suppose he could do it the old-fashioned way. Aiden grinned an evil grin. Fuck off Macru Adri. Rosalie muttered under her breath. Fuck off, fuck off, fuck off. Shay chortled, pleased with himself. Why Dadda? He asked. That's one for your mommies. Aiden laughed as he picked up his son to kiss him goodnight. One for Liam too. He leaned the boy over to kiss Liam. And Doug, kiss Doug. I'm not kissing a damn cat. Muttered Aiden though he picked up the cat gingerly and handed her to Liam. Why are you giving her to me? Liam asked as he cuddled Doug close, smooshing his nose into her fur. He loved cats, especially cats. Because you like pussy better than I do. He smirked. Your friend Dakota is a point in fact. He looked over at Vanessa. I have to watch him like a hawk. Every time I go away on business, I come home and find the two of them in bed, curled up like kittens. Ah, how sweet. Vanessa beamed at Liam. It's lovely that you and Dakota are still so close, even though Aiden is so much a part of your life. How else would I be able to keep sane, having Aiden as a boyfriend? I can whine and bitch too. 398 Magical Moonlight. Dakota, not to mention, discuss him in detail. Liam ducked as Aiden took a playful swat at him. Doug climbed to Liam's shoulder and glared at Aiden, daring him to try it again. When Liam and Aiden were driving home later, the redhead was uncharacteristically silent. Finally Aiden pulled over in front of Hamburger Mary's. Why are we at the diner? Liam asked, looking around. It looked different at this time of the evening. Moonlight filtered down from the sky and the streetlights had halos around them. There's hardly anyone on the street. All good little fags are tucked safely in their beds. Aiden joked. Hardly, it's barely 9. Liam snorted. Are you hungry? His hand was on the door handle. No. I wanted to talk and I wanted your undivided attention. Aiden stared into Liam's eyes, knowing that words he'd spoken would definitely get Liam's attention. He rarely volunteered to talk. What's up? Liam asked, his hand creeping up Aiden's shirt, buttons being released so he could touch the fine hairs on Aiden's chest. He loved those auburn bits of silk and thread. I want you to be 100% sure about doing this thing for Rosalie. I know we've kind of snowballed you into it. But I have a feeling it's an important decision on your part. An Irish thing? Liam asked. No, a Waji thing. Aiden's hand captured Liam's wandering one. I want you to be sure. To do. Bryant 399. This for you and only you. I want it to be your decision and no one else's. It's a big undertaking, with more consequences than either of the women know. Is that what you did? Take your time and think about making Shay. Liam asked. I thought about it a lot. For many reasons and not just because I'm Waji and Vanessa is human. The fact that it's forbidden didn't really bother me. Usually things are forbidden by the elders to benefit the elders and no one else. I knew that if I had a child, I would have to be part of its life and I didn't know if I was capable of loving someone other than myself. Fuck, I don't even love myself that much. That's okay, I love you. Liam snuggled as close as he could considering they were in the Lexus. I just keep thinking about what Rosalie said about her dream and what Shay said. I keep thinking about why it's forbidden to mate with humans. Let's face it, no one ever actually says why. They just say we can't. I think about the future, the future of the world, and whether we should even bring another child into it with the state things are among the Waji, not to mention the human race. I mean, look at you. Do I want my kid to think his or her father is no good because he's gay? The Odyssey is all but a tea house right now, thanks to Johnson. Liam paused for breath. Johnson was the Dutch-Canadian social credit premier. Aiden laughed. Tell me how you really feel. He teased. 400 magical moonlight. I'm going to do it? Liam said in a small voice. I can't help but think that maybe if enough good Waji, the ones who have generations of white light behind them, mate with humans, that maybe, just maybe they can change the world for the better. Watch it, Witchboy. There have been a lot of dictators in the world under the same delusions. Maybe not Waji, but still you know what I mean. Breeding a better human race. Aiden tilted Liam's chin up with one finger. Is that what you're thinking? No, not that. Liam paused. Was he thinking such megalomaniacal thoughts? I'm not sure what I'm thinking. I just know I want to do this. I want to do it for me and for Shay. And the girls? Aiden asked, looked deep into the blue depths of Liam's eyes. The girls are human. I'm not doing it for them in particular. Liam admitted. I can't help but feel this birth will benefit Waji. And if Waji are benefited, then humans will be too, it only makes sense. Aiden pulled him into an embrace. He wasn't sure he agreed with Liam's logic, though there was a certain amount in sense in what he had to say. Let's go home. He whispered. Liam let himself be held. He always felt a rush of pleasure deep inside of him when Aiden called the apartment home. I'd like that. And better yet, we don't have the fucking budgie. Aiden said, turning back to drive. Bryant 401. Liam snickered. Mom sure is pissed about Ashley. I doubt Leah is too pleased either. Aiden hesitated. We need to talk about that too. Shay did it? Shay sent the banjo player into the birdcage. I talked to him about it already. He thought he was sending him to the apartment. He didn't know Francis was being moved. Shay was under the impression that when someone is doing something bad that we deal with it by sending them to the birdcage in our home. You have to admit, for his age, it's pretty good reasoning. Whatever. Aiden was lost in thought. We're going to give him some instruction. Are you sure you have him in a tight enough spell to control him? The thing is, Aiden, if I control him any more, I risk ruining his development. As it is, I have already hindered him with what I've done. If he was being raised Waji, this wouldn't happen. Well, it's not possible. He's in a human household. We'll think of something. Chapter 35. I think it's disgusting. Rosalie said when another deeply sexual moan could be heard from the spare room. Well, it certainly isn't my cup of tea either. Vanessa had her pillow pulled and pressed against her ears. We're just pandering to Aiden's perversions by allowing this to happen under our roof. Rosalie began but quickly stopped speaking when both men shouted each other's names. At least Margaret has Shay for the evening. He doesn't have to listen to this. Do you think they're always this noisy when they have sex? Vanessa asked. I mean, they never stop. I can't believe it feels that good. Men are very physical and apparently very vocal. Rosalie snickered. Thank God they're done. Oh my God, they're at it again. She sighed dramatically and pulled the duvet up over her head. 404 magical moonlight. Half an hour later, Aiden wandered into their bedroom. I've got what you guys wanted. He smiled a self-satisfied smile. It wasn't easy doing it with the two of you listening. Liam was rather reticent, but then I suppose we all have to make some sacrifices. Well, where is it, asshole? Rosalie demanded. Here you go. Aiden dropped 5 well-filled condoms on the bed, all tied off nice and neatly. They're numbered in sequence. I rather liked number 3, but feel free to use them all. He turned on his heel and left the room. 5. He did it 5 times. Vanessa looked with disbelief at the condoms. Hey, sorry guys, Aiden forgot this one. Liam bounced into the room with another one to add to their collection. Have fun making a baby. He blew them a kiss. Aiden, hurry up, I want to do it in the back room before it gets too scuzzy tonight. He called out to his boyfriend waiting at the bottom of the stairs. He's going to kill Aiden. Vanessa said. With any luck at all. Rosalie replied, her voice dry. 2 hours later, Aiden and Liam were dancing, foreheads together, oblivious to the rhythm of the music, caring only for each other when Liam grinned. It took. I made a baby. It's awesome, isn't it? Aiden grinned back. I remember what it was like with Shay. Of course the hardest part is waiting for a couple of weeks while the girls figure it out. Bryant 405. Humans are so slow sometimes. Liam agreed. I'll buy you a drink. Water for you, witch boy. Aiden pulled Liam's body closer for a searing kiss. The boys are up on the catwalk. Let's take them somewhere to celebrate. Where? Liam asked as they made their way to where the gang was standing. Hamburger Mary's. Aiden snickered, where else? Liam giggled and rolled his eyes. Carbs after 7. It's past midnight, so we're working on the next day's carbs. Aiden reasoned. Aiden, I'd like you to meet Stan. Daniel introduced Aiden to the large, overly pecked man who stood possessively near Daniel. A flash of recognition between the two men and then Aiden held out his hand. Hi Stan, this is my faithful companion of late, Liam Taylor. Nice to meet the both of you. Liam, aren't you the creator of Fury? Stan looked closely at the redhead. I'm impressed with your storylines as well as the artwork. You've got yourself quite the comic book. Thanks, I can but try. Liam blushed. I'm working on the 3rd issue right now. It should be printed by the end of the month. I just have a couple of things to work through storyline-wise. And the 1st issue, as well as a couple of shorts, are coming out in hardcover in 2 months. Apparently there's a market for it. 406 Magical Moonlight. Aiden beamed, proud of Liam's success. And he gives great head too. He bragged, making Liam flush an even deeper red. Oof, he gasped when Liam's elbow connected with his side. Be nice Aiden and I might let you practice your blowjob techniques later. Liam said sweetly. Evan laughed with joy, Bob looked appalled and Daniel horrified. Aiden and I were wondering if you'd like to go to Hamburger Mary's with us. We're celebrating an achievement. What achievement? Daniel asked with a glare. On being celibate for the last 30 minutes. Liam said sweetly. Oops, sorry Aiden, I can't wait. He began to drag Aiden away by his belt loops. Damn, and I was wanting that cheeseburger. Aiden protested. Can't you wait? He pretended to whine as Liam dragged him toward the back room. Liam and Aiden both turned to look at the faces of the guys they had just left. The looks were priceless and instantly cracked them up to the point they were almost doubled over with laughter. What did you take? Daniel demanded of Aiden. I know you've taken something. Well, I did take Liam's cock up my ass a few times this evening. I guess it makes me giddy. Aiden snickered. I'm hungry, I want to celebrate. Evan declared, not wanting to go where no man had gone before, though apparently Liam had. Let's go to Mary's. Laughing and jostling one another, the group of friends all left the Odyssey. Stanley wasn't sure Bryant 407 was expected to go along with them, but Daniel took his hand and led him with the gang out the door and down the street to the diner. All of them oblivious to the envious stares of the unlucky masses that weren't part of the A-team on Davy Street. When they tumbled into Hamburger Mary's and found their places at the largest booth in the corner, Daniel dared to ask again. What are the two of you celebrating? I mean it has to be pretty special for Aiden to eat something this late at night. Life, Danny, we're celebrating life, its beginnings, and its middle. We refuse to think of its end. He crushed Liam to him, kissing him until the others groaned. Are they always like that? Stanley asked Daniel. Most of the time, when they aren't fighting or fucking. Daniel sighed. It's sickening. Now Daniel, don't be like that. Evan cooed. He waved his hand in the air, loving the way his bracelet sparkled in the diner's lights. If Jimmy was here, we'd be giving them a run for their money. Eowee, old people sex. Bob teased. Bob Schmidt, I can't believe you said that. Evan looked at his friend and glared. Jimmy isn't any older than you in his mind. Years don't matter, it's what's inside that really matters. Baby, don't worry about it. James had appeared beside their table. Jimmy, Evan squealed. How did you know we were here? 408 Magical Moonlight. James exchanged a look with Aiden, who winked. I have a sixth sense when it comes to you, baby. James sat beside his lover. Bob stood in front of the table, not sure how he'd gotten there, he didn't remember moving. Bobby, sit down. Evan laughed, his face was flushed with pleasure at seeing his lover. I thought you were in Toronto. Things happen. James said. He looked at the rest of them. I hope you boys don't mind, but I'd like to take Evan with me now. Oh, where are we going? Evan asked. To our place. James whispered to Evan, who blushed at the implication. In a few minutes Liam and Aiden found themselves alone. Once Evan and James disappeared, Daniel and Ben decided they needed to spend some alone time. Leaving Bob alone with the celebrating couple. It didn't take long for Bob to find his way out the door. I feel like we've got some kind of germ or disease. Liam said. Everyone disappeared so fast. No kidding. Aiden grinned. So you're going to be a dad? Yeah, it's kind of cool. Liam relaxed into Aiden. Aiden, he began, hesitating to say anything. Of course I'll be your daughter's guardian. Aiden smiled. You know she's a girl. Liam laughed. I thought I wouldn't know for at least another couple of weeks. Bryant 409. I know. It's a gift, what can I say? Aiden laughed. We'll go over when the girls confirm the pregnancy has taken, and I'll put my seal of protection on her. The food they'd ordered arrived. I feel somehow older and wiser. Liam joked. Oh, and why is that? Aiden asked, reaching for one of Liam's fries. I mean, all you did was fuck me way too many times. I told you, it only works if I'm the top. Liam batted his eyes and tried to look innocent. Now I know why you're feeling older and wiser. Aiden reached his down and gave Liam's cock a squeeze. Don't think I didn't know what you were up to, witch boy. While Aiden and Liam were in the diner, James and Evan had taken a cab to their hideaway home. Evan had never been there before. There'd been no need, he was content to just know that it was there. Do you have your key? James asked when they arrived. Always. Evan patted his chest before taking the key out from under his shirt. Jimmy, this place is amazing. Is it really ours? Evan stood on the walkway looking at the large white house in front of him. The landscaping was filled with plantings that would be incredible in the summer. Open the door, it's all yours, you know. It's in your name. I own all this. Evan turned around. I never realized this is what you meant. 410 Magical Moonlight. I want you to be comfortable when I'm gone. James looked down. I don't want to worry about you. You'll see that the kitchen has been made to commercial standards in case you decide to pursue your dream of having your own catering business. Jimmy, you remembered. Evan sniffed and wiped away a tear. None of that, baby. Inside, I don't have much time and I need to show you a few things. Inside the house, Evan was taken aback at everything that he saw. He trailed through the various rooms, not noticing that James wasn't with him, finally ending up at what had to be the library or den. "Jimmy, where are you?" he called out, looking around for his lover. All he found instead was a letter with his name on it. Evan walked slowly toward the desk and sat down in the leather chair, his eyes never leaving the letter. He reached out to touch it and then pulled his hand back. The emptiness he felt deep inside of him told him more than that letter ever could. His grandmother had always said he had the sight. Tears fell silently wetting his shirt, as Evan grieved for the man he loved. As the sun cleared the horizon indicating dawn, he reached for the heavy vellum paper, slowly opening it. "My darling Evan. When you read this, you'll know I'm no longer living. Tonight was a night of beginnings and endings. A new life began for one of my kind and my life hasn't it? By now I'm sure you've realized that it wasn't. Bryant 411. Really me with you this evening. But rather it was my love for you that allowed me those precious moments with you to say goodbye and to show you what I've left you. You are the trustworthiest and most honorable human being I have ever met. And because I love you unconditionally and you have given me the best time of my entire life, I leave to you my journals. Read them, guard them. You'll understand what I'm saying and things will make more sense to you when you do. Your friends Aiden and Liam will need your support and friendship. Watch them carefully Evan baby, don't allow anyone know what I've written and believe me, there will be people around wanting to know how close the two of us were. You're a good man, with a good heart and I love you with all of mine. Take what I have left you and enjoy it knowing that it will give me pleasure from wherever I am when you do. Your loving man, Jimmy." Evan didn't need any kind of official notification of James's death. He'd always known that there was something special about the man and the fact that he'd visited him the night he'd died, wasn't so far-fetched to Evan Bunce of Alberta. Raised as he was on tales of even stranger happenings. He didn't begin reading the journals right away. First he called Bulge and resigned, apologizing for not being able to give notice. And then he called his best friend Bob Schmidt at a time when he knew the man would be out of the house to leave a message that he 412 magical Moonlight was fine, that he knew of James's death and that he'd be unavailable for a week or two. No, the first 24 hours Evan walked through the house from the basement to the attic, seeing, touching and feeling the love his man had put into making the place perfect for him. Everything was as elegant as money would allow. Everything was the best of the best, far more than Evan would have accepted had he known about the construction of the home. He could see James's hand everywhere and every now and then he'd find a little handwritten note explaining why this was used instead of that. Or how James had matched something to Evan's eyes, or how his smile had inspired something else. It was a house that love had built and it was Evan Bunce's. On the second day, a lawyer came to the door. Not the lawyer that James used for his company business, but one who had been a personal friend and one-time lover of the man for the past 50 years. He assured Evan that the house was indeed his and much more and that it would never be touched by any family, wives, or general money-hungry vultures who were now flocking to pick the Vanderhaven estate clean. He left after having Evan sign more papers than he thought possible. It had been a mind-altering afternoon. Evan had to sit in the solarium at the back of the house for the rest of the day. He held the small plastic-covered passbook from a national bank. The small insignificant pieces of paper and plastic held a king's ransom in the numbers on the pages and Evan was Bryant 413. Stunned speechless. He'd never want for anything again. James had seen to that. His Jimmy had loved him enough to protect him from the grave. He cried a few tears and smiled and laughed at things James left him. They'd had a short time together, but it had been a good for them both. On the third day after James's death, Evan began to read the journals. Chapter 36. Liam and Aiden were walking through the park on the way to visit Shay. For a Vancouver winter day, the weather was relatively mild and not raining. "I think that's Vanessa and Shay." Liam pointed toward the swing. "It's not a bad day for swinging," Aiden commented but began walking a bit faster. He enjoyed playing in the park with his son. "Hey Vans!" he shouted to get her attention. "Aiden, Liam, how nice to see you too." She smiled as she shook her hair from her face. "Look Shay, it's Daddy." "Daddy, Daddy," Shay shouted obediently, waving his arms. He said Daddy, not just Da. Liam grinned. "How cool. That's my boya." Aiden beamed. "Little chilly to be out here on the swings, isn't it Vans?" Aiden asked. 416 Magical Moonlight. "We had to give Rosalie some peace. Your son insists Rosalie is pregnant with a girl." She shook her head. "You know how superstitious Rosalie is, we haven't had a confirmation that she's even pregnant. For the last few days, well ever since the night Liam donated, Shay has been happy as a clam with the upcoming birth of his sister." She rolled her eyes. "I was sure we'd never discussed anything regarding getting pregnant in front of him. I don't understand how he found out we were trying. He's always been smarter than the average bear." Aiden was smug. "Liam, Mama has baby growing in her uterus." Shay patted his belly indicating where. "Uterus?" Aiden mouthed at Vanessa, who shrugged. "He's been like this for the last few days. It's like he's swallowed a dictionary." She laughed. "It's actually a tad unnerving." Shay held his hands up for Liam to lift him out of the swing. "Upply, up," he demanded. Liam pulled him out of the swing and twirled him around, making the child laugh. He walked a few feet away from Aiden and Vanessa so that he could talk to him. "Shay, it's nice you're going to have a baby sister," Liam began. "But your mama is human and she won't know for sure for a few more days." "Human?" Shay asked and then thought for a moment. "Doug says Dad too. You should listen to Dog. That's why you have a wacat, so that you have someone to talk to and Bryant 417. Guide you when your daddy or me aren't around. You should do what the wacat says and not talk about the baby just yet." "But me like my baby." Shay's bottom lip quivered. "Baby like me, baby talks to me." The last was said in a whisper with Shay looking over his shoulder at his mother. "Baby is growing and growing. Baby looks funny, but will be pretty one day." "How do you know what the baby looks like?" Liam asked, rather curious. He'd had no idea about Molly when she'd been conceived. "Books." Shay laughed. "Mama's books on table." He clapped his hands. "Big books, don't touch Shay, books." He giggled. "Shay touch. Books are a good way to learn things." Liam agreed. "I used to read my parents' books all the time." Liam kissed the boy's forehead. "Just don't believe everything you read. What you are reading are the ideas of the author who wrote the book. It's up to you to form your own ideas." The child looked at Liam and then leaned forward and kissed Liam's forehead. Liam smothered a grin. "Okay Liam, Shay knows that." He snuggled into Liam, tucking his head under Liam's chin. "Me sleepy. Liam, let's walk Vanessa and Shay home." Aiden suggested. "I want to see Rosalie." "You do?" Liam asked, eyebrows rose. "Okay." Aiden and Vanessa walked ahead of Liam and Shay. Vanessa pushed the empty stroller and Liam, 418 Magical Moonlight, carried the now sleeping boy. He was heavy, but he wasn't, in that special way someone you love becomes weightless at times such as these. Of course having Waji strength also helped. The park was barely a block from their home, so it didn't take them long to arrive. Doug was waiting patiently at the door for his boy to return, marrowing in her quiet indoor voice when she saw her person was asleep. "I'll take him up to bed," Liam whispered. While Liam was putting Shay in his crib, Aiden sat in an easy chair, stretching his long legs out in front of him. "Hey Rosalie," he said when she appeared in the kitchen doorway. "How are you feeling?" "Why do you ask?" She looked at him with suspicion. "It's conversation, small talk, the kind of thing friends do. He explained with a shake of his head. That might work if we were friends, but we aren't. She turned and headed back to the kitchen. But Aiden knew, he could see the aura of Waji life that surrounded the small woman. Liam and Shay were both right, she was pregnant. Not that he doubted them or his own inner feelings for that matter, but it was nice to know for sure. He stood up, following her into the kitchen. Placing his hand on her belly he said, "Any sign of a baby Liam in there?" Rosalie slapped his hand away, not sure if he'd meant to give her a small shock or if it was an accident. Either way, she didn't want Aiden Mac. Bryant 419. Ruadri's hands on her. Aiden turned away. It had only been a second or two, but it was enough. He'd branded the new life with his mark of protection, a small star shape that would appear as a birthmark in the same way Liam's mark had appeared on Shay. Only this time, the baby would be under his protection from here on in. He knew that he needed to offer the safeguard now and not wait for the child to be born. "Ready to go?" Aiden asked Liam when he walked down the stairs. "Go." Liam looked confused. "Didn't we just get here?" "Yep. Now it's time to go. Shay is sleeping." Aiden took Liam's hand and pulled him to the door. "Later Vans, Rosie," he said, disappearing out the door. What in hell was that all about? Liam glared at Aiden, barely able to keep up with his long strides. "The kid, the baby, it's barely 3 days old, barely more than a fingertip full of cells. But she's strong, she's powerful. Liam, for fuck's sake, I think you performed Zendaya. You've made a pure Waji with your sperm, there's nothing of Rosalie in that baby. She's all yours, each and every cell. Fuck Liam, there's going to be hell to pay when the High Council finds out. She'll be put down like a fucking injured dog. Why did you do it? You know it's forbidden, it's like 10 times forbidden. It's so forbidden no one even knows anyone who'd ever done it or if it's just a fucking legend." Aiden was terrified for Liam and his daughter. And he was terrified for Shay, for he realized. 420 Magical Moonlight. Something he'd been denying to himself since his son was conceived. Shay was also Zendaya. He'd done the forbidden as well and had no one to blame but himself. "Are finished with your rant?" Liam's voice was quiet. "No." Aiden glared. "Aiden, think about Shay, come on, really think about him. He's Zendaya too." "I knew it, your mother knows it." "Why the fuck didn't you know it? I thought you realized that's what we were doing. I mean, there is no such thing as a half-breed Waji." He took a breath. "I don't suppose you ever gave it any thought as to why Shay is a perfect miniature of you. Of why there is nothing of his mother in him. He's a baby, how should I know what babies look like?" But the words sounded false in the air, even to Aiden. "You seem to have some idea about mine. That's different, you're different, I care for you. You know, for someone with strong Waji control over the force of life, you're kind of stupid." Liam shook his head. "So all that talk about half Waji, half human was what, talk?" Aiden walked backwards, the better to see Liam's face. "Aiden, I had to know. I had to know what you knew. This stuff that's happening. The babies, it's all been foretold. You know the legends as well as I do. I had to really know what you were thinking. Our lives. Bryant 421. Depend on it, the lives of our children, and our children's children. I thought you knew me. I thought you said you could read me. I do and I can, but not all at once, Aiden, not all at once." Liam looked miserable. "And we never really talk. I mean, we talk but not really. You know what I mean." "No Liam, no, I don't know what you mean." Aiden was pissed. He'd thought Liam loved him, trusted him, knew him. He thought he'd finally found a man who could see through his brash ways to what he was inside. Snow was beginning to fall, the night skies had chased away the hazy winter daylight when the men entered the deserted park. Aiden, stop. Liam called to Aiden's back. Aiden heard him but didn't stop. He needed to think, to reconsider his relationship with Liam. Aiden, stop. Liam called out, and this time a ring of small dancing flames sprung around the taller man. Aiden brushed them away, not caring if they stung. Liam was powerful, but he was too. He prepared to move when suddenly Liam stood in front of him, larger than life, his skin blazing with a glow so warm, Aiden could feel the heat melt the snow that had landed on his shoulders. Aiden, I love you. I would never do anything to jeopardize that love. Liam put a hand out to touch Aiden's cheek, but Aiden pulled away. You are my heart, my breath, my 422 magical moonlight. Life. He whispered. I thought you knew Shay was Zendaya. I thought it was just something we wouldn't talk about because it was dangerous. I didn't have any idea you didn't know. I mean, fuck, you made him. If you think about it, you'll know I'm right. You'll know you performed the ritual just like I did the other night. You said nothing then. I thought you were part of it. You fucking never said you didn't. No. Liam cried out, tears washing over his face. Aiden shut his eyes. He couldn't look at Liam, knowing the redhead was in pain because of him. He didn't know what to say or how to act. This was all new to him. He needed to talk to his mother. Now that was something he'd never thought he'd say or do. I need to talk to my mother. Aiden's voice was quiet. I know you do. I need to talk to mine too. Both women were powerful in their own way. Both women would protect their children and their grandchildren with everything they had. Liam, Aiden said, this time looking deep into Liam's eyes. He needed to see into the other man's soul. What have we done? We've loved. Liam's voice was quiet. Wasn't that part of the legends of Wa, that two powerful Waji would come together in love? In a love so powerful it would transcend time. Didn't you ever wonder why the legends said they would make Zendaya children when it was forbidden? The legends say that the Zendaya children will mate and become rulers of the planet, and the planet will prosper in peace and health for many generations. The black arts. E.R. Bryant 423. Will perish and be forgotten, and those practicing them will be banished, stripped of their abilities. I didn't listen to that shit. Aiden admitted. I was too busy keeping away from my father's fists, and when I was older, too busy making money. Well, wake up, Aiden. The legends have a basis of truth. You and I are it. There's no such thing as either you or I becoming pregnant, but we can make Zendaya, and we have. He looked gloomy for a moment. I think maybe we should have actually given it more thought. No fucking shit. Aiden slumped in his jacket, looking vulnerable and almost scared. Something that was foreign to his nature. Liam let himself drift into the welcome embrace of the older man. I guess we need to talk more, witchboy. I think that's going to be a reoccurring theme in our lives. Liam smiled into Aiden's chest. Chapter 37. Archie was actually enjoying having Francis and Ashley 6 inches tall. Well, Ashley wasn't quite that tall. For one thing, while Francis had been a great husband, he still had expected her to be the dutiful wife, and pretty much agrees to everything he said. It was a Waji thing, she figured. She couldn't imagine human women thinking subjugation was a good idea. Ashley, on the other hand, while interesting in that he at least gave Francis some company while she was working, was a little bit irritating. For one thing, he whined a lot, and then there was his incessant guitar playing. It hadn't taken her long to figure out that his guitar had been Magi-Cade. No doubt to do something to Liam, though she wasn't sure what. He was human, which meant that there had to be a Waji out there who had done the deed with the guitar. It wasn't a good thing to mix human and Waji badness. The first thing she had to do was provide some kind of toilet facilities for the two of them. She was 426 magical moonlight. Damned if she was cleaning up shit no matter how good a husband Francis had been. It was then she discovered a wonderful store in Victoria that catered to miniature everything for elaborate doll houses that functioned as well as full-sized ones. Since money wasn't really a problem, Marcy bought an already constructed mansion that was delivered intact. She loved it. It was everything a woman who was a kid at heart could want. Connecting the plumbing and electric took a bit of ingenuity and a touch of her powers, but it was soon done. Moving days, my sweet little birdies. She cooed when everything was set up in the spare bedroom. She wondered if maybe she should get a train set and some of those cute little cars for them. What are you talking about? Francis muttered. He was heartily sick of living in the birdcage with Banjo Boy. Ashley said nothing. He was in funk because his Mage-Icade guitar seemed to be out of order. He didn't realize it was tuned to Liam Taylor, no one else. Even Brad Chambers and his father weren't stupid enough to have Ashley Hicks be some kind of Pied Piper with a guitar. It was enough they'd tried to fix Liam. Smile, guitar boy, you'll have a whole house to sulk in soon. With running water and everything. Fuck off. Ashley mumbled. His whole life was ruined because of Liam Taylor. He was missing competitions and school. He was never going to graduate and he was going to be forgotten in the music world. He fucking hated Liam Taylor. Bryant 427. Marcy, I want you to contact the High Council. I know Cecil Taylor would never condone my treatment. Everyone is entitled to a mistake. I made one and now I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Francis, but unless Auntie Morgan says it's okay, I'm not going to talk to anyone in the High Council. I still can't believe you'd try and hurt your own cousin. She turned and stomped out of the room. Hey, what about moving day? What about a new house? Francis yelled. Forget it, man, even I can tell when a woman is pissed. The next time you might at least wait until she moves us before you piss her off. Ashley looked at his guitar and sighed. He wasn't even in the mood to play. But she's my wife. Francis protested. Actually, you're her Ken doll. Ashley snickered. And even Ken was at least 11 inches tall. I don't think you're much more than half that. Hell, I've seen cocks larger than you. Ashley snickered at his joke. Francis glared at him. While Marcy was having her problems with Ashley and Francis, Aiden and Liam were also having problems. I just wanted to relax, to dance, to have a fucking beer. Aiden fumed as he paced in front of yet another club with a closed sign on the front door. What the fuck is happening here? 428 Magical Moonlight. That guy Johns is closing the queer community down. Bob replied in his dry way that pissed Aiden off even more. I'm going to a friend's place. Oh, how is Evan doing? Liam asked. I don't know, he hasn't called. I thought that's where you were going. Liam looked away. Evan isn't my only friend. Bob said as he turned and left. Aiden, do you want to come with Stan and I? We're going back to my place. No, I don't think so. It's time to have a little chat with Jim Johnson. Aiden put his arm around Liam's shoulder. Liam's coming with me. What are we going to do, Aiden? Liam asked as they walked back to the car. I'm not sure, but I think maybe Jim Johnson needs to spend at least a week as an out and proud Nelly Queen. But he's married with kids. Liam laughed. I don't think it would work. Sucks to be him. He won't be the first gay man stuck in a miserable hetero relationship. Aiden's step was light as he worked out the spell that would effectively change Jim Johnson's life for a week. Aiden knew he had a meeting with Johnson in the morning. He'd place the spell then. It was Monday, a great time to start a new life. The thought of a gay Johnson was making him horny. I want to fuck you, he said in a lust-filled voice. Bryant 429. It's damn cold, let's go home, we'll fuck there. Liam was shivering in the car despite the heater blasting full on. Can't wait, Aiden said as he pulled Liam in for an icy embrace. Fuck, your nose is cold and wet. It is not wet. Liam laughed and wiped it on Aiden's shirt. I told you it would be better at home. Pucker up, witch boy, let's see what those cold lips can do for my big warm cock. Better yet, let's see what you can do for mine. Liam laughed as he wiggled around, placing Aiden's hand on his tenting jeans. Aiden put his head back and laughed. Liam beamed because of the free and happy sound. It wasn't often Aiden was relaxed enough inside himself to make such a contented noise. We'll go home. He nuzzled Liam's neck. Monday morning, Aiden uncharacteristically made a coffee for Jim Johnson, smiling to himself as the other man sat at the conference table and drank it. Dressed as he usually was in a tightly buttoned collar and a no-nonsense business suit or an undetermined color, Aiden couldn't wait to see the man loosen up. The bank president and his fellow executives as well as Kimberly filed into the conference room. I see you two have started without us. The president nodded toward the now empty coffee cups. Aiden, the wonderful man, makes amazing coffee. Jim lisped as he waved his limp wrist hand in the air. Everyone stared at him, the room was silent. 430 magical moonlight. Yes, well, David Reinhardt looked around. Shall we begin? He handed Jim a folder that contained the proposal for the latest condo project Jim Johnson was involved in. Oh dear, Jim said as he leafed through the pages. This is just a tad harsh, isn't it? He looked at Aiden. Aiden, dear boy, we can't close down all of the nightclubs on Davie and not close the ones in the rest of the city. Besides, it's not like it's the 20s and prohibition is the law. These are just people trying to relax after a hard day. Their meeting lasted into the afternoon, with David Reinhardt and Kimberly, his assistant, becoming more and more confused the longer Jim Johnson was in the room with them. Aiden pretended to notice nothing. As Johnson was being ushered from the conference room toward the elevator later, he leaned into Aiden. Aiden, why don't you take a break for the day? I understand there is a rather nice place near here that should be quiet in the afternoon. We can discuss my project. I'll have Kimberly clear my calendar. Aiden said. Where are we going? A place called Celebrities. I'm sure I heard mention of it somewhere, I'm not sure where, but I understand it has a wonderful ambience. Do you know it? He asked. I've been there a time or two. Aiden admitted. It should be quiet this time of day. Wonderful, I'll have my driver take us there. Johnson beamed. E.R. Bryant 431. 2 weeks later, Liam was lying on the floor of the loft watching television with Dakota, who stretched out on the sofa. Ty laid full length on Dakota and Killer was cuddled close to Liam. It was one of those winter days that held a hint of spring in the sunlight that played with dust molecules in room. The phone rang and Liam reached for it lazily. Hey. He purred into the receiver. Liam, is that you? Vanessa asked. Oh, hi Vanessa, sorry. Liam's attention was still on the movie. Congratulations Liam, you're going to be a father. Vanessa all but shouted. Cool. Thanks for telling me. Do you want to call Aiden or should I? Liam asked. He wasn't all that excited, after all he'd known from the first cell division. I'll call Aiden. Vanessa hung up, rather disappointed with Liam's attitude. She didn't know what she was expecting, but she figured he should have been a little more enthused. Who was that? Dakota asked. Vanessa, Aiden's friend. Liam reached for a handful of popcorn. What did she want? Dakota was a female and curiosity abounded. Oh, she just wanted me to know that Rosalie was pregnant with my baby. Liam put all the popcorn in his hand in his mouth. This needs more butter. What the fuck did you say? Dakota shouted, jumping up from the sofa, dumping a slightly 432 magical moonlight. Pissed off Ty to the floor and barely missing Killer's tail. You made a baby with Rosalie. She burst into hysterical tears. That's when Aiden walked in. What's up? He asked Liam, who shrugged. Vans called, Rosalie is pregnant. Duh, rah. Aiden said as he pulled off his jacket. Thank God that part's over with. I was beginning to think Shay was going to bust a gut keeping his mouth shut after your little chat. He nodded at Dakota. And this affects your cheering section how? Beats me. Liam tried to put his arm around Dakota who pulled away from him, glaring daggers in his direction. If you wanted a baby, it was supposed to be me who gave you an. Aiden won, not that dyke bitch. She screamed. And sobbed, barely making herself understood. Liam's eyes grew wide. Holy shit. He muttered looking helpless. Dakota, princess. Aiden wrapped the smaller woman in his arms and she melted into his body. He had that effect on anyone he held. This baby isn't for Liam and me, it's for Rosalie and Vans. Liam didn't even want to do it. I had to talk him into it. If the day ever comes when we want to raise a child, we would be honored if you were the mother. I couldn't think of anyone else I'd want. You're cute and funny and not too damn bad looking for a female. E.R. Bryant 433. Really? She sobbed, though her sobs were less. Really? Aiden said, biting his lips when Liam rolled his eyes and threw himself on the sofa. Ty and Killer both jumped on the redhead. They hated women's tears. It made them nervous. Dakota leaned over and punched Liam's arm. Sorry, but I always have wanted your baby, ever since I was 4. 4. Liam laughed. Fuck, at 4 babies were the last thing in my mind. You aren't a girl. Thank God for that. Aiden laughed. They have pointy knuckles when they punch. You realize Liam will have a bruise for days. He let go of the girl and stepped back. He was afraid she was beginning to like being in his arms. So you really didn't want to do it? Dakota asked. Did you do it in a cup like Aiden? Liam had discussed Aiden's attempts at fatherhood at length with Dakota. Nope, I fucked Aiden and gave them the condoms. Liam grinned, laughing outright when he saw Aiden's face flush bright red. 6 times. He held up fingers and counted them off, just to make the point. Eowoof. Dakota was impressed but she knew better than to let Aiden know it. I hope it's a girl. She looked at Liam, her head cocked to the side. You'd make a cute girl. 434 Magical Moonlight. Thanks I think. Liam didn't like the way the conversation was going. He'd had enough teasing from Aiden the night before. Chapter 38. Tee Odyssey rated Jim Johnson undercover. Liam snickered at the headline in the paper. He'd seen Johnson at the club the night before dancing with his shirt off, high on E. Twice the man had let himself be dragged into the back room. It was when he was in there the last time, the police raided the club to close the room where so much fun could be had. Imagine their surprise when they found their premier, pants around his ankles, bent over and taking it up the ass. Liam about had a seizure laughing when he heard. Did you see this? Apparently Johnson was undercover last night. Liam waved the paper at Aiden. I heard. Aiden removed his suit coat and threw it on the back of the sofa rather than hanging it up right away. He was tired from his day dealing with the repercussions of Johnson's little walk on the wild side. Not that he hadn't been expecting it, he did, after all, wield the spell that put the man there. 436 Magical Moonlight. How long is Johnson going to be gay? Liam asked. He kind of enjoyed the way Aiden had turned the human's deeply hidden fears against him. It was rather ironic that what Johnson feared the most was what he was now. He was lucky he hadn't feared spiders or rats. He's always been gay. He just repressed it? Aiden shrugged. It makes things rather interesting, don't you think, considering his stance on all things even slightly rainbow-colored. Interesting is good. Liam agreed. He stood up to wrap his arms around Aiden. You look kind of down. I resigned. You resigned what? Liam was confused. I resigned from Vancity. Aiden rubbed his fingers through Liam's hair before tipping up the redhead's chin to kiss him on the end of his nose. It was something he did often when he wanted comfort rather than passion. But it was just as much a turn on to Liam as the most passionate of kisses might have been. Okay. Liam replied, not actually sure what he was supposed to say to those words. What did your boss say? Not much. Aiden sighed and held Liam a bit closer. It was time, Liam, to leave there. I couldn't be the man I was meant to be, working for such a large corporation. It was good while it lasted, and hell, I've made a lot of money. I'm good at what I do without. Bryant 437. Having to resort to any wodgy ways. It was important to me to know I could succeed without them. Okay. Liam said again. I guess that means we'll have more time together. He looked up at Aiden and smiled. Or not, witch boy. Aiden walked over to his desk. I've been thinking about this for a while. I'm going to start my own business. We're going to start a business. We. Liam looked confused. I'm a schoolboy, remember? You're a wodgy schoolboy. You can multitask. Look at this. We can set up our own mortgage brokerage. And I want to do this. Why? Liam wasn't really interested in working at anything other than his schoolwork. Because you're my love slave. Aiden snickered. And you need to redeem yourself for shrinking Francis. Hey, that wasn't just me. Liam leaned into Aiden. You kind of helped. I'm not sure how you rationalized that, but whatever floats your boat. Aiden indicated his computer monitor. Now look at this, what do you think? I think the name sucks and the logo needs work. Liam sat down and began to work the laptop keypad. There, what do you think of that? On the screen were the words McGrew-Adry and Associates in a deep blue. 438 Magical Moonlight. I like it. Aiden grinned. He knew he could get Liam involved if he put his mind to it. Yes, it has a good ring to it. I'll design some business cards and stationery. You should think about having the name registered and buy the domain. You'll need a website. Aiden retired to the bedroom where he changed before throwing himself on the bed to relax. The day had been filled with stress. But now Liam had things under control and Aiden could relax. He could hear Liam clicking away in the other room, deeply involved in designing a website. He was sure by now that the kid had bought the domain and registered the company. It was amazing what he could do on a computer. Hands behind his head, the older man let his mind relax while he thought about what the next few months were going to bring the McGrew-Adry Taylor household. His relaxation was short-lived because with a loud and very audible pop, Morgan Taylor was in his bedroom, hands on hips, and standing beside her was his mother, Margaret McGrew-Adry. Aiden opened one eye and stared at the two very pissed women. Where is he? Morgan managed to get out. Well, he's not here. Aiden could tell that Liam must have somehow managed to pop himself anywhere but here, leaving him to face the mothers. We are aware that he left rather suddenly, Aiden. Neither of us are amateurs. His mother's voice was clipped. I cannot believe that you allowed him to make Zendaya. Bryant 439. Moms, I don't have control over the lad. He's wodgy and a wodgy prince on top of everything. It's not too damn likely he's going to listen to me. Aiden sat up, he didn't like the feeling of the women standing over him. Besides, check your history. He's only doing what's been foretold. What has been foretold is a story, a legend. He didn't have to make it happen. You didn't have to make it happen. Morgan glared at him. Ty jumped on the bed and faced her, his fur at full bristle. Killer slowly crept up the stairs, fangs showing, a low growl in his throat. Seamus is my responsibility. And frankly, I didn't give it much thought at the time. I didn't plan on making Zendaya. I'm not even sure it was all my doing. I've thought about it a lot and I'm sure there was some other hand in the whole Zendaya thing. Aiden, only you could have done it. It isn't a group participation thing. Morgan smiled. I would have thought that Liam might have mentioned that little part. Liam and I deliberately worked Zendaya on his child. Aiden admitted. It was apparent to both of us that Shay was, and we knew the legends. He needs a partner. You're taking a risk making a female partner. Margaret said quietly. I mean, you and Liam wouldn't appreciate it if either one of you were female. Shay wanted a sister. Who were we to argue with him? You know how powerful the boy is. Aiden. 440 Magical Moonlight. Took a chance and moved past the mothers to get to the kitchen. He needed something to drink. Aiden, don't you run away. We need to discuss how these Zendaya children are going to be supervised as they grow. You know that the High Council will be doing what they can to euthanize them. Aiden turned and faced the women. Ty was on his shoulder and Killer by his side, all of them glaring. Mark my words now, no one, not Waji or human, will threaten my child or my partner's child. He slapped his hands together, forming a ball of energy. There will be no easy life as a 6-inch tall doll, they will be gone from this planet. The ball of energy expanded until Aiden released it through an open window, a falling star for the uninitiated. There was no need for theatrics, Aiden. His mother chided, her voice soft. We were merely relaying what we know to be true. Your children will be in danger until they are able to control the power that is part of them. And even then, danger will stalk them the rest of their lives. She nodded at Morgan, who continued. I'm not sure the world is ready for these two yet. But yes, we both, as mothers, knew with your own births that the path leading to this point had been set. Morgan paused. It isn't something a mother wants for her child. Children live longer, quieter, easier lives when they stay under the radar of those with a hunger for power. E.R. Bryant 441. Aiden, Morgan, and I will be doing what we can to have your Zendaya children remain cloaked from the views of those who mean them harm, and from those who will wish to latch onto their coattails as it were, for Zendaya children are mighty. There hasn't been any in centuries, surely it's been forgotten. Legends are just stories your grandparents tell you before bedtime. They are supposed to be true. They were never supposed to be true. When Shay was born and I held him in my hands, it was only then I knew that he was special, that he was different and that he had nothing human in him. It was only then the legends came rushing into my mind and I knew in that instant that he was Zendaya. I racked my brain for indications that I had said the words, done the ceremony when he was conceived, but damned if I can remember doing anything other than jacking off in a cup. When Liam had popped out of the loft he hadn't had any particular destination in mind. Instead he let his heart take him wherever it would and ended up in front of Vanessa's house. Shrugging, he walked up to the door and rang the bell. Hey Vans. He said with what he hoped was an engaging grin, just thought I'd stop by and say hi. I shouldn't be surprised. Vanessa laughed. Shay said you'd be tucking him into bed tonight. I think he may be psychic. Nah, little kids get ideas, though I heard they're kind of in tune to people they love. It wears off as they 442 Magical Moonlight. Grow up. Liam followed Vanessa inside the house. Where's Rosalie? She's laying down. This pregnancy is having a rather calming effect on her. I really don't understand it and I never actually thought it would happen. She smiled. Shay, Liam is here. Liam. Shay tottered over to Liam and grabbed him around the knees. Doug, sitting on the back of the sofa, watched the boy, an indulgent smile on the small cat's face. Grandma's mad at Da. He giggled. They aren't too happy with me either. Liam whispered to the boy as he picked him up for a hug. Mama's sleeping. Shay settled on Liam's lap. Doug draped herself over Liam's shoulder. Phoebe says Mama needs to rest. So Mama rests. Phoebe. Liam looked up at Vanessa, who had come into the living room with a tray of drinks and cookies. Yes, Shay insists the baby's name is Phoebe. She laughed. If Rosalie does have a girl, no doubt we'll call her Morgan Rebecca to honor your mother and Rosalie's. We could call her MR for short, or maybe Becca. Mom would be pleased. Liam beamed. Phoebe says no. Shay shook his head. Phoebe likes Phoebe. He smiled his winning smile so much like his father's. Liam is Liam, Daddy is Daddy, Mommy is Mommy, Mama is Mama, and Phoebe is Phoebe. Me is Seamus. He tried to get his mother to understand. Bryant 443. Hey lil guy, let's just wait for the baby to hatch. Liam grinned. We'll decide then. The decision has been made. Vanessa's voice was firm. Much as I love Shay's input, it's really Rosalie's decision as to the baby's name. Besides, it could be a boy just as easily as a girl. I can't imagine a boy answering to Phoebe. She laughed. Seriously, how is Rosalie doing? Liam asked. Not bad. Vanessa smiled. It's her first child and she is over 30, there's always a risk. But it's early and she has good prenatal care. Phoebe will watch her. Shay whispered in Liam's ear. Don't worry. Seamus, you know whispering isn't polite. Vanessa admonished. If you have something to say, you can say it out loud or keep it to yourself. Yes, Mommy. The boy said, but he didn't volunteer to tell her what he'd whispered to Liam. Later that night, when the house was quiet and everyone was sleeping, while the adults were sleeping, Shay and Doug quietly crept out the bedroom window and onto the roof of the back porch. Slowly the boy crawled toward the big oak tree with branches that lay against the top of the porch. He'd done it before and he found each time it was easier to do. Doug led the way, for he was a Wildcat after all and had no problem seeing the way. Shay, who by now was almost 3, didn't hesitate to make his way deep into the heart of the oak, losing himself among the branches and leaves. 444 Magical Moonlight. Only when he was satisfied that he was hidden from the view of anyone who might for some unknown reason glance in the backyard of his home did the boy relax. Liam had, without realizing it, placed his spell without making it clear that Shay should be restricted in his magic anywhere, not just the house. It was a loophole that the boy used to his advantage whenever possible. Holding Doug close to his chest, Shay popped himself to the roof of the Bradley building. He landed, as he always did, in the center of the small deck Liam had built. Ty and Killer, who had been sitting to the side waiting, quickly joined the other Wildcat and his person. The fire for one is preparing for bed, Master is closing down the box with sound. Killer volunteered. Then we're just in time. Shay was satisfied. His father and his father's partner were powerful in different ways, but more powerful than most, if any, other Waji. When they combined that influence during the moments before sleep, when they wrestled on the bed, it increased by 10, sometimes even more, forming a PowerPoint cone exactly where he sat now. Ty had told him about it more than a year before. The other Wildcat had often come to visit him in his room. Or perhaps to visit Doug, who was a rather beautiful female Wildcat. Phoebe has my father's protection and that of her own father, but she fears it won't be enough. Too many know of us and that we are Zendaya. Young one, only your fathers and the mothers of your fathers know you both are Zendaya. Ty said. It? Bryant 445. Is a small circle and one that is protected by their very lives? The large orange cat wound his way around the child, joined by Doug, who did the same, their noses meeting in the front, their tails in the rear of the boy, who sat cross-legged and stiff-backed in a pose that radiated his inborn power and majesty. Phoebe requests this spell. It was all that was necessary to say. For in a matriarchal society, the word of a highborn priestess, even one in the womb, was something to take note of and obey when possible. Killer, sitting on guard at the edge of the small deck, tried not to whine, but a small sound escaped from his throat. He hoped the cats didn't notice. Being the dog and just a regular canine occasionally put him at a disadvantage in their company. But not now, not at night when the smells of the city could come up to the secret lair without hindrance and the sounds, even that of the smallest mouse, were easy to detect. No cat, cat, or otherwise, had a better security system than Killer's big black nose or his floppy ears covered in black curls. He was rather proud of this. Shay stood up in one fluid motion that belied his age. The cats remained in place only now. If looking down from above, one could see how the furred creatures formed a circle of protection around the small child. He raised his hands to the sky and moved them as if wiping the shadows from the moon and allowing the moonlight to wash down on him, spotlighting his performance. 446 Magical Moonlight. Words in a language that hadn't been heard in 1,000 years were whispered in the night sky. Killer's hackles stood on end as he felt forces from above and below as well as each side, move to the child, enveloping him in a soft glow of energy. The amulet, its black jade carvings alive with movement, appeared in Shay's upheld hands from where it had been hidden by Liam. Killer could hear sounds matching what the child whispered, coming from the scary thing, and he wanted desperately to cower, but didn't, because he was dog and he took his duties as dog seriously. Colors fluoresced and pulsated until gradually, one by one they came together, eventually fading from view. Shay sank back down in his former cross-legged pose, the amulet returned to where it usually rested, his hands on the heads of both cats, fingers kneading their fur. It was then that Killer noticed the purrs of the cats matched the child's heartbeat, and he realized that his heartbeat as one as well. His tongue lolled as he grinned, happy to be part of this wondrous group who allowed dog to be dog and accepted him for that. "You did well, young one," Ty said with a merrow row. "Your fathers and Phoebe will be safe from those who wish them harm at this time. The one with red head fur is coming," Killer warned. Shay blew Killer a kiss, and with a pop, he and Doug were back in the oak tree. Bryant 447. Killer lay down where the boy had been and began to roll around on his back, the better to dissipate the slight smell of ozone that would betray the recent magic. By the time Liam cleared the top step, Killer's head was on his front paws in an imitation of rest. Ty sat on the edge of the roof, a red gold pillow of watching fur. "Hey guys, you can't stay up here all night. We want to lock up now." Liam looked around, something seemed different, but he wasn't sure what. "What have the two of you been doing?" he asked, not really expecting an answer, before turning and heading down to the loft and Aiden's arms. Back home, Shay and Doug made their way back to his room. He had only just crawled under the covers and shut his eyes, when his mother looked into his room. She tiptoed over and closed the window and then pulled the duvet up over his shoulders. "Was he sleeping?" Rosalie asked. "Yes, but I closed the window. I really don't like to leave it open even if we are on the second story. It's dangerous with a small child. I don't think Seamus can even reach it." Rosalie patted Vanessa's hand. "I miss the days when we had the monitor in there." "I do too. I can't understand why they keep breaking. We'll have to find a better quality one when the baby comes." Vanessa snuggled into Rosalie's arms, one hand protectively over the growing child. "It's funny, for some reason tonight I feel so safe and 448 Magical Moonlight. Loved. I mean more than usual. It must be the nice weather we're having." In Aiden's apartment, Liam crawled into bed with his lover, snuggling close. "Fuck Liam, I was just about asleep. Your feet are like ice. Where did you go?" "I was checking the doors, the animals were on the roof." Liam wiggled to get closer. He was cold. "I wonder what they do up there for so long." "Piss, shit." Aiden mumbled. "Commune with the stars. How the fuck do I know?" You're such a poophead. Liam giggled sleepily. Poophead, how 3-year-old of you. Aiden lifted an arm and pulled Liam closer, kissing his forehead. Now let me bask in the glow of that last fuck, you're ruining the mood. Go to sleep. Poophead. Liam whispered. ×2. Liam could feel Aiden's grin and he shut his eyes preparing for sleep. Chapter 39. Why oh, you picked him up, didn't you? Liam asked. He was laid out on the hardwood floor in the center of the loft. Ty was on his belly and Killer was for some reason perched on the back of the white sofa, almost reaching from end to end. He was stretched out so long. He was referring to Bob, who had been through 3 months of rehab trying to get his life together. Yep. Aiden kicked off his shoes, doing his best not to ask what in hell Liam was doing. Evan was there to welcome him home. Do you think he'll persuade him to go to the fairy retreat with Daniel and him? Liam asked, his eyes closed, enjoying the feel of the cold wood on his back and the warm cat on his belly. Not likely. I can't think of a more unlikely place for Bob to go. It's cold, smelly, bug-infested and attended by fruitcakes dressed in funny clothes with even more ridiculous names. Wanna go? Liam asked. 450 magical moonlight. Not a chance in hell. Aiden snorted. He began to look through the mail he'd picked up. It would be fun, the ad on the internet says it's a magical place. Anything is magical if you eat enough of the right mushrooms. Ty reached out with one paw and touched Liam's nose with his paw. Aiden had to ask. Why are you naked on the floor? I'm a rug for the cat. Liam explained. Well, you certainly qualify for the role of fruitcake who would head to the fairy wilderness to get your ass bitten off by mosquitoes. So, are you going to come with me? I always come with you. He snickered. It's just that I have this awesome idea to fuck with Daniel's head and it would be cool if you'd go along with it. Danny's my friend. And your point is? Liam put Ty carefully to one side before standing up. If I can make you come just by kissing you, will you go with me? I'm 30-ish, it's not too damn likely, but sure, why not? Do your best, witch boy, and speaking of that, no witch moves. I don't need magic to make you come. Liam grinned as he stepped closer. Are we going to the bedroom? E.R. Bryant 451. I don't need the comforts of the bedroom, but if you'd like to, we can go to the bedroom. The dog is watching, I'm never going to come. Aiden snickered, figuring he'd won the bet already. Liam only smiled as he reached up with one hand and cupped the back of Aiden's head. He let his eyes twinkle, knowing that Aiden was watching, and then slowly lowered his lids halfway as he fell into the spell that was Aiden Macruadri. It was something that happened every time they kissed. The man who touched him, whom he touched, enthralled Liam. A slight hitch in his breathing was all it took to match the breaths he took to the beat of Aiden's heart. His lips touched Aiden softly, tenderly, as his eyes asked permission for more. The older man's heartbeat sped up, his skin flushed, as he read the love in Liam's eyes. His lips craved more, but this was Liam's show and he resisted pulling the redhead closer. Liam's lips became more insistent, his tongue began to move of its own violation, searching, touching, feeling. Aiden could feel the younger man's fingers on the back of his head, moving ever so softly, warm, firm, strong. The very touch somehow comforting, filled with the secure feeling of love. Liam broke the kiss, barely, and he nibbled on Aiden's bottom lip, his body, his cock, thick with desire, pressing against Aiden's body leaked precum, warm and sticky, a low moan of desire, uttered unconsciously from Liam's mouth, and Aiden, hard as he tried not to, gave himself up to the lips of the man he loved, no matter how hard he tried not to admit it. 452 Magical Moonlight. Fuck Liam. Aiden breathed, his knees weak. How do you do this to me? The question didn't need an answer, he knew that he was lost, or was he found? It was a something he couldn't answer, as his body responded to Liam's lips, to the other man's breathing, to his smell, to his touch. And as the kiss intensified, he let himself release the orgasm that had been building. Not because he couldn't hold back, but more because he loved the man in his arms and would do anything to make him happy, even attending a stupid weekend fairy farm. "I want to get there before anyone else," Liam breathed, once he could speak. "Why?" "I have plans." "What does one wear to this kind of place?" "Oh, don't worry, I have that under control. Remember, we're going to fuck with Danny's head." "I can't wait." The words were dry with sarcasm. "No problem." Liam grinned and popped the two of them. Aiden looked around. "Where the fuck did you take me? It looks like I'm in a tree." "You are." "We're at the fairy retreat." "Liam, you have fucking wings on your back and you're naked." "So do you, and so are you." He giggled. "Holy fucking crap, we're fucking fairies." "Of course we are." Liam giggled as he tested his wings and hovered somewhat like a pale Bryant 453. Endowed hummingbird. "Don't you just love how your cock feels in the breeze?" "No." Aiden was trying to pull leaves over himself, but they were in a willow tree and the leaves were narrow and rather sharp. No one was going to see Aiden Macruadri with fucking wings. "Would you kindly reverse the spell please, before I kill you?" "Fairies don't kill, remember Tinker Bell?" "I mean Tinker Bell is a gentle fairy, like you and I. Not something out of a Tim Burton movie." Liam flitted from branch to branch enjoying the freedom of flight, flying past Aiden every now and then to kiss him quickly, even though the older man did his best to elude him on each pass. "If this fairy gets his hands on you, witch boy, you are fucking dead." Aiden's teeth were gritted as he did his best to control his temper. He had a lot more sympathy for Francis now that he was even smaller than the 6-inch man. Ashley he didn't give a shit about, let him stay small. "Don't be a bitch, a fairy." Liam made himself twinkle. "Come on, fly with me. We've got a few hours before Daniel and Evan get here. It'll be fun." Liam flew close and Aiden lunged for him, falling off the branch. He started to scream when his wings fluttered and he was flying. And just in time, because he'd almost landed on some guy's head. The man swatted at him. Aiden glared and flew in front of the bearded man's face. "Look, asshole, this is a fairy retreat. I'm a fairy and retreating, so lay off." The look of horror from the bearded man before he fell. 454 Magical Moonlight. Backwards in what only could be described as a swoon, had Aiden laughing out loud. "See, I told you it'd be fun." Liam laughed. "Come on, let's go find the rest of them." Aiden, getting the hang of flying, chased after Liam, catching him up in his arms. They kissed, arms tangled but still flying. Not noticing that they were attracting attention from some of the campers before they disappeared in a flutter of wings deep into the leaves of the willow tree. "Did you see that?" someone asked, rubbing his eyes. "I think I did." Another person answered with a laugh. "This shit you gave me has a righteous high." Willing to accept the high from the drugs as an explanation for what had happened, the retreat organizer went back to checking the campers in for the weekend. In a down-filled bird's nest, Aiden kissed Liam. "You're a rotten little shit and I'm going to punish you like you won't believe," he began. "Promise." Liam laughed, "but after the weekend." Not waiting for Aiden to answer, Liam pulled him closer. There was something almost wickedly sinful and definitely fun about being naked outside in the evening twilight. Sex should be amazing. Evan and Daniel had been driving for 2 hours, been lost 3 times, found their way again, and now that it was dark, had a suspicion they were lost once again. Neither one was speaking to the other. Bryant 455. Finally Evan said, "I really don't understand why you think we should both spend the weekend here. I don't want to be here and neither do you. Let's just turn around and go home." We can't even if we wanted to. I'm almost out of gas. Daniel's voice was bitter. We're almost there, I saw a sign about 5 minutes ago. You never said one word. Evan glared, not that Daniel could see him. This is the turn. It took them almost an hour to check in, be assigned a place to stay and to reluctantly put together their costumes that were to reflect their inner fairy. By then they were both exhausted and agreed to sleep and deal with the retreat in the morning. Aiden left Liam sleeping in the nest at the top of the tree. He hoped it was a deserted nest, not wanting to deal with the aftermath of what might happen should the owner appear. Liam had a rather bad temper when disturbed from what he figured was much needed sleep. He would never admit to the redhead that he rather enjoyed being able to flit around like a bird. He watched Evan and Daniel arrive and the looks on their faces entertained him as they became initiated in the rites of the fairy retreat. He followed them both inside their cabin, sitting in the rafters watching and listening to the two of them. Daniel held up the clothing he'd chosen. I'm glad no one I know is going to see me in this. I hate drag. 456 Magical Moonlight. But you look lovely in drag. Evan simpered as he modeled what he'd chosen. It's all in the genes. You carry yourself very much like a lady. Your mommy would be proud. Whatever. Daniel looked over at Evan. Are you going out? It's late. I thought we'd just go to bed and check things out in the morning. Jimmy would have wanted me to have some fun. I know he's attended one or two of these soirees in his time. I've read about it in his journals. He loved these weekends. He could spend a whole 48 hours being the man he longed to be. If he can't attend, then I'll do it for him. Evan put the final touches to his fairy costume before heading for the door. You really should come out too. I mean, your beau would want you to have some fun. I'm not so sure about that. Stan wasn't all that interested in the weekend. So that's why all the doom and gloom, you wanted the delightfully buff Stanley to come. Well honey, there's no time like the present. Why don't you call him and tell him what he's missing? Maybe he'll come up tomorrow. I doubt it, he has a seminar tomorrow. Daniel threw himself down on the rather hard camp bed. Ouch, this bed is like sleeping on the floor. Exactly why you need to find yourself a nice soft manly mattress. Evan giggled, disappearing quickly out of Daniel's sight. As soon as the door shut behind him, all semblance of mirth disappeared. He missed his Jimmy with a desperation he wondered if he'd Bryant 457 ever get over. Everywhere he turned he was reminded of the man. He knew he needed to let go. Even Jimmy's journals had told him that. But try as he might, he just couldn't. Now that he knew about Waji, he kept watching everyone for signs that they might be from that race. He was pretty sure Liam and Aiden were Waji, but he wasn't sure how Shay came into the picture and now Rosalie was pregnant. James said that humans and Waji didn't interbreed. Maybe he'd be able to ask Aiden someday. Chapter 40. Rosalie put her hand on her belly. She was 3 months pregnant and showing more than she thought she should be. I look ridiculous. She glared into the mirror. No you don't, you barely have a bump. Vanessa laughed as she made their bed. I put some nice clean sheets on the bed. Why don't you lie down and rest? Your ankles are a bit swollen. I need to go into the office. Rosalie declared, pulling a loose-fitting sheath over her head. My clothes look stupid with this belly. You look beautiful. Vanessa wrapped her arms around her wife. There is no reason to go into the office on a Saturday. Everything will still be there on Monday and you know the doctor said you ought to take it easy. Phoebe was tired of this human mother's constant whining. She could feel the stress pulling at her tiny body and she didn't like it one bit. It was time for some gentle persuasion. 460 Magical Moonlight. All of a sudden Rosalie felt an overwhelming rush of fatigue and the desire to lie down became too much to resist. You know, maybe I will have a short nap, she said, lying on top of the duvet. Naps are nice. Vanessa beamed. It's almost time for Seamus to have his, why don't you bring him in here? We'll be company for each other. Rosalie could feel her eyes getting heavier. I'll see what I can do. Vanessa pulled a soft woolen throw off the end of the bed and covered her wife before tiptoeing out of the room. Shay looked up from the computer game he was playing. He was 3 and rather frighteningly bright as far as Vanessa was concerned. Doug, his cat, lay stretched out on the desktop, watching everything his person was doing. Rosalie and Vanessa often joked that it was almost as if the cat was taking notes so that she could do what the boy did. They didn't know how close to the truth they were. The game he was playing was a drawing game, testing his skills as a budding artist. It's time for your nap, buddy. Vanessa said as she approached his desk. What are you making? She asked, unsure of what she was seeing. Daddy and Liam are fairies. He giggled. They fly in the trees. See, they have wings like a butterfly. Shay, they have no clothes on. Don't fairies wear clothes? She wasn't even going to go into the fact that he'd made his father a fairy. Bryant 461. No clothes, just skin. Shay shrugged. Fairies don't like clothes. The fairies in your books wear clothes. Those are pretend fairies, these are real ones. Shay made his picture fairies sit in a bird nest before climbing down from his desk. Nap now, mommy. Doug jumped down beside him. Sleep with Mama and Phoebe. Shay, please don't call the baby Phoebe, you know it annoys Mama. Vanessa had given up trying to make him stop calling the baby Phoebe around her. Even though she was sure the baby was a girl and would be named Morgan Rebecca, she was beginning to mentally call her Phoebe as well. Okay. Shay agreed. He didn't need an annoyed Mama, she wasn't very nice when she was irritated with him. She'd tried to spank him once the week before, but Phoebe had made her arm hurt before she started. Shay hadn't forgotten his shock at the realization he was about to be physically struck. Phoebe was a good friend to him already. The boy was pleased that his mama was already asleep. He climbed up on the big bed with his blanket, laying his head on a pillow. Doug jumped on the bed and settled between Rosalie and his boy, stretching out long and lean. Shay carefully covered her up, leaving only the tip of her nose uncovered. He shut his eyes, happy to be close to Phoebe. It wasn't often he could be this near. Phoebe, our daddies are being silly fairies today. He whispered, his voice soft as a summer breeze and almost as quiet. 462 Magical Moonlight. My daddy is having fun. She agreed. Your daddy is too, but he doesn't want my daddy to know. Daddies are funny. Shay said quietly. He sighed. Sleep now, Phoebe. His small hand rested on the mound that was Rosalie's tummy, the warmth of his hand felt by the small one tucked safely inside. Phoebe turned over and over in her watery space, thinking about what the world would be like when she was born. She worried about her mother's inclination to work too hard and her refusal to eat properly. She worried about Shay and his safety, for she could feel black forces pressing down on the house, despite the fact that her father had her brother in a protection spell. It would be another almost 6 months before she could be born, though she supposed if she had to, she could do it in 5, although it might leave her too weak physically to be much help to Shay. The calming lullaby sung by her grandmother Morgan filtered into her haven. One or the other of her grandmothers always knew when she was anxious and wove a spell of song for her. Shay's grandmother knew songs from ancient times, and her grandmother knew the newer ones. They were all good. Phoebe let herself relax, she needed her rest as well as her mother. At the fairy retreat, Liam woke refreshed from his nap. Aiden was nowhere to be seen, but he wasn't worried. He suspected the older man was enjoying the freedom of flying. He shivered, it was colder than he'd expected. To warm himself up, Liam took to the air, flitting here and there, keeping out of sight of the Bryant 463 other campers but observing them carefully. He was hoping he'd find Aiden, but instead he found Daniel peering out of the door of one of the cabins. Flying low, Liam could tell that Daniel wasn't happy to be stuck in the woods. He was shivering and dressed in a kilt. Liam laughed out loud as he flew higher. Daniel heard the sound and turned toward him, his eyes bugging out at the sight of a red-headed winged human. "Holy fuck, it's a fairy," he whispered, trying to trace where the Liam flew, but he was too fast. "I saw a fucking fairy." Daniel ran outside to tell someone, but everywhere he turned and anyone he told, wasn't interested. They were in a fairy retreat after all. Of course he saw a fairy. Evan didn't hear any of this. He was sitting deep in the woods in a secluded glen, his back to a large rock, smoking a joint he'd brought from Jimmy's stash. He was well and truly high. He watched Aiden fly into the open glen, and then he watched as the man sat on his shoulder. "Hey Aiden," Evan said as he took another hit. "Hey Ev." Aiden leaned in, hoping for a residual high from the fumes. "What's up?" "Not much. I miss James." Evan sighed. "Oh, and I know you and Liam are Waji, but I won't tell. I'm a fairy, a figment of your doped-up mind." Aiden said. "Blow that smoke my way, would you?" "No problem." Evan blew smoke over his shoulder. "So why the fairy wings?" "Liam's idea of a fun weekend," Aiden said when he let the smoke out of his lungs. 464 Magical Moonlight. Evan found this funny and started to giggle. "Hey, don't laugh, I could fall off." Aiden was high. "No you couldn't, you'd fly." Evan giggled, this time offering Aiden a toke. It wasn't easy, but he managed to suck in another lungful of the powerful weed. "Fuck, that's either good stuff or it works better when you're 3 inches tall. I think size does count." Evan laughed. "Though for a fairy, you're not badly hung considering it's damn cold out here tonight." "Yeah, no shit." Liam and his fucking ideas. "Do you have any idea what it's like to fuck in a bird's nest? I mean, the fucker could come home any minute and mistake us for some kind of naked bug. It is kind of a strangely ironic idea, I mean you and Liam as fairies." Evan sighed. "I envy the two of you. You have so many years left for you to spend together. My Jimmy and I had such a small amount of time." "He loved you, Ev." "He still loves you. I mean, look how he trusted you with a secret that meant everything to him. Waji take the knowledge of their existence seriously." Aiden sucked back some more smoke. "Of course you aren't having this conversation with a fairy either." "That's true." Evan sighed. "I mean, if I was going to have you as a figment of my imagination, I think a full-size Aiden Makru Adri would be more fun than one big enough to put in my pocket." Bryant 465. In your dreams, Evan. Don't tell Liam, but I'm a one-man fairy. He giggled. It's a secret. Your secret is safe with me. Daniel stumbled into the small glen. He slumped down beside Evan. I think I'm having a bad trip. He closed his eyes and leaned back, but not before nodding to Aiden. Have some smoke. Evan offered. It's pretty good. Can't, I'm seeing things. Daniel sighed. I know it's not good when you start hallucinating. Oh, seeing anything interesting? Evan had to ask, knowing full well what the other man was referring to. Aiden was now leaning against Evan's neck, thoroughly high. I saw Liam. Oh, I didn't know he was here this weekend. Was Aiden with him? No, I saw Liam flying. He was a fairy. Oh. I see Aiden too. Really? Yeah, I think he's on your shoulder. I think he's high. I recognize that look he gets. Oh. Evan paused. Is he a fairy too? Of course he's a fairy. He's been a fairy all his life. Daniel huffed. I'm a fairy too. But not as much as Aiden. I suck at being a fairy. I don't know my inner fairy. He started to cry. Oh, for fuck's sake, Danny. Get a grip. Aiden stood up, his legs wobbly. He flew over to Daniel and 466 magical moonlight. Kissed him. You're fucking useless. Then he flew away. Fairy Aiden kissed me. Daniel sighed. I'm tired, really, really tired. I'm never doing any kind of drugs ever again in my whole life. I want what you had. Fairy Aiden didn't kiss me. Evan laughed. It sucks when you can feel and hear your hallucinations. Daniel sighed, leaned his head on Evan's shoulder and fell into a sound sleep. Even looked up at the star-filled sky. Jimmy, I don't know if this is what usually happens at these retreats, but I think this will be my last one. I hope you understand. He smiled when the stars began to twinkle much like his Jimmy's eyes used to. Chapter 41. The next couple of weeks seemed to escalate with violence against gays along Davie and Denman and especially along the Stanley Park Stroll, a piece of land leading into the heavy primeval forest that was part of the park. It had become bad enough for Aiden, who normally ignored human infighting, to take notice. At first he thought it was the weather generally pissing off everyone. Incessant rain tends to do that. Aiden, I don't want you going out there. Liam stood in the front of the heavy apartment door. Aiden was dressed all in black from head to toe. It wasn't club clothing, but rather what he referred to as ass-kicking clothing, though he wasn't usually violent. I know what I'm doing. He slipped into his leather jacket. I won't be late. You aren't a fucking comic book hero, you aren't Fury. Liam's hands were on his hips, his voice shrill with fear for what Aiden was doing. Liam, move away from the door. Misdemeanor is my friend. I'm not standing by doing. 468 magical moonlight. Nothing when the punks that bashed her go unpunished. You wouldn't let me join the Davie Devils. You said they were nothing but wannabe thugs. But it's okay for you to go there looking for trouble. I'm not fucking dressed in a red fucking shirt, head shaved like some kind of white supremacist asshole. I'm an out and proud gay man who will not be intimidated by these homophobic freaks. I thought we were finished with this shit when Johnson was corralled. Apparently not. I'm not looking for trouble, but I'll tell you this once and only once. I'm not backing down from it either. It's okay for you to walk around like some kind of superhero, but it isn't okay for me to go out with a bunch of guys just because we wear red shirts. Liam slumped. He knew he sounded stupid and he didn't like it. Though the shirts were hot and had a great graphic of a faggy devil on the front, his tail on the back, hindquarters actually, but there was a tail. Aiden put his hands on Liam's shoulders and moved him to one side. Then he lifted Ty off of his shoulder and put him on the counter. Killer, he shoved with his hip. The big dog wasn't all that anxious to make a point of keeping his master inside. Killer, get your leash, you're coming with me. Woof. The dog was pleased to be included. He loved going for walks with Aiden, especially lately. They got to chase people and sometimes he got to jump on them, making the people fall to the ground. Bryant 469. While he pretended he was a pit bull. It was a lot of fun. You'll take Killer, but you won't let me go. Liam's feelings were hurt. Which boy, I want you safe. I don't want to have to worry about you. Aiden leaned forward and kissed him soundly. Don't wait up. You can't tell me what to do, you're not the boss of me. Gee Leah, do you want some cheese with that wine? Aiden laughed and left the loft, making sure to spend a few seconds to put a captivation spell on the loft door. Liam would have to work pretty hard to get the door to open, if he could do it all. Liam kicked the metal door over and over until he couldn't feel his foot. Then he sat down and screamed, throwing a temper tantrum the likes of which hadn't been seen in years. Ty sat and watched in silence, fascinated by the almost human reaction. Waji were supposed to be more stoic. He flashed the scene in his mind to Shays Wakat, Doug. They had become close over the last few months and were rewarded with an answering amused purr right. Liam finally picked himself up off the floor and headed for the shower. There was no way he was going to allow the man he loved to risk his life without some kind of backup protection. Killer was good to a point, but he was really just a large furry pussycat as far as Liam was concerned. 470 Magical Moonlight. Emerging 15 minutes later dressed as Aiden had been, in black, Liam headed for the roof. His boyfriend was good, but he also underestimated his red-headed partner. Liam was of the moon, as the Waji liked to say. He'd been born on the night of the new moon, and since then, that shining sky-clad orb had regulated his life. Nothing could stop him when he was exposed to its light. Near the Odyssey, Aiden and Killer sauntered between light and shadow. He nodded to friends and acquaintances, watching and seeing everything and anything. Killer smiled his toothy doggy smile, not really understanding why everyone backed away. He was showing his teeth like his red-haired master did. But instead of showing their teeth back at him, they jumped and cringed, hugging the walls. Aiden didn't mind, it saved him from actually having to talk to anyone. Killer may look at first glance like a curly-haired friendly, overly large dog with a bad haircut that was slowly growing in. But when he smiled, he lost that huggable look. When they rounded the corner at the far end of the block, they had to walk past two bathhouses. Aiden could feel the hair on the back of his neck rise. Something was wrong. Killer felt it too. Gone was the prance of a standard poodle, replaced by the stealthy and careful glide of an ancestral wolf. He held back, staying in the shadow of a downtown city tree. And then they saw it. 2 Waji and 3 humans bent on trouble. Brad Chambers at the front of the pack, for it was a pack of Bryant 471 predators like any other in the city jungle, looking for prey to take down and destroy. Aiden had other ideas. 3 men came out of a bathhouse arm in arm, laughing over the antics of the evening and talking about what they were going to do next. To Aiden's astonishment, Brad magicked the group into large heavy Neanderthalic thugs. This was not acceptable. No wonder no one was able to identify the bastards who were bashing gays in the city. The rules about using magic near humans so that they were aware of it were crystal clear, and even Chambers knew that little fact. The Chambers gang pounced on 3 men. Aiden and Killer quickly followed. The tall pseudo-rage had the advantage of knowing that the look of the attackers was merely a facade. He was holding his own, when all of a sudden Liam was beside him, tie on his shoulder. The Wakat leapt onto Chambers, his Wakat abilities more than a match for the evil Waji. At his home, Shay dreamed a nightmare. He was dreaming of the fight between Chambers and his gang along with his father and Liam. Not realizing that his dream was real, he unconsciously gestured just as Chambers and the other Waji with him joined their black forces in preparation for killing Aiden. The 2 men had raised their hands, a mass of black energy going unnoticed by Aiden and Liam in their efforts to ward off the humans bent on doing them harm. But Killer saw the dark mass. He was a dog after all, a hereditary offspring of wolves who had once walked the 472 Magical Moonlight. Very spot he stood on. He leapt toward the 2 Waji, just as Shay reduced them to the size of mice, his mouth open, Killer's teeth closed over them. Ignoring the black swirl of evil, his teeth bit down, and despite the bitter taste, he chewed once and swallowed. Shay, in his sleep, crowed in triumph. Phoebe, who had leaned her power to her brother, did the same as she flipped over and over in her watery home. Killer tried to spit out the bad taste but only burped up a black slime that slithered into a grate near the curb. He whined, looked around and found a puddle of water to rinse out his mouth. "What are you doing here?" Aiden asked when he could catch his breath. Liam had returned from chasing one of the humans. "Hey Aiden, thanks for being here." One of the gays from the baths was nursing a black eye. "No problem, Terry." Aiden glared at Liam to let him know that it wasn't over. "Hey Jake, you okay?" He helped another one up off the ground. I'll live. The man looked at Aiden, who now had Ty on his shoulder. Man, is that a cat or what? Did you see him rake that bastard who had me down? He reached over and scratched Ty behind the ears. Cool cat, Aiden, though isn't it kind of weird to have him on your shoulder like a parrot? No. Aiden answered as he dusted off the knees of his jeans. He looked around for Killer, who appeared to be dry heaving into the gutter. Hey boy, you okay? Aiden asked the dog. Bryant 473. He must have eaten something that didn't agree with him. Liam rubbed the dog's back. Hey, did you see where Brad disappeared to? Liam asked Aiden. Or that other guy he was with? No. Aiden looked around. Go home, Brad. He whispered in Liam's ear. Fury needs a sidekick. Liam snickered. And not one with fur. Fury is a figment of your imagination. Aiden scoffed as he continued on his patrol. Liam and Killer had to run to catch up with him. He didn't want Liam to get overconfident, but he'd been glad to see him. If he'd had to face the attackers any longer, he might have had to resort to Waji powers, and that wouldn't have been smart. Yes, but there's always truth in what I draw. Liam put his hand in Aiden's, pleased when the older man threaded their fingers together. You've got to send Ty home, he's kind of attracting a lot of attention. I mean, cats aren't usually part of your wardrobe. He snickered at Ty's glare in his direction. I suppose we could call it a night. Aiden glanced down at Killer, who looked miserable. Killer doesn't look well, and frankly, all this activity has made me horny. Everything makes you horny. Liam laughed. Home it is, Fury. And with that he popped them all to the rooftop garden. Sorry, I can't do more, some asshole put limits on my powers once I'm inside. I wonder who that could be. Aiden pulled Liam down so they lay on the small plot of 474 magical moonlight. Thick grass under the moonlight. Ty jumped over to his favorite spot on the ledge. He liked to keep an eye on everything when the two men forgot the world in favor of each other. Liam rolled over until he straddled Aiden. Moonboy, remember, I can get the best of you under its light. Duh, why do you think I drag you up here all the time? Aiden asked with a laugh before pulling Liam closer. Liam laughed and made their clothes disappear, cool air washed over their bodies. Seeing that the men were suitably occupied, Ty jumped down to stand near where Killer sat, huddled in a mess of dog misery. A dog, you ate too, Waji. It isn't an acceptable thing to do. I couldn't help it. Killer was miserable. Do you think the master will be angry? Of course he will be, dog. You don't eat people, for one thing they taste bad, and for another, they'll make you sick for days. He looked around. I have had some experience in accidentally eating things that don't agree with Wakats. What am I going to do? Killer whined and put his paws over his nose. Don't eat any more of them, for one thing. Ty said. He leaned back and began to wash the base of his tail, looking up for a moment as he left hind leg pointed to the moon. I mean, they were only small like a mouse, who'll miss them? Bryant 475. Yeah, nobody will care. Killer smiled, feeling better until his stomach rumbled and he burped. But they were missed immediately when they stopped breathing. For Waji were all part of one, and even though they strived for good, those that had turned, affected them all. When Brad Chambers and his friend died, each and every Waji alive on the planet felt just a little bit of elation. Few knew why, for the idea of black arts didn't occur to many. But the ones who had allowed blackness to steal into their souls, they knew that their number was fewer by two, and it worried them. Liam and Aiden heard that Brad Chambers, as well as his friend Jason, were missing. They didn't really have time to dwell on it because their own lives were filled with enough drama. First, there was a dramatically staged takedown of Johnson and his henchmen. Solving a murder or two that had taken place during the course of the man's reign was all part of it. While this was happening, Aiden worked at opening his own agency. He barely had time to acknowledge Liam's presence, let alone anything else. The man was more stubborn than anyone Liam had ever run into. He refused to use any Waji magic or allow Liam to use any during the setup. Even Shay and Phoebe were kept too busy to intervene in their father's lives. Rosalie was proving a less than ideal host for Phoebe. The baby's forces, combined with Shay's, were constantly being used to keep Rosalie from eating the wrong thing or 476 Magical Moonlight. Overworking. Only by planting the threat of Aiden and Liam in Rosalie's mind, did the woman slow down enough to listen to her inner self, which happened to be Phoebe. And now there was this. Aiden lay on his back on the bed. Liam lay beside him, both of them staring at the ceiling. There were no dancing lights or even mysterious shadows. Ty sat on top of the dresser staring down at the two men. Killer, unable to stand the tension in the room, had retired to the rooftop garden where he stared at the moon, hoping for some kind of advice. Just have it checked out tomorrow. That's all I'm asking. Liam said more to the ceiling than to Aiden. I don't need this shit right now. For Aiden knew, without doubt, that the lump Liam had found on his right testicle was more than just a cyst or scar tissue. I'll go with you to the doctor. Liam offered. I'm a big boy. I don't need you to hold my fucking hand. Don't be an asshole just because you can. I want to go with you. Liam rolled over to put his head on Aiden's chest. Whatever it is, we'll deal. He whispered. I'll deal. It's nothing to do with you. It's my body. I'm not even going to comment on that statement. Liam said as his finger traced circles on Aiden's bare chest. Bryant 477. A week later they knew that Aiden had cancer. He was scheduled for surgery almost immediately. It was then Aiden realized just how strong Liam was, something he was grateful for. Many times over the next few weeks he vowed he'd repay Liam somehow. Hey, you packed my silk pajamas. Aiden was looking in the small case he was getting ready for the hospital. Yep. Liam handed him his toiletry kit. You know how hot you're going to look against cheap white cotton hospital sheets dressed in black silk? They'll be talking about it for years. Hello, they're removing one of my fucking balls. Aiden glared at him. All the more reason to say fuck you to the world and insist on wearing black silk. Liam kissed Aiden on the cheek. You are Aiden Makruadri and nothing is going to ever hold you down. You have more sex appeal in your little finger than 90% of most men. Losing a ball won't even dim the appeal enough to notice. Liam reached up and patted Ty. When you get out of there, I'm taking you to Spain for a couple of days to recover from the surgery. You won't be starting radiation for a week or two, you might as well do it with a nice tan. I can't take time off to go to fucking Spain. I have a company to run. You also are a great manager and having an amazing team in place. 2 weekends and 5 weekdays away from Makruadri and Associates isn't going to matter. 478 Magical Moonlight. You think you have an answer to everything. It's not your fucking body. Aiden knew he sounded like a child but he couldn't stop himself. No, it isn't my body, it's yours. Liam paused. He moved his hand down to Aiden's balls, cupping them despite his lover's flinch. But the problem is, I love you. I know you don't believe in love, but I do. I love you and part of loving someone means that everything they feel, you do. Only you know what, loving someone so much, you feel what they do even more. Because not only do you feel their pain, their sorrow, their fear, you feel your own because you love that stubborn, annoying, beautiful person more than life itself. So shut the fuck up. I'm with you through this every step of the way, just like you'd be with me if the roles were reversed. I don't want anyone to know about this. Aiden said after a long pause. His arm had crept out from under Liam to hold the red head close. No one will know anything from me. I'm serious, this is between you and I. Aiden sighed. Liam, I'm not used to sharing my. He hesitated. My pain with anyone. I know. Liam reached up and kissed Aiden tenderly. I know. Liam also knew that his lover needed to be in charge, so he didn't argue when Aiden organized their stay in Spain. Instead, he quietly packed their vacation bags and researched just what Aiden was going to need for his week of recovery, making sure that everything was ready. He knew that the plane ride was Bryant 479. Going to take its toll on Aiden, but he'd already checked with the man's doctor, who agreed it was the best thing for him. Psychological healing helped physical healing more than people were aware. While Liam didn't use his Waji powers lightly, he made sure that he had full access to Aiden before and after the surgery. They didn't talk, there was nothing much to say. Instead, he quietly held Aiden's hand, letting his thumb rub his feelings for the man deep into his soul. When he was wheeled down the hall, Liam walked with him until he couldn't go any further. And then he stood vigil, inches from the swinging doors, until he felt the surgery was over. Only then did he head back to Aiden's room to wait for his return. Kimberly knew that Aiden wasn't taking time off just for a vacation. He'd drop dead from overwork first. So she knew whatever it was serious, and she was going to do her damnedest to make sure her employer and friend was able to take the time without any kind of interference from work or his friends and family. No matter what. I want to talk to him. Daniel repeated for the 5th time. He'd already tried to barge into Aiden's office, surprised to find it locked. He isn't here, she said patiently, once again. Hey Daniel, Bob said as he rounded a corner. He handed a sheaf of papers to Kimberly. These go in Aiden's office when you have a moment. But could you look them over first? You know how he hates it when I overdo things. 480 Magical Moonlight. Sure Bob. She smiled and took the papers from him. Ever since Aiden had hired his old friend, he had a loyal to the death employee. Bob, I need to talk to Aiden. Sorry Daniel, but he's away for a few days. I'm sure he'll call you when he gets back. No one's answering the phone at the loft, Daniel said, his voice accusatory. Of course not, they're away. Bob was always patient with Daniel. Liam went with him. Who's looking after the animals? I mean, they need to be fed and watered. I'm sure they're fine. Bob shook his head and turned to go back to his office. I have work to do Daniel, I'll see you at the diner later. But Daniel wasn't going anywhere without finding out where Aiden was. It was his right as his best friend to know. I need the number where he can be reached. His cell phone isn't working. His cell phone is working fine. I spoke to him this morning. Kimberly was running out of patience. You are just going to have to wait. But Liam can't be with him. Rosalie is due to have the baby any day now. And what about Shay? What if something happens to Shay? Doesn't Aiden even care? Kimberly stood up, her sudden movement menacing. Get out of this office. If Aiden had wanted you to know where he was going, you would have been told. And don't you ever, and I mean ever, imply. Bryant 481. That Aiden doesn't care about Shay, or Liam about the new baby. Their lives do not now, nor have they ever, revolved around you. You can't talk to me this way. Daniel flushed. Out of this office now. Kimberly had Daniel by the arm as she marched him to the front door. And don't bother phoning, she said as the door shut behind him. Wow, remind me not to piss you off. Bob laughed from the door of his office. Shay was quiet during the day of his father's surgery. Liam had explained what was going to happen, but he was still worried. He knew he wasn't supposed to talk about it to his mom, so he only had Phoebe to listen to his worries. It was a lot for a small boy to process, even if he was Waji. He didn't understand why his daddy couldn't just use his powers to make this thing go away. It didn't make any sense to him that human illness could also affect Waji. He was going to make sure it didn't when he grew up. It was one of many promises Shay had made to himself. He lay on his mother's bed, his eyes shut. They liked to think he was sleeping. Rosalie lay there with him, her eyes fixed to the pictures on the wall. She hated this whole pregnancy thing and couldn't believe she'd allowed herself to be talked into it. Never again had become her mantra that she whispered to herself constantly. Her hands were at her sides, she refused to touch the bulge that was the baby. Hoping that if she didn't feel it, it wasn't there. 482 Magical Moonlight. Phoebe knew everything the woman was feeling and she couldn't help but dislike her for it. It was something she'd worried about and had talked to Shay about when she'd been able to. He didn't understand why anyone wouldn't love her. He was filled with such love for everyone and everything. Which was why he was hurting for his father and for her father as well. All she could do was listen to him and wish she was out of this now tight and confining jail so that she could hold him close. As Zendaya, she had been conceived with ancestral memories as had Shay. They knew things children shouldn't need to know and things they should. It was another reason Zendaya were taboo. This thing with her father and Shay was worrying, there wasn't a lot she could do other than perhaps calm Aiden's mind. So she and Shay began to sing the ancient lullaby that comforted both of them. To Vanessa and Rosalie the words were nonsense words, but the melody was pleasant. To Aiden as he succumbed to the drug that would render him unconscious, the words filtering through his mind were oddly comforting and reassuring that he would survive this day to rule his kingdom once again. 693 leprechauns joined the children's song, adding their own touch of calming magic for their king. Liam spent the hours waiting for Aiden, reassuring his mother and Aiden's mother. If Aiden had thought for 1 minute either of the two women wouldn't have known about the cancer, he was crazy. Bryant 483. Liam figured he done good keeping them away as long as he had. Aiden was freaking enough without the two women trying to outmother each other. The women finally agreed to let Liam handle everything within minutes of Aiden being wheeled back to his room. "Hey, you look great." Liam grinned when Aiden was settled in his bed and they were alone for a moment. "Fuck off. No, seriously, you look amazing. I mean your breathing and everything." Liam leaned over the bed and kissed Aiden's lips thoroughly. "Operation Breath, but not bad." "Fuck off." Aiden shut his eyes, but there was a hint of a smile. "So the doctor said if you're not doing anything weird, and if you can walk on your own even slowly, I can spring you out of here. He'll give me legal and good drugs to keep you from having the screaming mimes until we reach Spain." "You got him to agree to this?" Aiden huffed a laugh, his eyes still shut. "I fucking have my ball cut out of me and you're all for dragging my ass onto an airplane to fly to Spain. Are you trying to kill me?" Liam started to giggle. "Of course I'm not taking you to fucking Spain. I just let you work with Kimberly to keep you busy. We're going to a nice little place that's comfortable and out of the way, but not far. We can go to Spain some other time." 484 Magical Moonlight. "You fucker." Aiden bit his lip to stop smiling. "You fucker." Liam put the side of Aiden's bed down and crawled in with him. "Move over a bit." "Fuck Liam, I just had surgery. I fucking hurt." "No you don't, you're on drugs. You're just being bitchy. Put your arm up, I want to cuddle." "I don't fucking cuddle." But Aiden's arm went up and Liam slid under, his head in its usual spot on Aiden's chest. "That's okay. I do." Liam all but purred. "You know I think you're incredibly sexy when you have bed head." "I'm not going to comment." Aiden sighed, his left arm pulling Liam closer. "So when can I get out of here?" "Tomorrow by noon." Liam sighed and fell asleep. He'd had a hell of a day. Half an hour later a nurse came in to check on Aiden. He held his finger to his lips to shhhsh her. "He's had a rough day, Let him sleep. Aiden whispered. But Mr. Makruadjuri, weren't you the one having cancer surgery? She asked as she checked his vitals. It was rather an emotionally stressful type of surgery. I know, look at him, it's taken a lot out of the boy. Aiden kissed Liam's forehead. He'll be okay with a couple of hours sleep. But Mr. Makruadjuri. Bryant 485. I know he should have his own bed, but he just can't sleep alone. Aiden sighed. When do I get another shot of the good stuff? Another 2 hours. Her lips were pursed. And not a minute before. The next day Aiden needed to use all the inner strength he had, to sit in the wheelchair dressed in black silk. True to his word, Liam had sprung him from the hospital with a list as long as your arm of instructions, a bag filled with prescriptions and a hug from the doctor. Aiden's mind was still working its way around that one. He allowed himself to be helped into a rather comfortable limousine. It took more out of him than he realized it would, and he sighed when he was able to relax back on the leather seats. Where are we going? He asked the driver. Liam was saying goodbye to the nurse who had accompanied them. Shy Valley Ranch. The driver grinned. It's a nice place. Rather exclusive, I'm sure you'll like it. A ranch? Aiden asked. It isn't really a ranch. It's more like a place to rest and recover your equilibrium if you've been under the weather. Well, I guess I qualify. Hey Aiden, how are you feeling? Liam asked, as he slid in beside his lover. Just peachy. But his color was bad and his voice strained. Liam knew they had to get to the ranch as soon as they could. 486 Magical Moonlight. Lean on me and rest, the drive will be over soon. Liam smiled as Aiden did as he was asked and leaned against Liam's strong body. He took strength from the redhead and he wanted the drugs he'd taken to smooth out the pain. Which they would, if he could relax. Aiden couldn't actually believe he did as he was asked. But something about Liam made him feel safe. He shut his eyes and relaxed into Liam's body. It might have been the drugs or it might have been something more. He wasn't sure. The drive to Shy Valley Ranch took 30 minutes. Liam was glad that he'd arranged for the limo, as the ride was remarkably smooth. Aiden actually fell into a light sleep and Liam was able to relax. He wasn't sure he was doing the right thing, keeping Aiden's illness quiet, but it was what Aiden wanted. We're here. Liam whispered in Aiden's ear. The next few minutes used up what was left of Aiden's strength. Liam helped him out of the limo and into a cabin that overlooked a lake. It barely registered to the sore man. What he did see was a king-sized bed. He made a beeline for it while Liam settled with the limo and carried in their bags. Sinking into what had to be a feather mattress and pulling up a light as air down-filled duvet, Aiden closed his eyes and was immediately asleep. Liam paused for a moment in his settling in to check that Aiden was doing okay. He put everything. Bryant 487. He'd need to care for the operation site in the drawer next to the bed. He doubted Aiden had even thought of the fact that the dressing would have to be watched and kept clean. Slowly Aiden's face smoothed out, from pain-filled wrinkles, Liam wouldn't mention that part, to the smoothness of a cocoon sleep. He kissed him tenderly on the forehead and then went to see that the food he'd ordered had been delivered. The cabin was complete with kitchen. Liam knew that Aiden would not want to go to a public dining room. Besides, this way he had the man all to himself. A quick email to Kimberly to let her know things were okay, the woman wasn't stupid, she'd known it was serious. And then Liam allowed himself to relax. He stripped his clothes off and climbed into the bed beside the man he loved. Chapter 42. Rosalie knew the birth of her baby was going to be within the next few days. It was a feeling she had deep inside, like she was going to lose something she hadn't realized she was going to miss. Only now did she occasionally caress her belly. As if suddenly realizing that she had a baby growing inside of her. Where is Liam? She asked Vanessa. He hasn't been around lately. He was over a couple of days ago. Vanessa said as she finished making supper. He said something about taking Aiden somewhere for a week of rest and relaxation. You know how hard Aiden's been working since he started his company. Blah, blah, blah. The great god Makru Adri has to work hard. Rosalie snorted. Crap, what is that taste? She asked, spitting into a tissue. She didn't notice Shay sitting nearby. He'd filled her mouth with the taste of dog poop because she was talking mean about his daddy. Rosalie leaned over the kitchen tap and tried to rinse out her mouth, spitting wildly. 490 magical moonlight. What in heck is wrong? Vanessa was concerned. I don't know, but mouth feels like it's full of dog crap. Shay giggled and buried his face in Doug's fur to smother his laughter. He'd wanted to use that spell for a long time. Even Phoebe thought it was funny. Rosalie was now swishing Listerine around in her mouth while Vanessa stood near her wringing her hands. Maybe it's a pregnancy thing, some kind of side effect or hormonal imbalance. We should call your doctor. Leave me alone. Rosalie waved her hand behind her. Just outside of their cabin, Aiden sat on a lounge chair, his chest bare and glistening with sun-tanning lotion as were his face and legs. He was wearing a pair of cherry red silk boxers in deference to his wound. The sun felt wonderful on his face and body. Even though it was barely 48 hours since his surgery, he had to admit Liam's idea had been a good one. He could sunbathe on their private patio while watching Liam lolling in the hot tub. They'd have to come back when he could use all of the facilities. But for now it didn't matter. He was able to relax while receiving admiring glances from the staff. Which certainly didn't hurt his ego. It had been hard to accept Liam as his resident nurse, who checked his wound and changed the dressings, emailing pictures to the doctor for further instructions. Apparently the doctor had been smitten. E.R. Bryant 491. By the redhead. But once he'd gotten over the squick of it, everything went okay. He'd even managed to reduce the amount of pain medication. It was somehow easier to manage things in such a pleasant environment. You look toasted, I think you should roll over. Liam was standing beside him. I didn't notice you getting out. Aiden smiled up at the redhead. I did the other side already. I guess I'll go in. Okay. I'm going to shower, join me. Liam wiggled his bare ass. Bathing suits were an option in the hot tub. I'll wash your back. Aiden smirked. He lifted himself up off the soft chaise slowly. There was no point in pretending to feel any different than he did. Liam was onto him and had been for a long time. I'd like that. Liam put his arm around Aiden. Who knew that coconut oil could be an aphrodisiac? He giggled, sniffing at Aiden's chest. Brat. Aiden swatted his ass and then pulled him close. Recovering from surgery here. I can't help it. You're sexy and I'm horny. Liam wiggled, his hard cock bouncing in front of them. Show off, my cock has been traumatized and you wave yours around. Aiden leaned over and kissed Liam's ear. They joked and teased one another on the way to the shower. It wasn't going to be their usual kind of shower, like the ones pre-surgery. Aiden couldn't really get the surgical side wet with soapy. 492 magical moonlight. Water, but they made do and managed to not only become clean, but to get Liam off as well. Liam was drying Aiden, enjoying the chance to do something for his man that Aiden didn't object to, when Ty popped into the bathroom. Meruo. Hey cat. Aiden laughed and braced himself for Ty's leap up onto his shoulder. He barely flinched when the cat landed. Now that you've seen I'm alive, pop your cat self back to killer, you know he hates being alone. Hey Ty. Liam laughed as he headed to the bedroom. Will it wait for another few days? Will what wait? Aiden asked, following Liam. He put Ty on the bed before laying on it himself. Liam quickly changed the small dressing to a dry one, pleased at the way the wound was healing. It was done without comment as if everything was normal. Aiden rather liked the efficient way Liam had of dealing with things. Rosalie is about to pop. Liam laughed. Ty was just giving us the heads up. I'm not even going to ask you how you know this. Aiden sighed and shut his eyes. Liam pulled a soft sheet up over him and kissed him on the nose. She's going to be having a few more days of cramping before she goes into serious labor. Or so Ty seems to think. He wanted us to know. I'm supposed to believe this. Aiden huffed and rolled over to bury his head in the soft pillow, luxuriating in the bed that seemed to wrap itself around him. Not quite as good as Liam's arms, but he, E.R. Bryant 493, knew they would soon appear. Liam couldn't let him sleep alone for any length of time. Ty jumped up to sit on the pillow by Aiden's head and began batting him on the ear with his paw. Go away. He pulled the sheet over his head. I'm recovering. You're doing fine. Pat your damn cat. He's come a long way to see you. Liam crawled between the covers, snuggling close to Aiden. He's not staying. I think his story about Rosalie was just an excuse to check on you. Ouch. Liam hissed. Ty had leaned over and bit his ear. Aiden snickered. It was almost 20 minutes before Ty had been placated enough to leave. Aiden sighed. I can't believe the stupid cat was worried about me. Ty is a wah cat, hardly stupid. Liam wiggled until he was under Aiden's arm, his head on the man's chest. You're doing way better than most people after surgery. It's my nurse. Aiden smiled. And the individual attention. Thank you, but it has a lot to do with you and your outlook, not to mention that when you do decide to relax, you don't hold back. I like to think I do everything to the best of my ability, including relaxing. The smirk was evident in his voice. Good thing you don't have a big ego. Liam snorted. He let his hand caress Aiden's face before moving lower over the man's body. I got an email from the doctor. 494 magical moonlight. So did I. Aiden shut his eyes. He loved the sensation of Liam's fingers tracing lines on his body. They got everything. As soon as I'm healed, they can do the mapping for the radiation. I'll be tattooed. It's just a pinprick. No one will notice. I suppose not. Aiden sighed. I'm not looking forward to the radiation stage. I heard that if you smoke up, you don't get the full nausea thing. And it's legal. No kidding. I'll be first in line. Aiden chuckled. I'll share. I was hoping you would. Liam was now fingering Aiden's cock. Playing with it, running his fingers through the fur at the base. It'll be nice when all parts of you work again. Maybe they never will. Liam snorted. Let me get my pity towel out. Of course you'll be fucking me sooner than you think. You're Aiden McRuadri for fuck's sake and. Drum roll here. You have the hottest red-haired boyfriend in Vancouver. Aiden was almost asleep. There was something somehow comforting about Liam's refusal to believe anything bad. He wished, and not for the first time, that he'd found the redhead years before. Chapter 43. F or fuck's sake Marcy, I'm not some goddamn doll. Francis struggled against his wife's hand as she picked him out of the house she'd bought. This is kind of fun. Marcy was taking his clothes off. Almost kinky in fact. Leave me alone. And do something about the banjo player, I'm seriously going crazy. If he doesn't stop with the maudlin guitar music, I'm going to kill him. He's okay. She smiled. Look at the cute things I made you. She showed him a pair of pants and a shirt. Thanks. He quickly dressed. He hated being miniature. Have you talked to the council about getting this spell reversed? Yes, but they think it's rather appropriate. She giggled. And said you have to be this way for 30 days. Also when the spell is reversed, you lose your watcher status. You're going to have to get a regular job. 496 magical moonlight. I was working and you know it. He turned away. Look Marcy, I'm not proud of what I did, but I was thinking of the Waji. You know Liam was supposed to follow in his father's footsteps so to speak. Waji traditions are centuries old. And therefore it's about time we got rid of some of them. You know as well as I do that the celibacy thing was a crock of shit and always has been. I don't know that. Well if you didn't, you are stupider than I thought. She picked him up and all but threw him back in the dollhouse before stomping out of the room. Loverboy was thrown back like the toy he is. Ashley laughed and played a riff on the guitar. Fuck off. Francis glared. He put out his hand and made a small flame appear. He'd been practicing small bits of magic, slowly regaining his powers. It wasn't something he wanted known though, and he regretted immediately showing off to Guitar Boy. But the temptation to burn the fucking noise box was strong. I bet Marcy would like to know about your little tricks. Ashley smirked as held his guitar close. You touch my guitar and she'll know. You can't threaten me. Francis made himself stand tall and bristle. He felt like a wakat, trying to show how intimidating he could be. It wasn't working as far as Ashley was concerned. Fuck off, I've got nothing to lose except my guitar, once that's gone, I don't really give a shit. Bryant 497. About anything. I'll tell Marcy in a heartbeat. With that said, Ashley headed for the part of the house he'd claimed for himself. Chapter 44. Liam knew when Phoebe was going to be born. He was closely tuned to his child, his baby, just as Aiden was tuned to Shay. He wasn't surprised when Aiden started to pack their things a day early. It's time. Liam said, his voice quiet with barely suppressed excitement. I know. Aiden smiled over his shoulder at Liam. We have time. I'm nervous. Liam laughed at his shaking hands. Welcome to my world, witch boy. Aiden closed the suitcase. I'm still sore, but I'm walking better. I don't think anyone will notice. I'll tell them I spent the week fucking your ass raw, everyone will understand. Liam grabbed the suitcase. The limo is here. I am Waji. I could pop your ass in with Banjo Boy. Aiden laughed. 500 magical Moonlight. Just smile pretty for our friends and look shy. It'll be over before you know it. Liam laughed. Besides, the doctor said I could fuck you in a week. Like hell he did. Aiden shook his head. Sure he did. Liam grinned as he rubbed his hand on Aiden's ass. It's mine, all mine. Fucker. Aiden laughed. I'm the one supposed to be traumatized by all of this. You're my partner, you aren't supposed to look on my misfortune as an opportunity. Yeah, but you have to admit, if your cock isn't working, your ass is still available. You wouldn't want me to do without. I mean a good loving partner would be accommodating. Aiden climbed into the rear of the limo. Liam followed behind him. They sat for a moment on either side of the big rear seat. And then Aiden lifted his one arm, Liam grinned and scooted over, finding his place, under the protection of the man he loved. They managed to arrive within minutes of Phoebe being born. Shay was sitting in the waiting room with Vanessa, his cat Doug, in toy form clutched tight to his chest. I don't remember it hurting so much when I was born. He whispered to Liam. It's about time you got here. I wanted to be with my wife. Vanessa glared at the two new arrivals. It won't be long. Liam whispered back, ignoring Vanessa. But she's being squeezed and squeezed. Shay said as one tear rolled down his face. Bryant 501. That's the way it works, boya. Aiden patted him on the head. Shay sighed. She's out. He crowed with triumph and then clapped his hands over his mouth, looking around to see if anyone heard him. But Vanessa was busy on her cell phone, shutting them all out of her mind as she called her friends. I think we're in for a wild ride. Aiden laughed as he kissed Liam. Congratulations, Daddy. Hmm, I could come to like being called daddy. Liam giggled. Are you my pretty boy? He asked Aiden, batting his lashes. Aiden laughed. Shay looked at them in puzzlement. They all turned to the nurse who was coming to tell them that Phoebe had been born. Mr. Taylor, Miss Hamilton, you have a daughter. The nurse said with a smile. Her mother is just being tidied up and your daughter is being examined by the pediatrician. Everyone will be ready for a visit in about half an hour. Is there a problem with the baby? Liam asked. I mean she's being checked out by a pediatrician. Vanessa was hurrying across the hallway toward them. Nothing really, but... The nurse looked around hoping she wouldn't be heard. When the baby was delivered, well, it sounded like she talked. I mean, we all know babies don't talk, but it was so loud and distinct, I mean considering her palate that's still developing. Her voice trailed off. 502 Magical Moonlight. Huh, what exactly did she say or not say? Aiden had to ask. Liam clutched at his lover's arm, fingers clenched so tight, Aiden was sure he'd have bruises for days. The nurse looked over her shoulder again and then leaned close. That freaking hurt. She shook her head. I know it doesn't make any sense. But we all heard it. Her eyes were kind of, oh I don't know, golden, and then she looked at her mother and smiled. Babies don't smile that young, it had to be gas. Vans, you're a mom again, the kid is out and it's a girl. Aiden gave her a hug, shrugging off Liam's grip. He hoped Vanessa didn't hear what the nurse had to say. Liam was going to have his hands full with this little spitfire. Go find your wife, or is she your hubby? Tell me again why you weren't in there with her. You asshole, you know Rosalie is funny about things like that, not to mention who was going to watch Shay, certainly not either of the two of you. She punched Aiden in the arm before hugging Liam. Thank you, thank you, thank you. She whispered before turning to the nurse. I'd like to see my daughter and my wife. You can wait in their room. It won't be long. The nurse was slightly offended by the tone of voice Vanessa used. You could practically see and hear the young nurse dressed in scrubs mumble the word bitch. Vanessa isn't going to win any brownie points being a bitch to the nursing staff. Aiden said to Liam. Bryant 503. Dad, Liam, we need to help Phoebe. Now. They looked down and Shay was standing firmly in front of him, dug at full bristle and very much alive Wakat. At the same time Liam heard his daughter in his mind. Father, quickly. Fuck, something's after Phoebe. Liam said as he popped himself to where his daughter had been only milliseconds before. He paid no attention to the fact that Aiden, Shay, and both Wakats were now beside him. I can't hear her. Liam whispered. I can't feel her. Well, I can feel her. Aiden said, running from the small examining room. Thank all that's holy that I put my protection spell on her. As he ran down the hall toward a swinging door that led to the stairs, he placed an invisibility illusion on himself and Shay and the Wakats. Liam, he knew, would do the same. They didn't need humans interfering with the evil that had the baby. When he passed Rosalie and Vanessa's room, he could see them cooing over a baby wrapped in pink and held in Rosalie's arms. He knew it was a changeling and not Liam's daughter, and his heart broke for his young lover. Shay at 3 was taller than most children his age. He had generations of Waji power and ancestral memories in his young body. And he was pissed beyond what could even begin to describe how he felt. His sister, his love, his twin flame had been 504 Magical Moonlight. Stolen within minutes of her birth and silenced by a spell with considerable power. The black thing slinking along the ceilings and under the floor, the henchmen of those who had chosen the dark side, were plentiful, making Shay believe that Phoebe hadn't yet been removed from the hospital building. He was about to say something when with a flash, all of them were pulled from the space they were in, into what felt like a cave deep underground. Liam and Aiden stood side by side, Shay in front of them, Ty and Doug flanking the child on either side. They all carefully looked around, not sure where they were in the shadowy velvet of the room. Slowly in front of them, a glow appeared, gradually becoming more and more bright until it spotlit one end of the room, silhouetting a grand throne-like piece of turquoise-green crystal. And then on the throne, a figure, a mere wisp of mist solidifying little by little into an older, much older, man who looked a great deal like Liam, only his red blonde curls fell to his shoulders, rather than the tightly clipped hair of what had to be his son. He held a larger-than-life cat, very familiar to all of them as it sat in its turquoise and white fur looking as regal as his name. A baby's cooing prattle was heard from nearby. "My son." The man nodded at Liam. "And his mate." Aiden was graced with a glance that made him smolder in anger. And wondered who this asshole was introducing them to, or was just a statement to show he knew who had appeared. Bryant 505. "Who are you?" "Is that Betty?" Liam asked. "And why have you taken my daughter?" His eyes roamed, trying to pierce the hidden mysteries of the shadowed mists that swirled and kept the vast room in motion. "The fact that don't acknowledge what is obvious, tells me you aren't ready to raise this Zendaya child." Stephen Taylor VI responded. "My granddaughter was moments away from vanishing to the lair of those who have been waiting for just such a child's birth. You can thank Regis here for her life and safety." His hand smoothed turquoise and white fur. Betty the cat snorted, heard only by Liam and the other two Wa cats. "I am Regis, High King of the Wa. I saved my Phoebe," Shay said as he stepped forward. "She is mine for now and forevermore. The story has been told since the beginning. You Zendaya child, show respect to your king. You have been perilously close to returning to the elements since you were conceived. My son's penchant for freely giving love has kept you breathing, but that can change. Look, you son of a bitch. I don't give a flying fuck who you are. Think long and hard before you threaten my child or the child of my partner. I may have chosen not to overuse my powers for the last few years, but that can change in a heartbeat." Aiden in one stride was beside his son. Ty jumped on his shoulder, eyes flashing, ears back. Doug too, jumped on Shay's shoulder and took a defense stance. 506 Magical Moonlight. If things hadn't been so serious, Liam would have smiled at the two of them, so much alike and willing to risk all for each other and Phoebe. From the look in the king's eyes, it was time for Liam to step forward as well. "Father, if that's who you are, and by the way, anyone can have red hair, I'm much better looking than you are." He smiled to show he was joking, relieved when the look in his father's eyes softened. "Zendaya is such a harsh word to describe, the son of my heart. He is kind and loving and yes mischievous, but then he is only 3 and his powers have not been allowed to develop at a normal pace. We've had to keep him bound as much as we could, living as he does with human mothers. Rather than put blame on my partner, or threaten our children. Perhaps it would be better to explain just exactly why you are hiding here in a cave, rather than taking your place on the High Council as the leader of the Waji. As for Shay and Phoebe, what is done is done. It was foretold, it happened, let them grow in peace. Allow them to learn and develop as they should. Perhaps the legends were right and these two are needed. A valid argument, but one you are too young to appreciate. It was never intended that a Zendaya couple be deliberately conceived. That sort of thing is for the Dark Ones, not someone who has been formed and molded in the way of all things good and of white magics." The king began only to be interrupted. Bryant 507. "You know, not to be a bitch here, but you are sounding rather racist." Liam looked around the room again, still nothing could be seen. "I won't dignify that statement with an argument except to say there is white light and goodness in the darkest skinned Waji, as there can be the smallest black heart in the fairest of our kind." The king glared down at the three. "As you well know, my son." Liam had been summoning up all of his power, as had Aiden and Shay during these innocent few moments of conversation. Ty and Doug were prepared to act against their own High King Regis if that was required of them. Not every Wakat had to make a choice between Wa and Waji, but if choices were to be made, you can be sure Wa would side with their Waji partner every time. For hadn't they made that choice when they agreed to become that partner? In a well-coordinated move, Aiden popped behind the king, placing his most powerful binding spell on the man. Ty and Doug stood over their own king, ears back, eyes as dark and forbidding as the blackest coal. Liam immediately focused on the sounds of Phoebe cooing and materialized beside her rather ornate and stately cradle, clearly built for a princess. Ignoring the rather large and intimidating guards on either side of the bed, Liam reached in and for the first time picked up his daughter, cradling her in his arms. She was beautiful and very much his with her bright red curls. Phoebe opened her eyes, startling Liam with their golden yellow irises. "Where did those eyes come from, baby girl?" he asked with a 508 magical moonlight whisper as he bent and kissed her forehead. "You are beautiful, no wonder Shay is in awe." "Father." The word was soft and barely heard. Phoebe sighed in contentment and wiggled closer to the man who held her. It was then that Liam looked at the guards. "If you're guarding my daughter, why didn't you stop me from picking her up? What kind of guards are you?" "I could have been anyone." "No, actually you couldn't have," one of the guards said. His voice high, almost feminine despite the greatness of his size. "There is a spell on the room that allows only her true family to enter." He glanced at the open doorway where splotches of dust and debris littered the floor. "As you can see, others have tried to cross the threshold." Shrugging, "They didn't qualify." "Ah, Jubla, I see you've met my son." The king walked through the door, his robes brushing over the dust piles. "Where is Aiden and Shay?" Liam asked. "Staging a coup in the throne room. I'm sure it'll keep them busy for a few minutes until they realize that I'm not actually there." He giggled, much like his son did on occasion. "I'll teach you that little trick. It does come in handy when it's necessary to be two places at the same time." He reached over and tickled Phoebe's chin, making his granddaughter smile and coo. Liam wondered if he was the only one who his daughter could talk to, or if he'd been imagining it. Bryant 509. "Why have you taken her here? I mean really, not all that crap you were trying to spout out in the throne room. You know she was protected in the delivery area." "I would have been there in a heartbeat, in fact I was once I knew the spell had been broken." "But you weren't fast enough." Luckily Regis was watching closely. It was then Liam noticed the turquoise and white cat in his daughter's bed, once again a toy. "Betty." Liam shook his head. "I did have a Wakat all along. Why didn't someone tell me?" "A story for another time, you ask too many questions. The point is, you weren't able to get to Phoebe in time. Those who have gone to the dark side were waiting when the doctor took her into the examining room, something you failed to anticipate. One of the darklings had his hand within inches of our girl when Regis popped her to me. Had he touched her when in her first hour on Earth, he might have changed her heart too much for us to ever get her back. It has been known to happen, which is one of the reasons Zendaya are forbidden and generally euthanized immediately upon being discovered. There are many out there who would jump at the chance of taking our clan down by doing just that, and I don't mean only darklings. And the child I saw with Vanessa and Rosalie. Ah, yes, I understand her name is Morgan Rebecca, Becca for short." He smiled, his smile soft in remembrance. "Becca is what's known as a changeling. I'm sure you've heard the term. Your 510 magical moonlight partner knows all about them if you don't. He is after all king of the Macru Adri clan and ruler of Ireland's little people. Can't you see the damn things? Ever since Regis popped Phoebe here, I've been overrun with them." His arms swept wide, and sure enough when Liam looked closely there were all 693 leprechauns perched here and there in the room. "I thought your spell would have kept them out." Liam glanced at the piles of dust at the doorway. "Apparently you have no idea about your partner's gifts. His people are his family, his family is your family. Be careful or you'll be up to your ass in fairies, brownies, sprites, elves, and these damn strangely dressed leprechauns. You have no idea how much work they are, the little buggers never seem to stop eating. And rearranging furniture and rooms, I swear they are all determined to win Decorator of the Year awards. Just then Aiden, Shay, and the two Wakats tumbled into the room. Asshole! Aiden muttered in the king's direction. The king giggled. Damn, I love that spell. Enough of this crap. I want to know what's going on. Aiden had walked over to Liam and taken Phoebe into his arms, confirming that his protection mark was there and reissuing his pledge to keep her safe. He smiled when his leprechauns all nodded their agreement to honor that pledge as well. Bending down, he handed the 5 pounds of girl to his son, who beamed his pleasure as he too added his pledge of forevermore to each cheek. Immediately. Bryant 511. A sprinkling of barely their freckles appeared, lending light blush to her alabaster skin. Phoebe. He whispered to the girl in his arms. Finally. The baby smiled and reached up to touch Shay's nose before grinning a toothless grin a lot like her father. You overstepped making an Zendaya child so early in your lives. I'm speaking to both of you. The young are so impatient, not like in my day. He muttered more to himself than anyone else. The thing is, young Seamus here is strong, he has the protection of his father's clan and people. And he's had your protection and that of your mother Liam. But he's only one child. Now there are two, and I'm afraid that word has leaked of not only Shay's existence, but also Phoebe's, though Phoebe is still a rumor not yet confirmed. Liam took Phoebe back from Shay, who was looking tired. He was only 3 after all. Am I to let my child grow here in these caves without benefit of her family? He shook his head. I don't think so. You have a choice, and only because you are my son do you have this choice. It is too soon to tell you about my life and why I live here. And by the way, here is not as how you perceive it. We are under my palace, there is sunlight and flowers on the upper floors. It has been under an invisibility spell for generations, so many generations that other than my staff, you and yours have been the first newcomers since the day of your birth. You were born here. 512 Magical Moonlight. Though I pray that you never have to live under such secrecy, you have managed quite nicely until now. You said I have a choice. Liam asked. Yes, you can allow Phoebe to learn to be all that she can be, live and love and grow under my protection and that of your partner's small minions, can't seem to get rid of them. He shook his head. At the same time raise Becca as your own. In return I will allow you and your family, meaning King Aiden and Prince Shay, to visit as she grows in safety. And the second choice? Aiden asked, not sure his lover could speak. Ah, that one, if you refuse to allow young Phoebe this opportunity, you all will be banished from this palace and it will disappear from your sight. With it all contact with Phoebe will also disappear. And I do mean all contact, even Aiden's small helpers will be kept from contacting you. I might not be able to rid my place of them, but I can certainly silence one and all. And if I agree to the first choice? Liam asked, his tongue thick. You must do so without ever giving anything away, not to your mother-in-law, to friends, to Becca, or her mothers. No one, and I mean no one, can have any idea that Phoebe lives? It will be a life promise that all of you must make, Aiden, Shay, Liam and your Wakats as well. I agree. Liam really had no choice. He didn't know this man who called himself his father. He had no idea just what the man was capable of. But he did. Bryant 513. Know that he had to keep his daughter safe until he could learn more. He could feel that she was safe here wherever here was. I will agree as well. Aiden said, his mind taking in everything while he silently communicated with the head of his Leprechaun King's Guard. I will do as my da says. Shay put forth, his hand touching the top of Doug's head, scratching. Doug is with me. It goes without saying that Tai will do as I request. Aiden patted his shoulder inviting his Wakat to join him. Instantly Liam, Aiden, and Shay found themselves standing in front of Rosalie's room. Shay clutched Doug, now in toy form. Tai was gone, no doubt to the apartment, and Liam held Betty, his turquoise and white cat, obviously a gift to the new baby. And a watcher of the First Order for all of them. Come in, and meet your daughter. Rosalie laughed. She's only 20 minutes old, but darn she's beautiful. No doubt the old king and placed them back in time. There was nothing dark lurking near the ceiling, nothing slimy squirming under the floor. Sun was shining into the room where Rosalie lay cradling a pink-wrapped bundle. Only minutes had passed as far as the women were concerned since the men had last been with Vanessa. Liam Taylor, I never thought you'd be too shy to meet your daughter. And Seamus, you've plagued us for months about your sister. Come and meet Morgan. 514 Magical Moonlight. Rebecca, Becca for now. Vanessa gestured to them to move. Liam, using all the strength he had, his arms still aching for his daughter, his lips still feeling the soft skin of her forehead, walked the endless walk to stand beside his friend's bed. He leaned down and looked at the baby who stared up at him. Her hair was golden with the slightest tinge of red and standing straight up all over like fine cat fur. She blinked at her father, violet eyes not sure of what she was seeing, and then she smiled. It was the smile that did it, melted Liam's heart. He held out his arms and took Becca up to his cheek. She smelled of new baby and promises. Aiden reached over and touched the baby's nose. She grabbed his finger holding tight. Shay sighed and stood on tiptoe to get a better look. She was all right. He could use a friend, and wasn't every Waji supposed to have a human to keep them grounded? She's kind of small. He ventured. Hey Becca, welcome to the world. January 8, 2009. Of course we can't leave it like this. Watch for the sequel Shadowed Magic.